He absolutely could not avoid this battle, nor could he escape. This was because many of the young disciples of the Lin family were still escaping. He had to fight for the necessary time for them. As for the families and factions who were watching the battle from afar, they saw this ordinary-looking elder and recognized him as the Lin family's Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, I didn't expect that the first old antique sent by the Lin family was actually him. I even felt that he had died long ago. I didn't expect that he was actually still alive. Among the forces watching the battle, a certain old expert saw Lin Xuan and had a rather emotional expression. One had to know that he and Lin Xuan were from the same era. In the era he lived in, prodigies rose up everywhere. Countless talented people appeared in the world. In fact, Lin Xuan was not the most astonishing among that group of prodigies. In the beginning, no one noticed Lin Xuan's existence until something happened. That year, in the east of Qi Mountain County, a so-called danger spot appeared in the vast sea. In order to find the divine weapons, artifacts, and even cultivation methods in that danger spot, countless families in Qi Mountain County sent their disciples to search. Even the few strongest families in the nearby counties participated. However, countless people died in that expedition to the Forbidden Land. In the end, only one person emerged. It was because that danger spot was left behind by an ancient expert. He wanted to choose an inheritor and leave behind an inheritance for him. In that danger spot, there were thousands of restrictions and killing formations, but the last to come out was not as expected by others. Instead of a peerless genius, it was the nameless Lin Xuan. At the same time, Lin Xuan brought back hundreds of corpses. He caused the death of so many people, but wanted me to absorb the blood of these geniuses to strengthen myself. This is the demonic path. How can I, Lin Xuan, do this? Lin Xuan directly destroyed the inheritance of this ancient expert and forged a heart of an expert for himself, opening up his brilliant path towards the Tao. However, now that Lin Xuan had reappeared, his cultivation level and blood qi were not at the peak of his condition. It seemed that even someone as talented as him had encountered all kinds of problems on his cultivation path. Xuan, your body. Lin Bao's expression was very conflicted. It's not like I can't fight, Lin Xuan said loudly. Then, he said with a hidden meaning, that day, I encountered the purple qi and the Tao sound. It allowed me to improve, and my hidden injuries were partially healed. I'm afraid that the fortuitous encounter that day was meant for me to fight today. Looking at the carefree Lin Xuan in front of them, the old antiques of the Lin family felt their hearts ache like knives. Others might not know, but how could these old antiques who were familiar with Lin Xuan not know? The hidden injuries in Lin Xuan's body were not healed at all. He had once encountered a huge obstacle in his cultivation. The reason why Lin Xuan was willing to fight now was probably because he knew that it would be difficult for the Lin family to win this battle. Therefore, he wanted to use his life to help the Lin family escape and delay time so that the Lin family could preserve their bloodline. Come on. At this moment, Lin Xuan's body finally emitted 100,000 feet of light. Magic power circulated in his body, but an extremely abnormal redness surged on his face. Since you think you've lived for too long, I'll fulfill your wish. From the endless beast horde, the humanoid beast with the dark red halo surging around its body walked over. Although his footsteps were very relaxed, every step emitted ripples in the void. Those with low cultivation levels felt as if a huge hammer weighing 5,000 kilograms had smashed into their hearts. Some of the Lin family disciples with slightly weaker cultivation levels directly spat out blood and were injured by the sound of the footsteps. This ripple-like void fluctuation was also about to reach Lin Xuan and Xianyu, but before it could touch Lin Xuan and Xianyu, it was stopped by another fluctuation. This was the fluctuation emitted from Lin Xuan's dual pupils and divine eye. At this moment, Lin Xuan had already opened his dual pupils and divine eye. As his eyes opened and closed, it was as if thousands of flying lights flashed past, as if he could see the beginning of the world and the creation of chaos. As for the Tao sounds and purple qi from before, they had already been absorbed by Lin Xuan. He was now operating the purple qi cultivation method with all his might, and at the same time, he was paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. Lin Xuan was also very familiar with the old antique of the Lin family, Lin Xuan. The first old antique who had once laughed heartily, hugged him, and teased him was Lin Xuan. After seeing Lin Xuan walk out, Lin Xuan really wanted to tell him not to go and to be careful. This was because after Lin Xuan used his dual pupils to see the layers of demonic fog and miasma, many ferocious beasts and monsters revealed smiles when they saw Lin Tianya walk out. Clearly, these ferocious beasts and demons knew that they would definitely win this battle. However, Lin Xuan could not say it at all. His body could not move either, and he could not remind the old man. A huge battle immediately erupted. Lin Tianya and the humanoid ferocious beast collided at that moment. Winds howled, and blood light filled the sky. Countless phenomena displayed the terrifying aspect of this battle. As for Lin Tianya and the humanoid ferocious beast, their fighting speed was extremely fast. They were all experts who had stepped into the Golden Core realm. There were even some weaker cultivators who could not see their movements clearly. One could only see rays of light flying everywhere. They could only see the surrounding mountains, soil, and rocks flying. The ground seemed to have been hit by a meteorite and cracked. The two figures in the sky continued to intertwine, causing the air to explode and countless lights to be dazzling. Such a battle was really terrifying. Crack, crack. Under the sky, lightning snakes flickered and countless blood-red demonic chi were shaken. It was Lin Tianya. His hand repeatedly formed seals. Although his hair was white and his face was pale, the blood chi in his body was surging like a river. He directly used tens of thousands of spiritual chi to condense thousands of lightning snakes. However, the humanoid beast opposite him was not afraid at all. Dark red circles overlapped each other around its body, and countless vengeful spirits were crying and howling. Dark red liquid flowed, and all the lightning snakes were easily blocked. They were even slowly eaten away and fed back to its body. The battle between the two experts became even more intense. Countless moves were unleashed without regard for the cost. There were all kinds of strange divine powers and exquisite spells. Two figures that were like flowing lights kept flickering in the sky. The decisive battle was about to happen. Instead, at this moment, Lin Xuan's body suddenly trembled and he widened his eyes. This was because he saw that in the distance, Lin Tianya suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, as if he had been swept by a dark red halo. Quick dodge. Lin Xuan was extremely anxious. The dual pupils and divine eye flowed with light. There were many runes that lit up, but he could only barely see the situation on the battlefield. However, what was the use of seeing it clearly? It's over. The humanoid beast from the vast great desolate said coldly and directly slapped Lin Tianya's chest. All the dark red halos outside the humanoid beast's body soared into the sky and fused into a pitch-black ring that seemed to be able to devour everything. Then, it hooked onto Lin Tianya's waist like a sickle. It looked like it was a simple move as Lin Tianya was split into two. He did not even have the ability to resist. Behind the battlefield, it was not only Lin Xuan who was in pain, but the Lin family disciples were also very angry and upset. Feeling the throbbing in his bloodline, Lin Xuan's killing intent boiled. However, not long after, he discovered something amiss. The humanoid beast opposite him also discovered this issue as it roared. Its entire body erupted with endless blood color as it directly pounced forward. The blood color around its body condensed into a claw shape, and it waved a claw at Lin Tianya's ruined body. If this claw struck, it would definitely shatter the other party's soul. However, in the next moment, Lin Tianya's too have suddenly changed. Swoosh. Endless mysterious runes appeared. Lin Tianya's blood actually turned pitch black and directly turned into a black fog that filled the sky, devouring the blood-colored claw and counterattacking. With a soft sound, the black fog formed by the blood suddenly condensed into black spears that pierced through the humanoid beast. The humanoid beast roared, its voice filled with anger and unwillingness to accept this. At the same time, it was a little panicked. It wanted to quickly retreat, but the black spears directly nailed the humanoid beast. Even the dark red circles could not escape. Then, the black spears shook in unison and droned, directly shattering the human-shaped ferocious beast into pieces. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected such a heaven-defying reversal in the end. Everyone from the Lin family could not help but cheer. The Lin family immediately became a sea of joy. This victory had come too timely and made everyone excited. After the black spear shattered the humanoid ferocious beast in midair, it transformed into black smoke and returned to Lin Tianya's body. Lin Tianya's broken body barely recovered. However, he had also become extremely weak. His entire vitality and blood chi had fallen to the freezing point, and he was practically only left with one breath before he fainted. It's still a little interesting. This black blood has a vague feeling. It seems that in ancient times, there was a person who relied on this method to collect the blood of many geniuses in the world and could be considered to have made some achievements. In the depths of the great abyss that was filled with an ancient aura, this voice sounded. It was the voice of the great abyss's master. At this moment, he seemed to be only commenting on an interesting fact, and he did not care about the outcome of this battle. Back then, Tianya actually did not give up that person's inheritance. Instead, he accepted that person's inheritance. It's just that he did not collect the blood of others at all and used his own blood to cultivate. The old antiques of the Lin family also understood the situation at this moment, and their eyes emitted shocked expressions. It's not bad. You guys win this round. The expert ranked 37th in my vast great desolate actually lost just like that. In the ferocious beast group that covered the sky, the Xuan said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the Lin family, who had originally relaxed a little, sank once more. Then, everyone from the Lin family felt their bodies go cold. Lin Tianya was one of the strongest people in the Lin family. He was an existence who suppressed all the geniuses of the same period and crossed the danger zone alone. Now, they had only defeated the 37th ranked ferocious beast in the vast, great desolate. Moreover, although they had won at this moment, the people from the Lin family also knew very well that the current situation did not improve at all. They still had to face demon beasts that filled the sky, and their top combat strength had directly decreased by 1. At this moment, several black figures walked out from the ferocious beast group. Continue. I think you don't want all the ferocious beasts to attack together. Moreover, that would be very boring. The Xuan's icy cold eyes carried a teasing tone. The suffocating pressure made it difficult for the people from the Lin family to breathe. Lin Xuan could not help but narrow his eyes. The Xuan definitely wanted to humiliate the Lin family and then toy them to death like they were worms. Therefore, it did not let all the demon beasts attack together. Otherwise, with the Lin family's heritage, it was impossible to resist. This was to let the Lin family experience the deepest fear and also to establish dominance in the Great Abyss. It was even more so to set an example to warn the other families in Qi Mountain County. However, what made Lin Xuan very angry was that they could only be forced to accept the condition of the Xuan. This was because if they did not do this, it would be difficult for the younger generation of the Lin family to escape. The 3 ferocious beast figures that walked out were wrapped in demonic fog and demonic miasma. It was impossible to see their appearances, but from the pressure that filled the sky, one could sense that they were top experts. Just by standing there, the 3 ferocious beasts gave others a terrifying pressure. When they took a step forward, the heavens and the earth shook, and their vital chi and blood shot into the sky like an ocean. So be it. Another old antique of the Lin family and 2 experts who had cultivated for nearly 10,000 years stood forward. Wait for me here, said the humanoid beast at the head of the 3 ferocious beasts. It had 8 arms and 2 wings on his back. Behind it were 3 meandering snake tails that were terrifying and sinister. The 3-tailed beast was very confident. Even if it fought 3 opponents alone, and there was an old antique of the Lin family in the middle, it was not afraid. This casual attitude made the Lin family furious. This was contempt. This was a challenge to the Lin family. The battle erupted again. The old antique of the Lin family did not let the other 2 Lin family experts leave. They directly went forward and fought the 3-tailed beast. In an instant, countless flames shot out, as if they could burn the void. This old antique of the Lin family cultivated a rare divine power that could summon the void incineration fire. He did not hold back when he came up and directly used this divine power to suppress the 3-tailed beast. However, the ferocity of the 3-tailed beast far exceeded the imagination of this old antique from the Lin family. As the 3-tailed ferocious beast opened and closed its 8 arms, slapped its 3 tails, and flapped its wings, it was especially ferocious and terrifying. It was actually able to withstand the void incineration fire. In the air, countless explosions sounded. The fight between the 2 was extremely intense. After fighting for nearly thousands of rounds, the 2 sides did not hold back at all. They were extremely ruthless. Is this your ability? How boring. You can die now. The three-tailed beast looked very disdainful and said coldly, "Oh no, come back." Below the stage, an old antique of the Lin family shouted. However, he reminded them too late. Every strike of the three-tailed beast was extremely ferocious, and it was several times stronger than before. Just the fluctuation was enough to make the mountain collapse. As for the ferocious beast, it took a step forward. Its 8 arms swept away the flames that filled the sky. 3 snake tails stretched out like spears and pierced through the stomach of the old antique from the Lin family. Ah! The old antique of the Lin family directly roared. The surrounding flames shook, and it had a power that could burn the sky and extinguish the earth. However, the three-tailed beast was too terrifying. It did not give the old antique of the Lin family any chance to catch his breath as it shattered his head with a punch. A golden core that seemed to be flowing with light flames wrapped around his soul and flew towards the three-tailed beast from the remnant body, wanting to perish together. However, the three-tailed beast did not even give him a chance to risk his life. It grabbed the golden core and stuffed it into its mouth. He wants to use a golden core to fight desperately? He's simply stupid to the extreme. This is a great tonic. The three-tailed beast directly swallowed the golden core, but not long after, his expression changed abruptly. His abdomen kept bulging, and then he spat out the golden core with a cry. Then, a large ball of purple qi appeared between his mouth and nose. When Lin Xuan was born, this old antique of the Lin family had used this opportunity to absorb some primordial purple qi. It was originally for his future cultivation, but now, due to a freak combination of factors, he had used it to protect his life. What's this? The three-tailed beast covered its mouth that was scorched by the purple qi and continuously cursed. Its expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As for the golden core of this old antique of the Lin family who had escaped, it was immediately taken back by the Lin family. As long as the golden core did not shatter, there was still a chance of survival. As long as they were willing to provide the materials, his body could recover, but his strength would decrease greatly. Who are you? State your name. The Lin family disciples who belonged to his bloodline roared in anger. You can't escape the fate of death. You're not worthy of knowing. The three-tailed beast said coldly and walked back into the group of ferocious beasts. Who wants to die? The remaining 2 ferocious beasts roared as their ferocious auras swept through the world. This time, it was Baichen and another Lin family elder who were fighting. A huge battle immediately erupted. The power of the exchange between the 2 parties was not inferior to before, for figures crossed each other in the air and had already gone crazy from killing. Baichen performance was especially terrifying. He had only cultivated for less than 100 years, but he was still the most outstanding prodigy in the Baichen family's last 100 years. Under the enhancement of his terrifying talent, he had reached the Golden Core realm. Although he was only at the initial stage, he was still on the same level as the old antique of the Lin family. Golden light erupted from his entire body, and he was like a war god. He was actually on par with the ferocious beast opposite him who had cultivated for 30,000 years. However, this battle still ended very quickly. Because the old man from the Lin family was only at the Purple Prefecture realm, he was defeated after 100 moves. The ferocious beast used its palm as a blade and directly beheaded the Lin family's old man. Then, its palm shook his body into a bloody mist that filled the sky. When the Lin family disciples faced this outcome, they were extremely unwilling to accept it. They could not help but roar in anger. Although they were already mentally prepared before the battle, this tragic scene still made them feel pain. Purple Prefecture realm experts could roam the world freely for 10,000 years and could be said to be the peak of the mortal world. To think he had died just like that. Sky Slaughter 7 Absolute Saber. The 2 ferocious beasts surrounded Baichen. He also used his strongest killing move. The human-shaped weapon bestowed by his ancestor directly displayed combat strength that far exceeded his own level. Endless light shone resplendently. Although Baichen lost in the end, and was even heavily injured, he actually protected the remnant soul of the Lin family's old man in the war. He could reincarnate as a human and not have his soul dissipate entirely. Thank you, benefactor. The Lin family disciple who was a descendant of the Lin family's old man thanked Baichen with a tearful face. Baichen expression was very bitter at this moment. He did not have the time to answer at all. He directly sat cross-legged on the ground and recovered his injuries and cultivation. I originally thought that the divine weapon bestowed by the ancestor could be used as the final trump card. I didn't expect that I would use it in the first battle. Brother Lin, you must be careful this time. Hearing Bai Qinzhan's words, Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. The difference in strength between the Lin family and the ferocious beasts of this great abyss was too great. Up to now, several battles had erupted. Only Lin Tianya had won once. Moreover, he had used his status as the strongest few in the Lin family to win against the 37th ranked ferocious beast in the Great Desolate. In other words, they would have to face at least 36 more powerful ferocious beasts. In the depths of the abyss, the most terrifying existence guarded it. He had never taken action. As expected, the following battles were extremely intense. Among the opposite ferocious beast group, no one else sent out a golden core realm existence, but the Lin family side was still crushed by them like rotten weeds. One after another, famous experts of the Lin family in history burned all their cultivation and used all their potential to fight those ferocious beasts to the death. However, in front of the ferocious beast's terrifying strength, belief seemed to have become a joke. One Lin family expert after another was killed by the ferocious beasts. Some of them even had their souls destroyed and did not have the chance to be reborn. The old antique of the Xian family, Xian Chonglin, also attacked brazenly. A mysterious ferocious beast covered in bright silver color fought, and in the end, both sides were injured. The bright silver ferocious beast's head was chopped off, and Xian Chonglin's heart shattered while his golden core was forcefully swallowed. Xian Chonglin continuously coughed out blood as his body fell from the sky. Ancestor! Xian Yu could not help but shout. Several Xian family disciples rushed over as well. The Lin family disciples hurriedly took out medicinal pills, wanting to help Xian Chonglin recover. Too weak. Who will you send to die next? It's good if you're in the golden core realm. It's so nourishing. Another creature walked over from the ferocious beast group. It watched as the bright silver beast swallowed the golden core, its eyes filled with envy. Seeing the gaze of this living being, the people of the Lin family burned with anger. What did they take the experts of their Lin family for? It wanted to obtain a golden core to nourish its body. Wasn't it too arrogant? How can this be tolerated? Not to mention some young Lin family disciples. Even the much calmer Lin Hao could not control his anger at this moment. He walked out in large strides, took out his long halberd, and rushed forward, preparing to fight. This is not bad. Although he's so young, he's also in the golden core realm. Let me do it. Don't snatch him from me. Wait, it's my turn. The dozen or so ferocious beasts wanted to go forward and fight. They had different expressions, some calm, some laughing, and some confidence, but they did not take Lin Hao seriously. Xian Yu stared at the mighty figure in front of her. She hugged Lin Xian, and her body trembled continuously. She was extremely nervous and did not even dare to look at the battlefield. Lin Xian also focused his gaze on his father's back as he quickly thought of a way to resolve the situation. He wanted to fight. No matter what, he had the dual pupils and divine eye. Moreover, he had the connate Saint Body Dao fetus and the ability to devour the starry sky. They were all unprecedented things and would definitely catch these ferocious beasts off guard. It's a pity for a golden core young human to die. If you're willing to be my mount, I can spare your life. A ferocious beast appeared from the endless black fog. Powerful fluctuations spread around its body as it spoke coldly, its tone especially arrogant and disdainful. However, this was also a symbol of its powerful strength. The terrifying achievements of these ferocious beasts had already displayed this. The people from the Lin family were not a match for these great abyss ferocious beasts. We can't let this person live. We'll kill him directly. The Swanee glanced at Lin Hao. He recognized Lin Hao. He was the person who had set it up back then. They could not let him live. The ferocious beast's tone was actually a little regretful. Looks like you can't be allowed to live. Black fog curled up, and the ferocious beast revealed its true body. It was a black crow that was like a dark sun floating in the sky. I didn't expect it to be this beast. A veteran expert who was watching the battle in the distance suddenly stood up. Do you know who this is? Lin Hao is probably doomed this time. He's definitely going to lose. That black crow is a descendant of the golden crow. Golden crow. The legendary ancient ferocious beast could be considered to be the best in the ancient era. Facing such a terrifying existence, even experts who had taken that step would end up in regret. The black crow before him was clearly not a pure-blooded golden crow, but its strength was also very terrifying. It's said that this dark crow once appeared tens of thousands of years ago and killed several powerful Golden Core realm cultivators in one go. Moreover, it fought many alone. Some experts of our clan were fortunate enough to witness that battle. Its strength is terrifying to the point of being indescribable with words. You can say that. This descendant of the Golden Crow can be ranked in the top 10 among many ferocious beasts. Top 10. Hearing this old expert's words, the spectators could not help but sigh. Although Lin Hao was indeed a proud genius of the Lin family, and cultivating for 100 years was equivalent to cultivating for 10,000 years, so what? Against this terrifying dark Golden Crow, there was no chance of winning. Many people in the Lin family also recognized the origin of this dark Golden Crow. This was because it had also led beasts more than once and stirred up monstrous slaughter at the edge of the Great Abyss. Because they were aware that this dark Golden Crow was extraordinary, the people from the Lin family felt bitter and did not know what to do. However, Lin Hao looked up and held the golden halberd in his hand tightly. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. Everyone, there's no need to be like this. How many times has our Lin family destroyed despair along the way? Support me, and I'll kill the enemy. Lin Hao will definitely win. A Lin family disciple shouted. We'll definitely obtain victory. Someone raised his head and encouraged. City Lord, you can do it. Good. This is more like it. Lin Hao smiled. When his fighting intent surged, a sonorous sound could be heard from his body. A golden armor appeared on his body, and spiritual chi swept over like an ocean. Every step he took, 5 colored lights rolled around in his surroundings. When Lin Hao finally walked into the battlefield, golden light curled up around him. A simple cauldron appeared in the void. A wisp of flowing fog hung in the air and fused into his body, making it shine even more brilliantly. Not only did you come to give me a golden core, but you are also giving me a magic treasure. You're not bad, said the dark golden crow with a smile. It flapped its wings and flew over. Black flames soared into the sky, and in a flash, it actually transformed into a black-haired, black-eyed human man. The eyes of the dark golden crow were like scorching suns. Black flames flew out one after another, and all kinds of phenomena appeared extraordinary. I'm not used to this appearance, but it's enough to kill you. I hope your strength can make me happy. Don't die too quickly. The surrounding temperature directly rose to a very terrifying level. A heat wave swept over. The dark golden crow stood proudly and said coldly, Why waste your breath? Let's fight. Lin Hao attacked ferociously. The golden halberd shot out like a rainbow. A few black feathers appeared before the dark golden crow. With a sweep of the wings, black flames flourished as if they could burn the world. When the black feathers and the golden halberd collided, they emitted a clang. The expressions of the people from the Lin family in the distance changed. Although this dark golden crow was very arrogant, it was indeed special. A few feathers were able to block Lin Hao's fatal technique. It was simply terrifying. This is bad. The flames around this dark golden crow are a little special. I feel like they can strengthen its body and prevent it from dying. An old antique from the Lin family saw the foundation of this dark golden crow. A huge battle was about to happen. Everyone from the Lin family hoped that Lin Hao could defeat this dark golden crow in one go. Everyone's hearts quickly turned cold. This was because Lin Hao was clearly no match for this dark golden crow. Combat was very cruel in reality. It was not like human imagination where belief and willpower could defeat everything. Everyone could see that the dark golden crow was very calm when facing Lin Hao's attack. Even after transforming into a human, it was still extremely powerful. It stood with his hands behind its back. Black feathers and flames flew everywhere. As if it was moving its fingertips, the attack created by Lin Hao's golden halberd was easily deflected. However, even in such a dangerous situation, Lin Hao was not anxious. He treated this battle as his last battle and gave it his all. This was his habit and also his endowment. This might really be his last battle. Although Lin Hao thought this, he did not feel any regret or resentment. He had just received news that more than half of the Lin family's younger generation had left. The future hope and fire seed of the Lin family had been preserved. Lin Hao's heart was already at ease, but his only regret was that he could not personally see his child become a prodigy like in the illusion and dominate the world. Lin Hao roared as his blood chi surged. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged out and supported his golden halberd. However, the opponent did not care at all. The dark golden crow's body was unimaginably powerful. Even if Lin Hao broke through the defenses of the black flames and stabbed the halberd into its body, it was impossible to break through its defenses. He could not even leave any scars behind. In contrast, every attack of the dark golden crow increased Lin Hao's injuries, causing blood to flow. The difference between the two was extremely huge. The two fought for 100 rounds, but the people from the Lin family could tell that Lin Hao could not beat the dark golden crow. The dark golden crow's eyes were also cold. It stood up and spread a pair of black wings on its back. Black flames appeared in the sky and shot towards Lin Hao like falling stars. In these black flames, it was as if there were huge suns soaring into the sky. The surrounding temperature was terrifyingly high. After living beings with low cultivation levels entered, they would immediately be vaporized. On this side was the innate divine power of the dark golden crow. When it reached the peak, it flapped its wings, causing the black sun to hang in the sky and shatter the world. Kill! Lin Hao roared. Although his will was as tenacious as steel, the danger forced him to retreat continuously. His surroundings were sealed by the black flames, so he could only fight head-on. How? City Lord. The people from the Lin family were extremely furious. They wanted to help, but they were unable to make it in time. Your golden core is mine. The corners of the dark golden crow's mouth curled up. It stretched out its palm, and it enveloped Lin Hao like a dark cloud, about to kill him. However, at this moment, a white-robed figure suddenly appeared in the void. He looked at the battlefield as his eyes lit up. This person was Ancestor Lin. The moment Ancestor Lin appeared, the great abyss appeared. A cold and dignified voice sounded from the black and white vortex. You can't wait any longer? Let the juniors resolve the matters of the younger generation. Do you feel so uncomfortable if a worm dies? Indeed, your cultivation is still insufficient. You can't even maintain your state of mind. Ancestor Lin floated in the air with his sleeves fluttering. Although that figure could not be seen as tall or powerful, it seemed to be able to carry everything in the world. He looked up at the endless abyss, a smile on his face. Oh, is that so? The words spoken by Ancestor Lin shocked the surrounding people. Then, someone from the Lin family suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the battlefield. He shouted in disbelief. Everyone, look! The city lord is fine. The black flames dispersed. In the fog, the dark golden crow covered its eyes and retreated with a roar. Strands of dark red blood flowed out from the cracks of its fingers, directly turning the surrounding ground into lava and scorched earth. The black wings on its back crossed and blocked its front, as if it wanted to seal something in front of it. However, a golden rainbow pierced through everything. The golden rainbow was actually a golden halberd that pierced through its black wings and right chest, nailing it to the ground. Gasp! What happened? The spectators in the distance were all stunned. They suddenly stood up with puzzled expressions. When the fog and black flames completely dissipated, Xianyu looked at the figure on the battlefield and was extremely surprised. In the dazzling light, Lin Hao stood up. His eyes were even more dazzling and brilliant than the morning stars. An ancient and wild aura brewed in those eyes. His eyes were like the eyes of a deity who created the world at the beginning of the immemorial era. There were the 5 elements, yin-yang, chaos, and the life and death of the world. However, the profundity of these eyes only lasted for less than a 10,000th of a breath. However, all the people from the Lin family recognized it. They could not help but be excited and clenched their fists tightly. This was because the people from the Lin family felt a very familiar feeling in these eyes. In fact, it was a spell that Lin Hao comprehended when he saw Lin Xian's dual pupils and divine eye a few days ago. He used it, and that was why his eyes produced such a magical change. This spell was also Lin Hao's ultimate move, the Heavenly Eye technique. All of this was simply too sudden. It exceeded everyone's expectations. The last moment, black flames surged into the sky. The black crow in human form was stable and was about to burn Lin Hao to ashes. However, in the next moment, the situation was reversed. The black flames retreated, and the dark golden crow was pierced by the golden halberd. It howled and was nailed to the ground. Look at his eyes. His eyes are magical. In the distance, the forces of Qi Mountain County discovered that something was wrong as they watched. Their eyes were only staring at Lin Hao. Just now, his eyes erupted with a terrifying might and directly repelled the black flames. Even though the divine intent of the eyes only lasted for a short period of time, it was still sensed by these experts. What did he say? The power of the eyes can repel the black flames? This is impossible. The powerful forces watching the battle found it unbelievable. One had to know that this dark golden crow was a top ferocious beast that had been famous for a long time. It had dominated the world 10,000 years ago, and it was a direct descendant of the golden crow. Its entire body was covered in black flames that burned the sky and boiled the sea, and its might was terrifying. 10,000 years ago, this dark golden crow could fight alone and kill many golden core realm experts. After 10,000 years, its cultivation would definitely reach a higher level. How could Lin Xuan, a guy with 100 years of cultivation, compare? Moreover, he had relied on the miracle of his eyes to reverse the situation. How could they believe this? However, the truth was right in front of them. Even if they did not believe it, they had to. In the abyss, a dignified but cold voice sounded from the white vortex. Interesting. Your eyes are interesting. With a swoosh, the black smoke dissipated and the smoke retreated. Lin Xuan was covered in blood. There were deep injuries on his back and abdomen, and one could even see the white bones exposed. His golden armor had shattered, and blood flowed out. Although he was currently in a sorry state, his aura was still powerful and did not suffer much loss. Wiping the blood at the corners of his mouth, Lin Xuan straightened his back, his eyes shining brightly. The Heavenly Eye Technique. This was the powerful eye technique that Lin Xuan had comprehended when he saw Lin Xian's dual pupils after returning from the Shao family. Time was tight, and Lin Xuan could only come up with such a simple name. However, this eye technique was not as simple as it looked. No matter what, Lin Xuan was from a large family clan like the Lin family. His talent was abnormally high, and he had been nurtured as a prodigy since he was young. It could be said that he had seen many mysterious eye techniques, but none could compare to the one he had comprehended. Even though the eye technique he comprehended was not as complicated as Lin Xian's dual pupils or divine eye, the lethality displayed now was shocking. In fact, even Lin Xuan himself did not expect this eye technique to be so powerful. After using the Heavenly Eye Technique, Lin Xuan's eyes seemed to be filled with smoke, lightning, and thunder. Earth dragons rumbled, and dragons and snakes rose and fell. These scenes changed rapidly. With a single glance, it was as if one could fall into a daze. Numerous phenomena surged and floated in these eyes, and it was terrifying. Xian'er, could it be that you're secretly helping your father? Xianyu, who was standing below, was very excited and tightened her arms around Lin Xuan. Lin Xian's dual pupils kept flickering. He also wanted to help his father, but in fact, he knew that his father had comprehended it himself. So this is Brother Lin's innate divine power. I've almost never seen him use it before. At this moment, using it as a trump card is very useful. Beichen Zhan was also very surprised, shocked by the Heavenly Eye Technique Lin Xuan used. It's really a little terrifying. Some of the Beichen family disciples also nodded. The disciples of the Xian family standing not far away had envious looks. Is this the blessing of the Lin family's saint child? Xian Chonglin asked Xian Tong softly. Xian Tong was also extremely envious. When he heard the old antique's question, he replied, Ancestor, this is what happened. A few days ago, Xian'er activated his dual pupils. This Lin Xuan should have seen this dual pupils after Xian'er returned and comprehended this technique. Xian Chonglin's eyes revealed a strange expression. When he heard this news, even though he had a calm personality, he almost wanted to rush to Lin Xian's side and stared at his eyes to see if he could comprehend something. However, this was a battlefield after all. He could only suppress his emotions. Otherwise, who did not want such a magical eye technique? He did not mind having another trump card. After this fight, no matter what happens, for the sake of the Xian family and the Lin family, we must let Lin Xian be safe and well. We thought so long ago, Ancestor. No matter how shocked the spectators were, the battle had to continue. Several major battles had erupted previously, but each time, the Lin family was defeated. In order to protect the Lin family, the experts of the Lin family brazenly fought in order to kill the ferocious beasts. In the end, they suffered a crushing defeat. Their golden cores shattered, and their souls were heavily injured. Seeing this, the people from the Lin family were about to go crazy. However, they were so sad that they could not even make a sound. This was because after losing several rounds, the blood of the Lin family's experts was about to dye Great Yin City red. However, no matter how unwilling they were or how painful it was, reality would not give them any mercy. Previously, when Lin Hao was completely suppressed by the dark golden crow, everyone felt a sense of despair. Looking at the endless ferocious beasts that filled the sky, they did not feel any hope. There were only a few old antiques of the Lin family. Whoever came out would be defeated. Although they were furious, they had no choice. In fact, when they saw Lin Hao being locked onto by the black flames that filled the sky and about to be turned into dust, their hearts were like ashes, without any hope. However, when Lin Hao's eyes lit up, the layers of haze were torn apart, and the sunlight of hope shone. The City Lord will definitely win. The City Lord will definitely win. The City Lord will definitely win. It was unknown who shouted this first. Then his voice surged like waves and reverberated in this world. In the beginning, Lin Xuan was actually very anxious, and he was also very angry and resentful. However, when he heard the happy cries of everyone around him, his mood gradually stabilized. He tried his best to absorb the purple qi and Tao sounds, and his eyes were calm as he only stared in the direction of the abyss. So what if you can gain an advantage in the short term? You're still weak. A cold and heartless voice suddenly sounded in the world. Black flames surged as the dark golden crow revealed its true body. It spread its wings and flew high, directly interrupting the loud cries of the Lin family. Even if the golden halberd pierced through the dark golden crow's body, even if its eyes were burned by the terrifying eye technique, it actually did not die. It even had the strength to fight. You injured me, not bad. Therefore, I've decided to let you die without a complete corpse. I want to let you know what true horror is. Blood dripped from the feather on the left chest of the dark golden crow. One could see the human-like coldness and ferocity on its bird face. This is your main body? Why aren't you so arrogant anymore? It's useless no matter what you say. You will die later. Lin Hao's tone was cold. The dark golden crow let out an angry cry. Its bloodshot eyes were filled with sarcasm. You want me to die? With just you? With your strange eye technique? The number of people who die in your Lin family can pile up into a mountain. Even your ancestor is about to die. So what if you're prodigies? You're just a group of small bugs. That's right, a group of worms. Do they think they can make a comeback after learning an eye technique from somewhere? The ferocious beasts behind the dark golden crow echoed. Gently touching his eyes, Lin Hao could feel the surging power in them. He gently shook his head. As a father, he actually had to rely on the help of his newborn son. However, if not for Xian'er's dual pupils and divine eye, he would definitely not have been able to block that attack just now without this eye technique he comprehended. This time he had to win, not only for the huge Lin family, but also for his wife and their child. Take this. At this moment, Baiqianzhan suddenly looked up and threw the divine weapon bestowed by his ancestor to Lin Hao. Lin Hao grabbed it and felt a vigorous force surge out from the humanoid divine weapon. His eyes immediately filled with killing intent as he looked ahead with renewed spirit. Do you think you can fight me as a tiny worm? Don't worry, it was only a small mistake earlier. It's useless even if you have a divine weapon. Don't you look at yourself? Your body is trembling. The dark golden crow said coldly. It was not only the dark golden crow. Everyone else could clearly see that Lin Hao's hand, which was holding the divine weapon, was trembling. Even his body was trembling. However, the feeling of the people from the Lin family was that he was not afraid, but a sign of fighting spirit. I originally thought that I would die and lose, but it's different now. I have my family behind me and my son. He helped me. So, in this battle, you must die. Towards the end, Lin Hao's voice turned into a roar. The golden armor on his body completely shattered, his long hair curled, and his eyes were as bright as stars. Killing intent erupted from his eyes, filling the world. At this moment, the killing intent on Lin Hao's body was even deeper than the most terrifying ferocious beast from before. His aura was even more ferocious than the dark golden crow. He stretched his arms and relied on the power of the Baiqian family's ancestor artifact to raise his cultivation to the peak of the golden core realm, reaching the combat strength of the old antique of the Lin family and even the Lin family's ancestor. You can come at me anytime. I'll kill whoever comes at me. I'll definitely make sure you die without a burial place. With these heroic words, waves of void fluctuations appeared beside Lin Hao. Another black ring appeared. It was extremely deep and seemed to be able to devour everything. Be it the evil fog, demonic miasma, or spiritual qi, they were all swallowed by him. That was the power of devouring. This was a divine power that Lin Hao had comprehended 10 days ago when he saw Lin Xuan devour the five-colored altar and obtain the ability to devour the stars. Ha ha ha. Despite often facing such strange scenes, the dark golden crow opposite him was not afraid at all. It floated in the void, black flames wreaking havoc all over its body, and its black wings seemed to be able to cover the sky and sun. The banquet of death is about to begin. I want to let you know what true strength is. The dark golden crow threw out this sentence and brazenly attacked. Black flames surrounded the huge black wings as they slashed at Lin Hao like blades. The void seemed to be about to explode. This was the strongest move of the dark golden crow. It did not think much about it and activated it. The black flames wrapped around the wings and slashed down. The heat wave was heavy, and it was even accompanied by a little bloodlight. The dark golden crow wished that it could immediately grind Lin Hao into pieces and cleanse its previous humiliation. Apart from being huge, it was obvious that every feather carried a brilliant black light, as if they were artifacts. This slash seemed to be able to slice open the sky. However, Lin Hao roared, "Slash!" A pair of black wings actually appeared in his eyes as well. They flew out with a shocked black flame, turning from illusion to reality as they collided with the wings of the dark golden crow. This pair of real and fake wings collided with each other, and it instantly emitted a shocking fluctuation that caused the ground to move and the mountains to tremble. What exactly happened? Everyone present could not help but be stunned. Why would a pair of black flame wings appear in Lin Hao's eyes? As for the people from the Lin family and the Xian family, their eyes emitted a brilliant light. This was the so-called eye technique they obtained after comprehending the dual pupils of the Saint Child. Its effects were simply too terrifying. It was actually able to replicate the killing move of the opponent, and it was simply unprecedented. However, what would the outcome be? Which pair of black wings would be stronger? Everyone's hearts could not help but feel anxious. With a puff, the sound of bones shattering sounded. Just this sound made many people tremble and cough out blood, as if they were injured too. This fluctuation was too terrifying. In the battlefield ahead, blood light shot into the sky. A little lower, Lin Hao stood indifferently with the human-shaped divine weapon in hand, as if he was not injured at all. Opposite him, the dark golden crow let out a miserable cry. Its bird face was extremely twisted, and there was an extremely long wound at the bottom of its wings. One of its wings had been directly cut off. What kind of miracle was this? One had to know that this dark golden crow was a descendant of the golden crow. Its wings could be said to be even tougher than ordinary magic treasures. It had actually been cut off by his own move. No, this is not right. The dark golden crow let out a miserable cry. Black flames and blood light erupted from the wound, as if it wanted to regrow the broken wing. However, Lin Hao would not give him this chance. Die? Now! Lin Hao roared loudly. He grabbed the strange human-shaped divine weapon in his hand and rushed forward, wanting to completely kill the dark golden crow. The dark golden crow turned its head. The black feathers on its body shot out like arrows. Black flames circled each of them, and each of them was terrifyingly powerful. However, Lin Hao held the human-shaped divine weapon in his hand. With a move, he shattered the black feathers that filled the sky. At the same time, Lin Hao took a large step forward and stretched out his hand. A huge spiritual chi palm appeared and directly held the head of the dark golden crow in his hand. Another spluttering sound could be heard as blood splattered. The head of the dark golden crow was forcefully crushed by Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao was like the god of slaughter. His gaze swept across, and the divine eye count displayed its might again, directly splitting the remaining body of the dark golden crow into two. At this moment, Lin Hao's body was surrounded by black flames and red golden crow blood. He looked especially terrifying, but his eyes were as dazzling as the morning stars. This was not the end. The core of the dark golden crow that was surrounded by the black flame appeared as a small shadow of a bird appeared in the middle. The shadow flapped its wings and wanted to escape, but Lin Hao stretched out his hand. The black vortex beside him directly sucked the golden core over and swallowed it. This was a divine power that Lin Hao had comprehended from Lin Xuan's skill, Devour the Stars. Ah! A sharp cry erupted from the dark golden crow's broken body, which had lost most of its divine soul. As for Lin Hao, he opened his eyes. The devouring power surged out and directly swallowed the golden core of the dark golden crow. As for the dark golden crow, who had lost most of its soul, its broken body was still rolling in the air, struggling to recover. Drop after drop of boiling blood dripped down, burning the mountains and rivers into lava. The pain of its body being torn apart and its soul being drowned made the dark golden crow almost go crazy. It struggled in the air and still wanted to escape, but Lin Xuan would not give it this chance. The heavenly eye displayed its might again, and divine light flashed as it pressed over. A black ripple also appeared in his hand, and then it transformed into a devouring vortex that threw it directly onto the ruined body. There was no need to doubt it. The dark golden crow was blasted to pieces as its bones and blood were adhered to Lin Xuan's palm. The devouring vortex displayed its might again. A powerful devouring force surged as Lin Xuan swallowed the bone and blood of the dark golden crow. Some of the injuries on Lin Xuan's body also began to heal. His body lit up with spiritual light again. As for the dark golden crow, who was a powerful expert of the vast great desolate, it died just like that. All the spectators were currently immersed in shock. In just a short period of time, the outcome had been determined, and the victor was obvious. Generally speaking, at the level of the dark golden crow and Lin Xuan, the battle should be extremely intense. Now, the dark golden crow was dead. Not only was its golden core gone, even its ruined body was completely devoured by the vortex in Lin Xuan's palm. No one expected this battle to be so intense, and the time it took was so short as well. What happened? That's a dark golden crow. It possesses the bloodline of an ancient and ferocious golden crow. Its body can be said to be invincible, and its black flames can incinerate the heavens and destroy the earth. How could it be torn apart so easily and have its head crushed? Among the many ferocious beasts in the distance, it was the first time that they had such a shocked expression, and it was the first time that their expressions were so solemn. What exactly happened? The families who were watching the battle in the distance could not believe what they had just seen. These ferocious beasts were so terrifying and powerful. In their mind, they could have easily suppressed everyone from the Lin family. They did not expect that they would actually lose so miserably. It was too terrifying. Not to mention the spectators and the ferocious beasts, even the Lin family members were somewhat stunned. The divine power that Lin Xuan had comprehended was actually so powerful. This eye technique could actually tear apart a golden core realm ferocious beast easily. There was also that magical devouring divine power that could actually completely devour the golden core and even the remnant body of the dark golden crow. I can't taste it, but the spiritual qi is still quite abundant. It can be compared to the swine raised by my Lin family. Who dares to come? As Lin Xuan spoke, a domineering aura that swept through the 6 desolates emitted from his body, making him look like a primordial war god. Come. The devouring vortex surrounded Lin Xuan. His eyes emitted a cold light, and his arrogant voice spread throughout the entire battlefield. You're too arrogant. The 3-tailed beast from before said coldly. Come over if you're not convinced. I'll definitely kill you. Lin Xuan stared intently at the 3-tailed beast. None of these ferocious beasts that had slaughtered his Lin family members could escape. Previously, these ferocious beasts were proud and arrogant, and they disdained to attack the Lin family disciples. They had heavily injured many of the old antiques of the Lin family, causing them to only have a wisp of their soul left. This made Lin Xuan's heart burn with anger. Only through bloodshed and slaughter could the anger in his heart be quelled. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being my opponent? The 3-tailed beast said coldly. It took a step forward, and a huge ripple appeared in the void as a violent wind blew. Cut the crap. Come over and die. Lin Xuan roared angrily. Before the 3-tailed beast could fight, some living beings in the ferocious beast group could not help but be furious and directly charge out. It was a silver white snake flood dragon, but it had 2 claws under its abdomen. It had a single horn and 1 wing. Its eyes were golden red like lava. Its blood and qi surged like a huge river. Die! The silver white snake flood dragon shot over like a shooting star. It did not waste any time with words. Its snake tail swept across, and it opened its bloody mouth to bite over. Its attack was very decisive, and its killing intent was biting cold. Lin Xuan directly used the most domineering attitude to welcome him. He did not dodge at all. He took a step forward and opened his eyes. The heavenly eye technique displayed its might. His eyes were bright and resplendent. A large stretch of rainbow light descended as he violently counterattacked. This was because all the attacks of the snake had been resolved by the heavenly eye technique. At the same time, Lin Hao held the human-shaped divine armament in one hand and the devouring vortex in the other to gain the upper hand. How dare you! Far away in the Azure Mountains, the serpent flood dragon rises to the surface. The silver snake flood dragon was abnormally furious as it chanted. Its two claws formed a seal that was dazzling and blurry. A flood dragon-shaped demonic chi tide directly attacked Lin Hao. The snake dragon rose and fell. This was the most powerful attack of the silver-white snake flood dragon, and it was also the innate divine ability of this ferocious beast. When this flood dragon-shaped demonic chi tide appeared, even those who were a realm higher than him had to avoid it. Otherwise, their divine senses and bodies would be eaten. This is the innate divine power of ferocious beasts. Is this all? Lin Hao shouted. Light flowed in his eyes, and he instantly saw through the illusion of this demonic chi flood dragon. The pitch-black devouring vortex appeared in his hand, and he used his palm as a fist to suppress it with the strongest power. Many black devouring vortices also appeared behind Lin Hao. Those vortices continuously expanded, completely dissipating the demonic chi of the silver-white snake flood dragon. With another cracking sound, lightning flickered in Lin Hao's eyes. With the sound of a surging river, the phantom of an ancient ferocious beast gradually appeared behind him. The ferocious beast was terrifying, dignified, and domineering. It was the Tao Dai. It was also one of the shadows that appeared when Lin Xuan comprehended the devouring technique. The ferocious Tao Dai opened its huge mouth that seemed to be able to devour everything and bit the silver snake dragon, tearing it apart. There were countless divine powers and magic powers surging. Lin Hao had no reservations and used all his killer moves. In the end, all the silver-white demonic chi was devoured. With a loud bang, the silver snake dragon was swept by Lin Hao's heavenly eye, and its body immediately exploded. Ah! The silver snake flood dragon immediately let out a miserable cry. Silver blood spurted out of its mouth like a water pillar, and its pair of golden red eyes that were like lava instantly dimmed. It wanted to escape. The enemy it had encountered this time was too terrifying. However, how could Lin Hao give it such a chance? A golden light flashed in the sky, and his figure flashed before he arrived before the silver-white snake flood dragon. His eyes focused as spiritual light flickered, and another dazzling light blasted out. Damn worm! The silver snake's head was incomparably ferocious. Its eyes were opened wide, and it could feel death approaching. In the end, Lin Hao directly held the humanoid divine weapon in his hand and blasted the silver-white snake into a bloody mist. Then, all the flesh and blood were absorbed by the devouring divine power that Lin Hao had comprehended. Under the heavenly eye, the second beast king of the great abyss died. There was really no corpse left behind. Anyone else? Lin Hao roared as he looked up. His long hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he was simply like an invincible war god. You! The ferocious beast experts in the distance were shocked and furious. This human on this battlefield was simply arrogant to the extreme. He still wanted to challenge the dignity of the great abyss. Did he really think he could fight three at once? There's something wrong with his eye technique and his devouring divine power. It can increase his combat strength and allow him to continue fighting. The three-tailed beast's scale-covered face was extremely unsightly. It had already found the reason for this. His eye technique is indeed strange. I've never seen such a magical eye technique. The three-headed black leopard also spoke. Its beast eyes narrowed slightly, and their killing intent was piercingly cold. Speaking of which, why have I never heard of this eye technique or this devouring divine power? Where did he learn it from? A ferocious beast was puzzled. Cut the crap. Let me kill him. A ferocious beast roared and planned to go forward. A mere human wanted to challenge their dignity? This was simply a great humiliation to these ferocious beasts. Did he think they would let him live after this? Let me do it. I'll kill him. A golden lion spoke. The fur on its body was as bright as gold. Countless runes surged around it, making it look extremely mysterious. Is a yellow-furred lion very impressive? Watch how I kill you, Lin Hao said brazenly. The golden lion slowly walked out. The fluctuation around its body was intense, and its aura shot into the sky. Its killing intent was piercingly cold. It wanted to tear off the head of this person in front of it and use it as a wine cup to enjoy at all times. However, when it really fought this human, the golden lion's mentality suddenly changed. This was because this human before it was indeed a problematic opponent. Not to mention the heavenly eye technique. Just the devouring technique alone was difficult for it to withstand. Moreover, the devouring divine power and the heavenly eye technique were used for defense and offense respectively. He simply had no weaknesses. The golden lion had to use its full strength. After exchanging 1,000 blows, its shoulder was pierced by the divine light emitted by the heavenly eye technique. If it did not go all out, its life might really be in danger. The golden lion roared with a terrifying aura. However, Lin Hao, who had already familiarized himself with the heavenly eye technique and the devouring divine power, was even more ferocious. His entire being was like an ancient fiend celestial. The golden lion could not withstand it at all. The human-shaped divine weapon in his hand swung wide, striking the golden lion until blood splattered and flesh rolled. In the end, the golden lion was directly beaten until its bones and flesh shattered. In front of all the ferocious beasts, Lin Hao directly used the heavenly eye technique to pierce through its head and kill it on the battlefield. The golden lion died in battle. The world was deathly silent. All the living beings were slightly shocked, and even their eyes revealed a trace of madness. In fact, those ferocious beast experts from the Great Abyss were really frightened this time. What was the mystery behind that human's eye technique? What was the profundity of his devouring divine power? It was really too terrifying. With the heavenly eye technique and the devouring power, he could be said to be peerless and invincible. Even the top-ranked golden lion among ferocious beasts had suffered a crushing defeat and died. This was simply unbelievable. This is your so-called expert? Is it worthy of being violent in my Lin family? Lin Hao said coldly, but he could not help but praise inwardly. Damn, Shinner, you're too awesome. The heavenly eye technique and the devouring power were a match made in heaven. Moreover, it made a timely appearance. It was very appropriate. As for the Lin family disciples beside the battlefield, they also knew why Lin Hao could win. Their eyes became excited, and they could not help but cheer up. They might have missed the heavenly eye technique, but they still had a chance to comprehend the devour divine power. Previously, Lin Xuan had displayed the concept of devouring the starry sky in the Lin family. They more or less grasped some of the true meaning in it. If Lin Hao taught them another thing or two, they would probably be able to comprehend it. The city lord will definitely win. A mountain-toppling cry sounded. As for the people from the Xian family who stood beside the Lin family, they were very depressed. Especially Xian Tong. His heart was bleeding. Why was he not around when his precious grandson came home? How much good fortune had he missed? The current situation on the battlefield could be said to be smooth sailing. With the help of the heavenly eye technique and the devouring power he learned from Lin Xuan, Lin Hao suppressed many ferocious beasts. After that, several powerful ferocious beasts were indignant and came to challenge him, but they were all suppressed and killed by Lin Hao. Another old antique, Lin Bao, appeared. He also displayed a terrifying eye technique and also comprehended the power of devouring. Moreover, the eye technique that the old antique, Lin Bao, comprehended was even more terrifying than Lin Hao's. Wherever his gaze passed, regardless of whether it was the demonic qi of ferocious beasts, their divine arts, or the power of their innate talent, they would instantly dissipate like ice dropped into boiling water. No matter what, Lin Bao could be considered to have followed Lin Xuan all the way back then and saw the activation of Lin Xuan's dual pupils. Moreover, the old antique, Lin Bao, had also comprehended his own devouring power. He used the power of the 10,000 destruction eyes to similarly kill several terrifying ferocious beasts. After that, the people from the Xian family attacked. This person was also the Xian family's great elder, Xian Shu. She also accompanied Lin Xuan and saw everything that happened when he activated the dual pupils. She also comprehended her own profound eye technique. When her eyes opened and closed, multicolored light filled the world, as if there was immortal nectar floating in the air, and endless light flowed. At the same time, countless vast spiritual qi transformed into sharp blades that carried the might of the great Tao, tearing the enemy apart. Xian Shu also won consecutively. At this point, many ferocious beasts felt that something was amiss. It was understandable that one or two people knew eye techniques, but why were there so many people who knew eye techniques? Moreover, why did it seem that everyone in the Lin family knew that devouring divine power? Although their comprehension was either deep or shallow, it was also very terrifying regardless. After all, although the devouring divine power was not unique in the world, they still felt that it was extremely precious. Here, everyone learned it and used it. That was simply impossible. The distant spectators were even more shocked. Why were all of them so terrifying? Another loud cracking sound was heard, giving people the illusion that the world was collapsing. Countless demonic chi swept and surged. A terrifying sound echoed from the black and white vortex, as if a terrifying existence was awakening. All the ferocious beasts in the demonic miasma could not help but feel fear. Their bodies trembled before they instantly knelt down respectfully. Then, a fluctuation that caused one's heart to palpitate sounded out. In the void, there were layers of ripples. In the spatial crack that split open, a dark golden eye appeared. It was dark golden, ancient, cold, and stern, causing one's soul to tremble violently. It was as if a living being was awakening and was about to stir the wind and clouds in the world again. Boom! Another loud sound that seemed to be able to pierce through the world sounded. On the great desolate abyss, a black pillar that connected the heavens and the earth appeared. The surrounding thousands of ferocious beasts bowed their heads in unison. In the abyss near Great Yin City, a huge arm that was pitch black like ink and seemed to be able to capture stars and moons stretched out from the crack and directly grabbed towards Great Yin City. This huge arm was terrifying to the point of causing others to suffocate. It was as if a mountain had fallen, and a veil of night covered the sky. One could not see the end of it, and it made others feel extremely terrifying. The people of the Lin family even felt death approaching. Their eyes only had that terrifying huge arm. You can't wait anymore? You want to attack a junior. Suddenly, a dazzling light lit up between heaven and earth. The white-robed, white-haired elder stood in the air, his sleeves fluttering. The blood chi in his body flourished. With a breath, the world seemed to pulse. The white-haired old man placed his left hand behind his back and his right hand held the sky. He raised the pitch-black sky with one hand. Such ignorance and audacity, I'll grant you death. In the abyss, the dignified voice echoed heavily. You want to kill me? With just you. Ancestor Lin's white hair fluttered in the wind. His voice was clear, and his eyes were dazzling. White lights surged around his body, and he was like a blazing sun that rose into the sky. Just as Ancestor Lin was about to fight, Lin Xuan, who was curled up in Xian Yu's arms and had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He had already refined the last of the purple chi. He could finally take action. The master of the Great Abyss attacked. For 10,000 years, he had been sleeping in the Great Abyss, cultivating in seclusion to heal his injuries. He had never revealed his true body. Even when many families of the Qi Mountain County attacked the Great Abyss back then, he had only casually attacked and attacked. Facing the Lin family, which was in a very strange situation, the master of the Great Abyss finally could not hold it in anymore. There was definitely a special existence in the Lin family. It was definitely a prodigy who had mastered a mysterious eye technique. His origin power was definitely extraordinary. If he could devour that prodigy, it would definitely be greatly beneficial to his recovery. In the wilderness, demonic chi overflowed. Black pillars of light pierced through the sky and earth. Endless ferocious beasts that connected to the horizon crawled on the ground and continuously wailed, not even daring to look up. When a supreme being appeared, all demons would bow down to him. At this moment, in the sky above Great Yin City, the ferocious beasts that nearly filled the sky also bowed respectfully in the direction of the Great Abyss to express their submission. The huge arm covered in black fog was too terrifying. In the entire history of Qi Mountain County, there had been few such terrifying phenomena. Such a huge demonic chi arm was really too shocking. The moment he appeared, the bodies of those forces observing the battle near Great Yin City turned cold, and their hearts palpitated as they collapsed. They could not help but retreat. Even many old experts were horrified. They did not dare approach or see directly. This was simply like a legend walking into reality. Who could compare to him? Moreover, that huge arm could be said to be able to pluck stars and snatch the moon. As demonic chi surged, it simply caused the spiritual energies of the world to be chaotic. Who could compare to him? As for the white-robed, white-haired Ancestor Lin, he had his left hand behind his back and his right hand holding the sky. His hair fluttered in the wind. The old man's chi and blood surged. A brilliant sun appeared behind him and forcefully blocked the descending pitch-black sky. Activate the array. Below, Lin Xuan roared angrily. His long hair stood on end, and endless divine light shone in his eyes. The heavenly eye technique erupted with all its might. Divine light shot into the sky, helping Ancestor Lin in the sky resist the pressure of the huge arm. At the same time, Lin Bao and the other old antiques also roared and completely released their blood, qi, and spiritual qi. Their cultivations linked up like rivers flowing into the sea, and a bloody tide surged and shot into the sky. Boom! It was not only the many old antiques of the Lin family who connected their qi, blood, and spiritual qi to resist the huge arm. Many Lin family disciples with slightly lower cultivation levels quickly established a majestic array formation in Great Yin City. The array formation was brilliant. It overlapped both inside and outside. There were more than 1,000 levels. However, the huge arm in the sky was too terrifying. It was as if it had torn apart a piece of the sky. No one knew where it was from. After it landed, it seemed to be about to shatter this world. There was already nothing in the sky, and it was not only that. Even the void was about to be torn apart by the demonic qi. In some places, terrifying spatial cracks could even be seen. Spatial power flowed in them, and the astral winds were intense. In the distance, the ferocious beasts near the great abyss did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, they seemed to be arranging themselves in an ancient order. The strong stood in front, while the weak stood behind. It was like they were welcoming an emperor or summoning their ancestors. Such weaklings dare to provoke me. That dignified voice sounded from the depths of the abyss. The black figure on the high throne directly pierced through space and time, his hand covering the sky. This was the so-called peerless invincibility. This was a terrifying might that had been accumulated for countless years. Who in this world could compare to it? Isn't it just a hand? You want to kill me with just this? His clear voice reverberated in the sky, filled with black fog. The figure holding the huge arm understood. He slowly raised his head, and the sword hanging from his waist was unsheathed. He held the sword and moved slightly. In an instant, endless sword light scattered down, as if the radiance of the stars in the sky were scattering. At this moment, the families of the Qi Mountain County who were watching the battle in the distance fell into shock. They stood on the spot like stone statues, as if their souls had condensed. What did they see? An illusory figure appeared behind Ancestor Lin. The figure also held a long sword, but in the vast light, it seemed to be like a galaxy was hanging upside down. The sun and moon shone, and there were 5 elements born and destroyed, yin and yang spun, and endless life withered and reincarnated. Nascent soul, nascent soul, nascent soul realm. The surrounding forces could not help but cry out. They could not believe what they saw. Their faces were as pale as paper, condensing the mysteries of heaven and earth, transforming the spirit into essence, and nurturing the golden core into the nascent soul realm. Could it be that this Ancestor Lin had really crossed that step and entered the so-called nascent soul realm? The figure holding the pitch-black sky was not very tall, but it seemed to be able to overturn history and restore glory. No one dared to make a sound. They had all turned into stone statues and were stunned on the spot. Their eyes widened like bronze bells as they looked at this unbelievable scene. Near the void crack, in the demonic fog and demonic miasma, the pupils of many demon beasts shrunk to the size of needles. They did not expect that this Ancestor Lin had actually reached the so-called nascent soul realm. One had to know that the nascent soul realm could be said to be a natural chasm in the cultivation path. No matter how talented he was or how unrivaled he was, it was difficult to enter the nascent soul realm. This was because if one wanted to enter the ranks of the nascent soul realm, they had to shatter their golden core, condense their true essence, and reconstruct themselves. Too many elites had fallen on this path. Failure meant that they could only start over. How many elites were trapped in the golden core realm their entire lives and could not take that step? There were even people who shattered their cores 100 times but were unable to produce a nascent soul. Those who could enter the nascent soul realm were all at the peak of their era. They could be considered top elites. After entering this realm, it could be said to be beyond the world. With a thought, it could produce all things. It truly touched the laws of heaven and earth and could comprehend some power of laws. It could be said that a nascent soul realm cultivator could easily slaughter 100 or 1,000 golden core realm cultivators. The difference between a nascent soul and a golden core was like clouds and mud. It was not something that could be made up of numbers. At this moment, Ancestor Lin had actually directly stepped into the so-called nascent soul realm. However, soon, someone discovered the truth. Half-step nascent soul. The three-headed black leopard was enlightened. It knew that the figure behind Ancestor Lin was not the true nascent soul because it seemed very illusory. He could only be said to have taken half a step into the nascent soul realm. This made many ferocious beasts breathe a sigh of relief. If this Ancestor Lin in front of them was really in the nascent soul realm, that would be terrible. When two nascent soul experts fought, just the aftershock of the battle could sweep away Golden Core realm experts like them. After all, a battle of that level had far exceeded their imagination. Half-step nascent soul? Not bad. Submit to me, and I'll let you live. In the abyss, a dignified voice sounded. It was simply impossible to imagine that the master of this great abyss would actually dare to make a half-step nascent soul realm cultivator submit to him. What level had his strength reached? The families of the Qi Mountain County could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. However, Ancestor Lin directly replied with his actions. Boom! With a loud sound, sword light shot into the sky. It was dazzling and swept through the world. The pitch-black sky seemed to have been torn apart. In an instant, the onlookers seemed to have seen a galaxy in the sky. Brilliant starlight flashed, and all the living beings could see the resplendent universe. People of the Lin family will never bow down. Ancestor Lin waved his sword and slashed at the abyss. This sword strike stretched across the boundless horizon as if it had split open a new world. A galaxy fell from the sea of stars, as if it reflected a galaxy in the sword light. Then you can die. The existence in the depths of the abyss said emotionlessly as he waved his hand. It was only a simple palm strike, but it caused the mountains and rivers to collapse. Before it even arrived, the ground shattered like porcelain and cracked. This was the so-called battle between experts. Boom! The sword and palm collided. Spiritual qi was dense. A brilliant chaos erupted. Wild fluctuations spread out, and 90% of the array formations in Great Yin City shattered. As for the families and factions who were watching the battle from afar, they were also affected. Even if they tried their best to activate the array formation to resist the fluctuations, they were still unable to withstand it. With a groan, their ears buzzed. The meridians in their bodies shattered, and blood shot out. They could only retreat crazily, their eyes filled with fear. Ancestor Lin was actually so terrifying. How did he break through to such a terrifying realm in such a short time? Could those phenomena in Great Yin City really be caused by him? It was too terrifying. The first clash of these two experts made the surrounding living beings feel very despair. If they faced them, they would probably not even be able to withstand a breath. They would instantly be transformed into dust and not even have the chance to be reincarnated. The difference was too great. Is this all? How disappointing. In the depths of the abyss, the dignified voice sounded again. Everyone could not help but look up. Crack! In an instant, the world collapsed. A pitch-black path directly appeared from the forbidden area of the Great Abyss in the northwest of Qi Mountain County. It was flat, but its speed was extremely fast. In practically the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Great Yin City. That path was suffused with dark light. It rose from the Great Abyss and headed east. It seemed to have experienced countless years and years, and it carried a feeling of ancient desolation. If one looked carefully, they would notice that this path was constructed entirely from dense demonic qi, and it could be said to be eternal. Even if they went to the ends of the world, a nascent soul realm existence would arrive in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the world was silent. Everyone felt their bodies go cold. This was because a black figure had suddenly appeared on the pitch-black path. No one could see his appearance clearly. It was only a ball of hazy black fog around 30 feet in size. It was extremely strange and sinister, filled with an ominous aura. The master of the Great Abyss. They did not expect that he would really come. All the forces in Qi Mountain County felt a chill run down their spines. They knew that the terrifying battle was about to begin. As for Ancestor Lin, he stepped on the void and ascended to the sky. Every step he took was accompanied by endless immortal sounds and heavenly flowers. Behind him, a blazing white sun soared into the sky. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and he was like an immortal. Although the master of the great abyss was enveloped by the black fog, others could sense his deep gaze piercing through the black fog. His voice was also extremely dignified, as if it represented the laws of heaven and earth, making people feel fear. Dot. Accompanying this word was a dark light. With a loud rumble, endless demonic fog gathered, surging like waves in a rhythmic manner. In the pitch-black sky, an ancient cauldron appeared out of thin air and descended towards Great Yin City, as if it could suppress and kill everything. At this moment, everyone in Great Yin City felt their breathing stop, and their bodies could not help but tremble, as if they were about to welcome death. As for Ancestor Lin, his expression was calm. He held his sword in one hand and pointed forward from afar. His entire body churned, as if a spring breeze was blowing, and a jade pool was rippling. There were also violent winds and waves. Kill. Almost without any warning, a winding path appeared beneath Ancestor Lin's feet. His white hair danced wildly, and his eyes turned golden like the sun. Thousands of sword chi surged like vast spring lightning, and his immortal sword shot into the sky. For example, brilliant lights could be seen flowing within the immortal sword, and it was covered in purple mist. Purple chi came from the east, accompanying the sword to suppress the demon. Through the light and brilliance of the sword, Ancestor Lin unleashed his entire cultivation. The sword light was as sharp as if it wanted to tear apart the heavens and annihilate all ferocious beasts. Boom! The sword light shattered, and the demon's cauldron exploded. Such a terrifying collision almost made the other living beings not dare to watch. They could only bury their heads in their chests, feeling that their eyes and souls were about to explode. This purple chi is a little interesting. The face of the Great Abyss Master still could not be seen clearly, but there was a trace of doubt in his tone. Ancestor Lin did not answer. He cried out in a low voice. When all the purple chi stored in his body was drawn out, he waved his sword and slashed down. In the thunderous sword chi, there was actually a Dao sound. This was the Dao sound and purple chi that appeared when Lin Xuan was born. Ancestor Lin's comprehension fused them into his cultivation and improved his own cultivation methods and even sword techniques. This purple chi and even the sound of the Dao were indeed extraordinary. It could even resist the extremely powerful master of the Great Abyss. Another series of explosions sounded, as if it could split the sky and shake the earth. The fight between the two experts directly destroyed the confidence of the surrounding people, making them feel dispirited and confused. Due to this dazzling and imposing might, the spectators could not help but feel surging emotions in their hearts. Only in front of such an existence did they learn that their cultivation was nothing at all. They were too weak. They did not have the capital to be proud. Under this terrifying collision, the world seemed to be crying out as mountains collapsed, the ground shattered, rivers stopped, and the ocean overturned. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. However, not long after, everyone sensed that Ancestor Lin seemed to be no match for the Great Abyss's master. In fact, this was quite normal. The master of the Great Abyss had been injured back then and had yet to recover to this day. Moreover, it was a wound deep in his source. It could be said that the current master of the Great Abyss was in a crippled state. However, even in the crippled state, the master of the Great Abyss was also at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. At his peak, the master of the Great Abyss had reached the level above the nascent soul realm, known as the soul formation realm. He was a truly terrifying, mighty figure. Even if my cultivation level is less than 10%, it's enough to kill you, the Great Abyss Master said indifferently. When the light dissipated, the demonic chi was calm. Everyone discovered that a terrifying wound had been drawn on one of Ancestor Lin's arms. However, in an instant, the wound on his arm recovered to normal. Ancestor Lin did not hesitate to charge forward with his sword and fight the Great Abyss Master. Apart from the sounds of the battle, there were no other sounds in the world. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with stunned gazes and did not dare to say a word. In the sky, two supreme figures continuously crossed each other. One used a fist, while the other used a sword. However, one could hear sonorous sounds and see brilliance flowing everywhere. Those were extremely condensed spiritual chi and demonic chi. The black and white figures streaked across like meteors. No one was willing to retreat. The aftershock caused by their battle could even cause space to explode. Beside their battle, the spirit of the world was in chaos. It was as if the entire space was about to collapse, and the laws became chaotic. However, everyone could tell that Ancestor Lin was no match for the Great Abyss Master. He had always been at a disadvantage and was suppressed. Who are you to fight me? Who in this world is my match? The voice of the Great Abyss Master was as indifferent as 10,000 years of profound ice. His palm pressed down, crushing the sword chi that filled the sky. Another punch landed, and it threw Ancestor Lin into the air. However, at this moment, everyone discovered that the palm of the Great Abyss Master actually carried countless traces of decay. They could even see pus and blood flowing out. There were chains wrapped around it, and the black color of the chains formed a sharp contrast to the white color of the bones. It was terrifying and shocking. The Master of the Great Abyss had never recovered from his injuries. At his peak, how terrifying was he? Who was his match? Seeing this scene, the hearts of the Lin family members turned cold. Ancestor Lin flew back into the sky from below and prepared to fight again. However, compared to the Great Abyss Master, it was really difficult to catch his eye. The aura of the Great Abyss Master was like an ocean, unfathomably deep and surging without end. Demonic chi was like waves that rolled out and seemed to be able to hide the sun. Ancestor Lin's white hair was dry and his sleeves were torn. If he did not try his best to raise his head, his waist would probably have appeared hunched. As for the faint nascent soul behind him, it was flickering like a candle in the wind. Its aura was already much weaker. This also made people sigh. The difference between them had probably been decided. There would be no more accidents. After all, at the nascent soul realm, every little difference was like a chasm. As expected, in every subsequent collision, Ancestor Lin used his full strength. However, he was not the Great Abyss Master's match and was injured by him several times in a row. This also made those observing forces very emotional. An expert of the Qi Mountain County had dominated an era for 10,000 years, but he was killed when he was about to step into the nascent soul realm. No one can escape death. Nothing can last forever. I'm afraid today will be the end of the Lin family. The Master of the Great Abyss is invincible. Even if Lin Xuan has reached the half-step nascent soul realm, so what? We still can't escape from his grasp. Some people shook their heads, while others sneered. As for the people from the Lin family, they looked at the old man who had been constantly suppressed in the sky, but kept breaking through the limit to block the danger for them. Their hearts almost shattered in pain. Ancestor, Lin Bao, Lin Hao, and some old antiques could not help but want to rush to the battlefield and fight alongside Ancestor Lin. Go quickly. Bring Xian'er away. I can't delay him for long. The sonorous voice that sounded like a bell sounded in the minds of these Lin family experts with helplessness and vicissitudes, as well as a trace of pain. The old man in the sky had long been dyed in a blood robe. His white hair danced wildly as he scattered sword lights in the demonic chi that filled the sky. His surroundings were filled with surging might, and it was terrifying and dangerous. As for the people from the Lin family below, their eyes turned red. They had to leave. They were to abandon their ancestor and flee. This was impossible. Beichen, quickly bring my daughter and grandson away. Nothing can happen to the Lin family's saint child. Xiantong shouted. He pulled Lin Hao along with Xian Chonglin and prepared to leave. Beichen did not speak. He could only grit his teeth and leave. Clearly, Ancestor Lin could not hold on anymore. They had to leave quickly. Although the people of the Lin family were not afraid of death and were unwilling to leave, they still had to protect the Lin family's fire seed and not end it. Sister-in-law, let's go quickly. Beichen roared and came to Xian Yu's side, wanting to grab her and bring her away. However, when Beichen pulled Xian Yu, he realized that he could not pull her at all. Before he could exert any force, he discovered something. This was because the divine pattern between the brows of the baby and Xian Yu's arms cracked, and a golden vertical eye appeared. Then, he saw a pair of dual pupils that seemed to contain the chaos of the universe. Lin Xuan finally absorbed all the purple qi and Dao sounds. He took a deep breath and used all his strength to move his finger. Ding! Achievement completed. First finger movement. At the beginning of the ancient era, there was an emperor in the vast great desolate. His true spirit was immortal, his spiritual sense was indestructible, and he had an ultimate technique. One finger could imprison the world. 2 fingers could shatter the mountains and rivers. 3 fingers could exterminate living beings. 4 fingers could pierce through the heavens, and 5 fingers could move the universe. Obtained ultimate technique. Great desolate heaven imprisonment finger. Rumbling sounds came from the sky. The master of the great abyss was covered in a strange black fog that carried a dense, ominous aura. Even though he was only in a crippled state and his origin was injured, he was still at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. Every time he attacked, black light would surge and his blood would boil. A huge hand with injuries and a corrupt aura emitted a dense demonic chi that suppressed the world. Below him, Ancestor Lin's white clothes were stained with blood. He held a long sword in his hand. Although he was also at the half-step nascent soul realm, his fatigue was very obvious. His blood chi also gradually decreased. Every time he fought the Great Abyss Master, his blood chi was drained greatly. If not for the magical purple chi helping him, and because every sword light would have carried a vast Tao sound, Ancestor Lin would have probably been defeated long ago. However, even in such a situation, Ancestor Lin still did not have any intention of giving up. Even if he could die at any time, he wanted to save the Lin family disciples. Above, the Great Abyss Master had an indifferent expression. With his hands behind his back, he said with a calm tone that carried some disdain, "This is your strength? Although the purple chi and Tao sounds are profound, they are not something you can possess. You, at the half-step nascent soul realm, are able to withstand so many of my moves. You can already die in glory. So what? Is being alive for a long time very impressive? If you give me a few more years, I'll kill you with a single sword, regardless of whether you're an ancient mighty figure or the master of the great abyss." Ancestor Lin shouted. The white-haired old man wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and ignited his spiritual chi and blood. His dry hair fluttered in the wind, and the 3-foot-long green sword emitted a droning sound. He raised his arm, and the sword broke through the sky as if it could shatter the world. However, everyone could tell that Ancestor Lin had already reached the end of the road. After burning away his blood chi and spiritual chi, even if he could make his strength rise another level, there was already no way out. He was like a burning piece of wood that could only wait for the flames to burn everything and transform into dust before vanishing completely. For a powerful expert of this generation, this was a sad ending. Ancestor Lin relied on his own ability to create the strongest faction in Qi Mountain County. He was also a top existence in Qi Mountain County. Now, he was forced to use everything to let his descendants escape. Ancestor Lin Hao and the others felt an extreme pain in their hearts, but they could not do anything. They could only watch everything happen in the array formation with their own eyes. How pitiful. A powerful expert of this generation is about to die like this. How pitiful. In the future, there will be no Lin family in Qi Mountain County. In the distance, many families could not help but feel sorry for the situation. Some stood there and sneered, while others did not care at all. They were even planning how to take over the Lin family's resources after the ferocious beasts left. Ancestor Lin had already ignited everything in his body and was prepared to risk his life. However, just as all the spectators thought that Ancestor Lin would definitely lose and be destined to meet a tragic end, the master of the great abyss suddenly stopped. He seemed to have sensed something strange. After a moment, he raised his eyes and suddenly looked in the direction of Great Yin City. The others did not know what had happened. Even Ancestor Lin, who was fighting the Great Abyss Master, could not help but be stunned for a moment. He gasped for breath and did not know why the Great Abyss Master had stopped. Moreover, in the surrounding air, a breeze suddenly appeared. A breeze? Why was there a breeze? In the next moment, a huge light beam that shot through the sky and earth lit up in Great Yin City. If the pitch-black pillar that appeared when the Great Abyss Master appeared was the darkness that corroded everything, then this huge pillar of light was the white that illuminated the world. Moreover, this white pillar of light was even more magnificent and brilliant, and it gave others a feeling of excitement. Look, what's that? What's this? What's that pillar of light? What happened? Does anyone know? A path that connected the heavens and the earth wound its way over from the 9 heavens. This path pierced through the entire sky and the demonic fog. Countless ferocious beasts were pierced through by this path, and their souls could not escape. Countless white feathers of light scattered down, and then there was the flowing light of a heavenly flower that illuminated this world. In the middle of the white pillar of light, golden light suddenly lit up, slowly sweeping out with a gentle wind. In the white gold pillar of light, a figure quietly appeared. He was like a stable pillar, towering and unmoved. He stood with his hands behind his back. In the white feather of light and the flowing flowers, he was like a deity. Who's that? What's that? Could it be that the Lin family asked for help? These white feathers, these flowing flowers. Could it be the Ascension immortal dynasty? The countless families in the distance had horrified expressions. As they looked at the figure above Great Yin City, it was simply unbelievable. Some people even suspected that they were dreaming. The group of ferocious beasts from the vast Great Desolate immediately became vigilant. Even the master of the Great Abyss narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, all the living beings in the surroundings saw the appearance of that person clearly. Compared to some ancient mutants, he was not very tall, but the aura he emitted seemed to be able to make the heavens tremble and the sky tremble. It was as if his emotions could cause the shaking of the world, his anger would make the world collapse, and his joy would make everything revive. This figure was a middle-aged man. His hair was as dark as the deepest night, and he wore a black robe that was covered in gorgeous and profound golden patterns. His face was even more heroic as if it was carved by a blade, and he emitted a masculine beauty. He also had a pair of magical dual pupils and a divine eye between his brows. As it opened and closed, it was as if countless eras had alternated, as if there were the reincarnations of thousands of living beings. Could that be Xianer? The people from the Lin family were all dumbfounded as they looked at the figure in the sky. He had dual pupils and divine eye, and he was heroic and powerful. He should be the middle-aged Lin Xuan. Although this figure was not as tall and majestic as some ancient existences, and it could only be said to be very well-proportioned and healthy, just standing there, it gave others a great sense of oppression. Even the array formation could not help but tremble, and the surrounding spiritual chi surged. Especially the aura emitted from his pupils, it was even more shocking. It seemed to be able to make people feel the birth of the world, the evolution of chaos, and the circulation of the 5 elements. The space around this person fluctuated. Just his existence gave others a huge sense of dignity, as if he was the embodiment of laws. He was the only supreme being in the entire world. However, only one figure was not completely shocked by this figure. A vast demonic chi surged out. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The sky collapsed and the ground caved in. A desolate mountain flew out from the abyss, turning into his chair. The master of the Great Abyss slowly sat down. Demonic chi surrounded him like black flames. Endless black light surged, as if a trillion stars of death had descended into the world. A phenomenon? How laughable! The Great Abyss master sneered. The aura on his body was really terrifying, almost unmatched. Looking at the extremely shocked ancestor Lin, the voice of the Great Abyss master exploded in the surroundings. Could this be some treasure? It looks all right. It's mine now. After hearing the words of the Great Abyss master, the many ferocious beasts and many factions of the Qi Mountain County finally recovered from their shock. They finally discovered that the person in the sky did not really exist, but was only a phenomenon. After everyone's shock, they were met with disappointment and regret. The master of the Great Abyss was currently here. His true body had already come out, and he had also cultivated for 1,000,000 years. If he appeared in this world again, who could challenge him? Even Ancestor Lin, who had stepped into the half-step nascent soul realm, could not. Moreover, this was only a phenomenon, so what? Even if Ancestor Lin was given 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 treasures, it was impossible to defeat the master of this great abyss. Ancestor Lin's expression was very ugly. He knew what this was. This was Lin Xuan's phenomenon, and it should be the peak state of Lin Xuan when he was middle-aged. Previously, he had also been shocked, but after that, he felt despair. It was still a hopeless situation. The master of the great abyss could not be defeated with ordinary phenomena. What are you waiting for? Take Xianer and leave. Ancestor Lin had already shouted himself hoarse, and there was even some anger. However, the people in Great Yin City found it difficult to speak. Because after this middle-aged Lin Xuan's figure appeared, all the living beings in Great Yin City were suppressed by a powerful pressure and could not move at all. So it's there? I won't be polite then. The master of the great abyss on the emperor's throne saw the core of the pillar of light in Great Yin City. His tone was a little mocking as he stretched out a hand and pressed down. Don't you dare! Ancestor Lin roared and wanted to stop him, but he was unable to break through the seal of the great abyss master. He was even rebounded and took a few steps back. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. After playing with me for so long, it's time for you to go on your way, said the great Abyss Master indifferently. Even if his origin was injured and his body was corrupt, his chi and blood were still like a furnace, burning and domineering. The huge palm covered the sky and pressed towards Ancestor Lin, that figure in Great Yin City. He wanted to destroy everything with a palm. How domineering and arrogant was this? Demonic chi covered the sky and sun, as if the end of the world had arrived. Ancestor Lin could only hold on desperately. The surrounding purple chi and Dao sounds were released at full force, and veins popped up on his forehead, but he was still unable to completely stop it. He could only watch as Great Yin City and the huge palm approached each other. A loud crack resounded. Ancestor Lin's bones shattered, his flesh shattered, and his meridians shattered inch by inch. His white hair fluttered as he fell from midair, and dark red blood sprayed everywhere. Was it over just like that? This emotion had vaguely appeared in Ancestor Lin's heart. Ancestor Lin, who was sent flying, passed by the figure in the sky. He barely twisted his head and looked at the face that was similar to his. There was an indescribable bitterness and unwillingness in his heart. A proud genius of his generation would perish like a meteor before he could grow. However, right at this moment, a breeze suddenly blew over. A figure covered in white feathers and colorful heavenly flowers gently lifted him up. Ancestor Lin looked over in shock. The middle-aged man in a black and gold robe, or the middle-aged Lin Xuan, gently supported Ancestor Lin. This is... Ancestor Lin fell into shock. He almost suspected that he was dreaming. How could a phenomenon touch him physically? What was this? In the sky, the master of the great abyss, who was sitting on the throne, discovered this scene and was a little curious. His voice was like thunder. The phenomenon has a spirit. In ancient times, there were natural-born divine prodigies who could cause changes in the world. No matter if they were born or had broken through, they could bring endless phenomena. The talented ones among them had spiritual phenomena. Ordinary phenomena can only be considered low-grade even if the mountains and rivers are reversed and the sun returns to the void. It can only allow the surrounding living beings to comprehend something. As for the phenomenon of such invincible people, it can have a spiritual aura and cause practical effects on the surrounding things. For example, they can even directly attack. The great Abyss Master looked at the black-robed middle-aged man who had raised his head with a burning gaze. This is the phenomenon accompanying your Lin family's saint child? Not bad, not bad, very good. It should be one of the high-grade phenomena. It can actually project the future to this place by crossing time and space. If I can devour the source of this Lin family's saint child, my injuries will definitely heal. Hearing the words of the great Abyss Master, the forces and ferocious beasts of the great desolate county finally understood. They did not expect that this phenomenon actually had a different grade and function. It was divided into the comprehension category and the offensive category. However, the complicated phenomenon of this Lin family's saint child was too terrifying. It could actually cause such a powerful fluctuation, crossing time and space to project his future here. However, so what? The stronger his phenomenon is, the stronger his origin is. It can also bring greater benefits to our Lord. The three-headed black leopard laughed sinisterly. Below, the black-robed middle-aged man raised his head. He only took a step forward. Then, a vast spiritual chi that was like an ocean spread out from the space between his brows and swept through the entire sky. White feathers of light and flowing flowers filled the world, dissipating the seemingly endless demonic chi. Starlight descended, and the sky appeared again. The black-robed middle-aged man's figure seemed to be able to influence the laws of heaven and earth. With a breath, he could make the universe resonate with him. Countless living beings stood up. They all looked at this black-robed middle-aged man in shock. Although the middle-aged man's physique was not as terrifying as some ancient variant beasts, his straight back and strange dual pupils gave others an extremely mighty feeling. At this moment, he stretched out a finger, and the vital chi in his entire body instantly became blurry, as if the prehistoric times had just begun and all things were chaotic. Then, his finger pointed at the master of the great abyss who had a relaxed expression on the emperor's throne. His lips moved as if he was speaking silently, and then he slowly pressed his finger down. The great desolate heaven imprisonment finger could shake the world with just half a finger. With a buzz, the black-robed middle-aged man's hair fluttered. The aura of an invincible person swept through the world. His dual pupils and divine eye emitted endless light, and the surrounding space emitted a sorrowful cry. In the starry sky, countless miles away in the depths of space, a piece of the sky was broken by the golden light and exploded. Even the intense wind stopped for a moment. Then, half a finger fell from the sky like a jade pillar. The great Abyss Master stood up and punched out without fear. With a crisp clang, endless fluctuations spread out in the surroundings. The golden finger and the black fist collided in the sky. Among them was a battle between supreme experts. However, to everyone's surprise, not only did the golden finger block the demonic chi of the great Abyss Master, it even pierced through his demonic chi barrier and crushed towards him. With another boom, the finger that emitted a resplendent golden light pressed down on the great Abyss Master. Endless blood chi could be seen surging out, and one could even sense the fluctuation of laws. Endless golden light shone, turning everything in the surroundings into a golden color. The people who saw this scene could not help but be flabbergasted, and their expressions became extremely shocked. They even wondered if they had gone mad. The Master of the Great Abyss, who seemed to be extremely powerful, was actually repelled by the golden finger. This was impossible, right? Everyone looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. Even if the golden fluctuation scraped their bodies until they were in pain, they forgot to dodge. The people from the Lin family did not know what to say either. They were all petrified and even rubbed their eyes. Beichen Zhan, who was closest to Xianyu, opened his mouth so wide that a goose egg could be stuffed into it. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his expression was extremely stiff. Then, he lowered his head to look at the baby in Xianyu's arms that was emitting a dense golden light. His mind was blank. What the heck? Can someone tell me what's going on? Can a phenomenon repel the Master of the Great Abyss? Moreover, it's a phenomenon emitted by a baby. It was not only Beichen Zhan who was stunned. Everyone from the Lin family and the Xian family, as well as all the surrounding spectators, and even some ferocious beasts, gathered over with gazes that numbered in the tens of thousands to see what had happened. When they saw the situation under the pillar of light clearly, without any exception, they opened their mouths and widened their eyes. Their expressions changed from surprise to disillusionment. Someone even slapped himself hard and looked at Great Yin City in disbelief. Under the white gold pillar of light, under the black-robed middle-aged man, was a small baby. The baby was as cute as a finely carved jade doll. He stretched out his small hand, and a soft and tender finger pointed at the Master of the Abyss over there. The black-robed middle-aged man in the sky also pointed at the great Abyss Master. This was the great desolate heaven imprisonment finger. Was this terrifying phenomenon actually caused by that baby? All the forces in the eastern mountain county and the ferocious beasts from the Great Abyss were a little confused. They did not know what had happened. After a while, the eyes of these two forces widened. Wait, I seem to have understood something. The genius of the Lin family? The Lin family's Saint Child? What young genius of the Lin family? The Lin family's Saint Child is clearly this baby in front of us. So this baby, who had been in the mother's womb for 100 years, is actually the Lin family's Saint Child. Another loud rumble sounded. A sorrowful cry sounded in the world, as if the era had come to an end. Purple-black demonic chi covered the sky and surged, like a heavenly river flowing backwards. The great Abyss Lord walked out from the golden light. His gaze was as cold as 10,000 years of profound ice. The surrounding spiritual essences were chaotic, and space seemed to have shattered into pieces. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and the terrifying aura on his body seemed to be able to pierce through the yellow spring. As for the great Abyss Master, his entire body was covered in smoke, as if hundreds of millions of stars were revolving around him. His eyes were extremely terrifying, like two black suns that were burning fiercely. This was because before the black-robed middle-aged man sent out the terrifying finger, the shape of his mouth changed as he silently mouthed something. He only said 5 words. "You are just an ant." Who was the Master of the Great Abyss? He was an almighty from the ancient era. He had once touched the soul formation realm and experienced the ancient war. Even if he had injured his origin and had not recovered, he was still at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. How many powerful creatures with such extraordinary power had existed since ancient times? Generally speaking, it was the Master of the Great Abyss who called others ants. When had he been called an ant by others? Moreover, he was called an ant by a phenomenon. and he was even forced back by the phenomenon. This caused the Master of the Great Abyss to be extremely furious. Black demonic chi shot into the sky, and it was as if a black sun had collapsed. Evil fog and demonic miasma soared into the sky, and there were cracking sounds of iron chains. A terrifying aura covered the sky, and it seemed to be able to shatter everything. However, although he was furious, the Great Abyss Master did not lose his reason or his demeanor. Only his gaze became colder and more ruthless. He looked in the direction of Great Yin City and looked around, wanting to find the owner of the phenomenon. However, when he found the owner of the phenomenon, no matter how rational he was, he could not help but be stunned. It was a cute baby that could be called a jade doll. It was hugged by a woman. There was a divine eye between its brows, and its eyes were focused. It raised a white and tender arm, and a soft finger pointed at him. Was this an infant? Even if the Master of the Great Abyss had lived countless years and experienced many things, he could not help but feel disbelief at this moment. A mere baby's phenomenon could force him back. The phenomenon of an invincible person should have been some treasure from the primordial era. It should have been left in the Lin family. It could also be the reincarnation of some ancient supreme experts, or it could be some unique array formation, or it could be that some restriction of the Lin family had been activated by him. The most bizarre thought of the Great Abyss Master was that the Lin family had produced a peerless prodigy who shocked the world. He had an absurd origin and was invincible. However, no matter how he calculated, he did not expect that it was actually such a brat, such a small infant who had just turned a month old, who could produce such a phenomenon. The Great Abyss Master looked at the small Lin Xuan and then looked at the black-robed middle-aged man who was standing in the air and about to dissipate. He only felt an illusion. He had dominated the world for a long time and experienced tens of thousands of years, but he was actually repelled by this infant. Moreover, it was not him who repelled him, but his phenomenon. How could the Master of the Great Abyss believe it? However, at this moment, the Great Abyss Master also reacted. Previously, at the edge of the vast Great Desolate, the strange scene of an eye technique exploding attracted his attention. Someone even directly stole his precious five-colored altar. Originally, the Master of the Great Abyss thought that this person was actually a young genius with a terrifying origin and invincible might. Judging from the current situation, he was indeed invincible. However, he did not expect that the one who stole his five-colored altar and caused the vast Great Desolate to explode would actually be such a small baby. The Master of the Great Abyss suppressed an entire era and dominated the vast Great Desolate. He was actually forced back by a small baby. If news of this got out, wouldn't it make others laugh their heads off? In fact, it was not only the Master of the Great Abyss who was stunned. Many other forces and even ferocious beasts were stunned as well. They were completely stunned by this scene before their eyes. He's actually an infant. The divine eye between his brows, the dual pupils in his eyes. This is really. Why can I actually sense the vastness and majesty of creation in it? Damn, this baby actually forced the adult back. Lin family's saint child is a youngster? This is complete nonsense. That baby is the true saint child of the Lin family. The large group of ferocious beasts could not help but be surprised at this moment. Looking at the cute Lin Xuan in the swaddling clothes, they were shocked and could not speak. When the large number of factions in Qi Mountain County saw the scene in front of them, they were about to go crazy. It's actually him? It's that baby who hasn't been born for 100 years. I remember saying before that this child's name is Lin Xuan, right? It seems that this month-old banquet is being held for him. Lin Xuan. If I remember correctly, he should be the son of Lin Hao and Xianyu. Shouldn't he be a stillborn? Wasn't Xianyu pregnant for 100 years and did not give birth to that child? She actually gave birth. That's right. Back then, the purple qi came from the east for 30,000 miles in Great Yin City, and the Dao sound resonated throughout the 9 heavens. Everyone thought that the Lin family's saint child had broken through, or rather, the Lin family's ancestor had broken through. They did not even remember that that day was actually the day of Lin Xian's birth. A large number of forces in Qi Mountain County finally understood the truth of the matter. They looked at Lin Xuan in shock. What young prodigy of the Lin family? What Lin family's youngster saint child? They were all *T. The Lin family's saint child had long appeared in their eyes openly. It was this little guy in front of them. It's actually like this. Countless people fell into shock. How powerful was the black-robed middle-aged man in the sky? He could be said to have the bearing of an emperor. So that was the appearance of this infant when he was middle-aged? That aura of dominance in the world, that arrogant demeanor that howled through the world, and the surging vital blood and spiritual chi that was like the ocean could shatter the sky and obliterate endless demonic chi with a finger. Every single move he made seemed to be in harmony with the heavenly Tao. With a single thought, he could cause the era to end. At this moment, a breeze blew past. The phenomenon in the sky was about to gradually dissipate. Although this was a rare offensive phenomenon in the world, after pointing out half a finger, it might have already lost all its power and would dissipate like smoke. Platinum light feathers scattered one after another. Before the black-robed middle-aged man standing in the void dissipated, he suddenly turned around. His ink-black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were calm with a trace of indifference. The phenomenon changed again. The phantom of the black-robed middle-aged man emitted a blazing white light from his entire body, like the last burning of a sun. He raised his hand and slowly pressed down on the master of the great abyss in the distance. The second move of the great desolate heaven imprisonment finger, shattering the universe with a single finger. The world instantly collapsed. Countless white immortal fog descended from the sky. A huge golden finger was like a jade pillar that held up the sky. A terrifying and domineering aura pressed over, and the space around the finger collapsed. Illusory mountains and rivers appeared in the surroundings, as if time was sealed. Haha, good, good. This is too good. The master of the great abyss actually laughed from extreme anger. The pitch-black, demonic chi around his body surged and boiled, and an arrogant and domineering aura swept out. Endless dark light surged out from his body, and it was like a myriad of stars were descending. So what if it was an offensive phenomenon that was difficult to encounter throughout the ages? Since when could a tiny infant rely on some useless phenomenon to dare compete with him? Although the master of the great abyss was extremely powerful, his personality was also very conceited. He was the kind of person who went to the top of the world and reigned supreme. The great abyss master let out a long roar, and his body that carried a dense aura of decay emitted buzzing sounds. Even if the current master of the great abyss origin was injured and was no longer in his peak condition, he was still ferocious and powerful. Every aperture in his body shot out purple-black chains. On his head, death clouds gathered. A very blurry nascent soul appeared behind him. At that moment, the world shook, as if the laws were about to collapse. I will kill you. The dignity of a king is not to be trifled with. The master of the great abyss said coldly. He directly stepped into the void and grabbed the huge finger with one hand. Not only did he want to shatter this move, he also wanted to annihilate all the Lin family members in Great Yin City. This phenomenon was about to engage in another intense battle with the master of the great abyss. In an instant, spiritual chi and blood fluctuated where the two collided. Countless lightning dragons surged, and the space shattered like a mirror. Retreat. Among the countless ferocious beasts, the three-headed black leopard roared and quickly retreated. As it looked at the center of the battlefield, it was almost frightened out of its wits. How terrifying was this power? Even the surrounding space was about to shatter. Two huge forces collided, and countless spiritual chi boiled and burned. Any fluctuation emitted from their battle seemed to be able to overturn the entire sky. No living being could even face all of this directly. They could only lower their heads. However, when everything calmed down, everyone discovered in surprise that the Great Abyss Master was actually forced back. The Master of the Great Abyss staggered back a few steps. Every step caused ripples in the air, and the sound of air exploding sounded like a tiger's roar or a lion's roar. Some filthy blood that emitted a decaying aura dripped from the black fog. Not only was the Master of the Great Abyss forced back, he was even injured. Even the black evil fog that enveloped the Great Abyss Master dissipated greatly, revealing his decaying and festering body. Immediately, the surroundings were silent. When all the living beings saw this scene, they were flabbergasted and filled with disbelief. At this moment, the phenomenon seemed to have exhausted everything. It transformed into a platinum feather of light that scattered between the heavens and the earth. That's all. All right, you should be on your way. An indifferent voice sounded from heaven and earth, as if the void was being sung by a demon. The master of the great abyss raised his head and walked forward step by step, his eyes filled with killing intent. If you dissipate, the Lin family will definitely die. No one in the entire family will be spared. I think you're that baby, right? Aren't you going to stay here and die together with your parents and relatives? The tone of the Great Abyss Master was cold to the extreme. It could be seen that he was already furious to the extreme. Previously, he still wanted to tease the Lin family and make them live like rats and die in a sorry state. However, now, he wanted to completely destroy the Lin family and leave no one alive. It won't take long before you can transform into a vengeful spirit with them. I'll collect the heads of all your Lin family members and pile them into a mountain. I'll even extract your souls and use the 9 netherworld flames to burn them for thousands of years until their souls dissipate. The Great Abyss Master said. Black demonic chi spread out, as if it wanted to dye everything. Although most of the black-robed middle-aged man's body was about to dissipate, the Great Abyss Lord's words seemed to have triggered a taboo. In the sky, another breeze slowly blew. The illusory image of the middle-aged man in a black robe appeared. His eyes that were a little chaotic and emotionless suddenly flashed with a trace of emotions that belonged to a person, and they became brilliant and soulful. An extremely vast and dignified aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything spread out from the figure in the black robe. Moreover, this aura was aimed directly at the Great Abyss Master. However, he did not attack because the duration had ended. In the end, the phenomenon dissipated. The world was so quiet that it was terrifying. It was as if it made people feel the eternal void before the chaos erupted. It actually gained spirituality. In the end, the phenomenon actually had a human-like emotion in its eyes. All the ferocious beasts on the side of the Great Abyss could not help but be horrified. They stared at the spot where the phenomenon originally existed and swallowed hard. The illusory figure without spirituality could force the Great Abyss Lord back and injure him with just 2 fingers. If there was a spiritual being, how terrifying would it be? Moreover, if this phenomenon could continue, what would have happened today? Those ferocious beasts felt endless fear and a sense of joy from escaping death. Fortunately, this phenomenon could not last forever. It could only exist for a short period of time. At this moment, Lin Xuan blinked and felt that the power of this phenomenon was a little terrifying. How strong would it be if every phenomenon was so powerful? Lin Xuan could not help but think to himself. The Master of the Great Abyss's gaze was extremely cold as he clenched his fists. However, in that instant just now, he actually had the feeling that he escaped death. Could it be that he was frightened by a baby and felt a little fortunate to survive? This was simply a great humiliation. However, in the next moment, the Great Abyss Master suddenly turned his head and threw a punch not far away. Scram! You're the one who should scram. A cold shout sounded. It was Ancestor Lin. Lin Xuan had just erupted with a phenomenon. He pointed out 2 fingers and heavily injured the Master of the Great Abyss, forcing him back. As a mighty figure at the half-step nascent soul realm, how could Ancestor Lin not have combat experience? How could he let such an opportunity slip by? He held the sword in his hand and shouted in a low voice. His back straightened, and his originally slightly withered tendons and bones resonated together. His bones gradually became like jade, and his body started to fill up. His gorgeous hair turned into fine black hair. In just an instant, Ancestor Lin recovered to his peak and recovered his strongest combat strength. Purple Chi, come from the east for 30,000 miles. Ancestor Lin roared as he waved the sword in his hand. Endless purple Chi surged, turning into 1,000 feet long flood dragon that flew towards the Great Abyss Master. It tore at him with its claws and teeth. This was also a sword technique that Ancestor Lin had comprehended from Lin Xuan. At this moment, devouring vortices appeared beside Ancestor Lin one after another. This was the devouring power that Ancestor Lin had comprehended from Lin Xuan's devouring of the starry sky. Ancestor Lin swallowed the demonic chi of the surrounding Great Abyss Master and turned it into his own resource. At the same time, he floated in the air and blocked the attacks of the Great Abyss Master, wanting to blast him to death. The Master of the Great Abyss could not help but let out a low snort. Previously, his body had been heavily injured by the 2 fingers of the phenomenon, and his chi and blood had long been unstable. At this moment, Ancestor Lin's attacks were rather ruthless, and they were all aimed at his vital points and weaknesses. Moreover, what made the Great Abyss Master most furious was that he had actually fought to a draw with a human junior who was only at the half-step nascent soul realm and was even suppressed. One had to know that his current realm was at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Their speed was unimaginably fast. One was white, and the other was black. They continuously collided in the air, turning into murky gray. Moreover, their collisions caused the surrounding space to fluctuate every time. He's being suppressed. The three-headed black leopard below was already stunned. One had to know that although the master of the Great Abyss's origin was injured, he was still in existence at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. How could he be beaten to this extent by a mere half-step nascent soul cultivator? Could it be that there's still some secrets in that last finger attack? None of them were fools. They were all aware that the current situation of the Great Abyss Master was probably related to the final finger of that illusory figure. It could even be said that the final finger of the illusory figure had brought unimaginable harm to the Great Abyss Master. In fact, that finger did not look much different from the previous half finger. The Great Abyss Master could be considered to have endured it, but in fact, he had suffered a very serious injury. Of course, the Master of the Great Abyss was originally heavily injured and had even injured his origin. Moreover, he was injured by this future invincible person. Now, he was even restrained by Ancestor Lin. The Master of the Great Abyss naturally knew the reason for all of this, and his eyes could not help but flash with surging anger. The Great Abyss Master directly erupted with his strongest power. He stood in the sky and used all his strength in every strike. At this moment, because of the power of the Great Abyss Master, some of the mountain ranges in Qi Mountain County exploded, sending soil and rocks flying. As for Ancestor Lin, he roared. Purple Qi and the power of devouring appeared at the same time. Ancestor Lin wanted to use this opportunity to defeat the Great Abyss Master while he was heavily injured. Geniuses will face the envy of heaven. Do you think an infant who can't even live to achieve invincibility in the future can protect you now? Let me tell you, you can't kill me. The Master of the Great Abyss shouted hoarsely. Every punch and every palm could shatter the mountains and rivers. Who won't die? Your death is already destined. Go die. Ancestor Lin shouted crazily. His long black hair danced in the air, and his 3-foot-long green sword carried a dazzling light as it slashed down from the sky. However, with a loud crack, the Great Abyss Master stretched out a huge claw and actually grabbed the 3-foot-long green sword that was hanging down, crushing it into pieces. Ancestor Lin's expression instantly became a little ugly. In the sky, the Lord of the Great Abyss's demonic Qi boiled as he shouted coldly. I know that baby is your Lin family's saint child. He won't be able to escape that calamity today. He will die. So what if he's invincible in the future? Since ancient times, have there been few geniuses who died? He can't escape the fate of death. That baby's origin, your nascent soul, and the golden core of your Lin family will all become my cultivation resource. Demonic flames soared into the sky as countless silver chains suddenly appeared behind the Great Abyss Master. They were like countless silver snakes that meandered out. In a breath, they expanded to 30,000 feet long and overlapped as they shot towards Ancestor Lin densely. It was as if a group of snakes had come out of their holes and were devouring the Azure Dragon. Jade Drop Cage. Surrounded by the layers of chains, Ancestor Lin could not help but reveal a trace of shock, because he knew that this was the ultimate move of the Great Abyss Master. He also knew how terrifying this move was. It was said to be a divine technique that was circulated in the ancient times. It had always been studied by others, but no one had ever successfully used it. According to ancient legends, as long as one was trapped by this jade drop cage, even a shooting star could not escape. It was a truly fatal move. Sure enough, as the silver chains intertwined, endless silver ferocious lights lit up, trapping and killing everything in the world. Not only did it trap Ancestor Lin, it even lifted the entire Great Yin City. Countless soil and rocks could be seen falling from the foundation of Great Yin City. It was simply as terrifying as an earth dragon lifting its body. This was not the most terrifying aspect. When the silver chains intertwined, layers of mysterious incantations appeared on them, as if while sealing this area, they wanted to smelt and kill all the lives in it. The jade drop cage had already formed. I am the master of the Great Abyss. I conquer the 6 paths and dominate the world. The Master of the Great Abyss was also very terrifying at this moment. Even if his body was rotten and he had yet to recover from his heavy injuries, he still had the aura of an overlord. He even felt as if no hero in the world could compare to him. At this moment, everyone from the Lin family in Great Desolate City was hiding in a safe place. As they searched for Lin Xuan, they surrounded him in the center to protect him. Among the people of the Lin family, Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. He spoke. However, his language was not the language of this world, but a language that had never appeared in the world. With every word he said, he paused, as if there was a strange melody and charm to it. Come, soldiers, fight, group, gather, formation, forward, advance, charge. As soon as Lin Xuan's words fell, the familiar cold voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding. Achievement completed. First speech. In the primordial era, there was an emperor whose sword broke through the world. His name was Perfection. There was a successor who called himself an emperor as well and created the 9 secret words. Obtain 9 secrets words. Come, soldiers, fight, group, gather, formation, forward, advance, charge. When these 9 characters were read out, the 9 secret words technique appeared. Along with Lin Xuan's whisper, profound words that were vast and mighty like the tide appeared in the world, turning into a heavenly river in the sky that surged. Mysterious fluctuations appeared one after another. In the future, they crisscrossed in Great Yin City. The sound of the great Tao appeared, and there were endless mysterious characters that were like stars in the sky. A loud rumble sounded. Countless flowing runes intertwined to form a barrier that actually blocked the descending jade drop cage. Another loud sound was heard, and another heavenly river made of profound texts was spat out from Lin Xuan's mouth. He chanted the 9 secret words. These words carried endless profound fluctuations as they slowly opened the jade drop cage, and it even showed signs of shattering. In the sky, the master of the great abyss also continuously trembled, his muscles and bones humming. Even if he used all his strength, he was unable to move this jade drop cage. What happened? Why is the jade drop cage blocked? What's this? Why does it feel like runes? No, it's words. The source of those long rivers seems to be that Lin family's saint child. What's he doing there? The forces of the Eastern Mountain County were simply horrified. Even the ferocious beasts were in disbelief. After a while, their expressions changed again. Everyone could clearly see that the tiny infant in the swaddling clothes was chanting something. In the beginning, his voice was not loud, but soon, this voice was like the sound of bells and drums passing through the jade drop cage, echoing in the ears of all living beings. It was as if the entire vast sea of stars was trembling because of his voice. No living being could understand the meaning of the language spoken by the tiny baby. After the words were read, it was as if they came from the primordial era and contained the truths of the great Tao. Everyone's souls trembled. When they came into contact with that voice, they seemed to be falling asleep. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm going to fall asleep hearing these words? Oh no! Everyone run. Many spectators, and even some of the ferocious beasts of the vast, great, desolate retreated. They did not dare approach to look. After the matter of the black-robed, middle-aged man's phenomenon, no one dared to underestimate that tiny baby from the Lin family. Now, in Great Yin City, the expressions of the Lin family disciples were a little strange. The cultivators outside Great Yin City did not understand the meaning of each word at all, but the 9 words that Lin Xuan recited made the Lin family disciples have a feeling of enlightenment. Although they did not understand the specific meaning, they could understand some of the charm contained in it. It was even to the extent that they felt their path towards the Tao become clear. This seems to be a technique called the 9 secret words. After listening attentively for a while, Xin Chonglin's expression changed suddenly. He could already confirm that this technique, called the 9 secret words, was definitely a supreme divine power. However, it was too coincidental when it appeared. The expressions of the others more or less became a little ugly. This divine art was indeed very impressive. To be able to encounter the appearance of this divine art and observe the various phenomena that appeared could be said to be a rare opportunity. However, they were currently in a huge battle and did not have the time to comprehend it. Only one person's eyes shone with divine light as he walked forward. As he listened to the panicked Tao sounds, he flew into the sky. This was Ancestor Lin's attack. His fists punched out, hitting the jade drop cage. It continuously shook and hummed. Even the floating Great Yin City trembled nonstop. Countless buildings collapsed. One could see that the jade drop cage, which could originally be considered invincible, had actually twisted a lot on the outside. One could see a fist print constantly appearing. It was even cracked by Ancestor Lin and was about to explode. The Master of the Great Abyss looked over and immediately understood the situation. It turned out that Ancestor Lin was also reciting these words. The words were exactly the same as what Lin Xuan had read. Come, soldiers, fight, group, gather, formation, forward, advance, charge. At this moment, Ancestor Lin was comprehending the power in the words as he fought the Master of the Great Abyss. Comprehending and fighting at the same time. Do you really think I'm nothing? How arrogant. The Master of the Great Abyss could not help but be a little angry as he shouted coldly. The words of the Great Abyss Master also woke up the surrounding people. Since they felt it, they were shocked. They were shocked because Ancestor Lin's talent was extremely powerful. When faced with a strong enemy, he could actually split his attention to comprehend the divine art. However, what made them even more shocked was Lin Xuan's terrifying talent. Lin Xuan had only just turned a month old, but he could already recite such a powerful, mysterious scripture. However, Ancestor Lin did not waste his time on other things at this moment. He chanted the mysterious scripture while his eyes emitted a divine light, his hair fluttered, and his entire body rippled with terrifying fluctuations. With another loud bang, a hole was torn open in the jade drop cage. Ancestor Lin, who had comprehended this mysterious scripture, seemed to have obtained a huge increase. Then, words suddenly surged out from the river of words in the sky and continuously flowed as they floated. Finally, a huge word with an aura as deep as the ocean appeared behind Ancestor Lin. It was a huge gather. The Master of the Great Abyss definitely did not understand the meaning of this word, but after sweeping his gaze over, he could see that there were 8 other words besides this word. Just a portion of that secret technique possesses such power. The Master of the Great Abyss looked at Lin Xuan at this moment and could not help but be a little surprised. Looks like your origin is incomparably deep. I'm already curious how many injuries can be healed after I devour you. I estimate that there should be 10%. At this moment, Ancestor Lin had already shattered the jade drop cage completely. The silver light scattered with the wind, and Ancestor Lin's entire body was as bright as a sun as he broke through. Ancestor Lin waved his hand. Then, the human-shaped divine weapon that belonged to the Bachan family was grabbed by him. Then, a translucent golden core appeared in front of Ancestor Lin. He directly held the human-shaped divine weapon and swung it like a sword. With another cracking sound, his golden core shattered. Waves of great Tao fluctuations erupted from the shattered golden core. The entire sky was dark, and everyone had horrified expressions. Ancestor Lin actually wanted to use the time when Lin Xuan was reciting the scriptures to shatter his core and reach the nascent soul realm in the battle. You're really daring. In the distance, the Master of the Great Abyss was already very angry. How could he watch Ancestor Lin take advantage of the moment when this supreme scripture was chanted to break through? He directly let out a sharp cry as large amounts of pure demonic qi appeared in his mouth. This was his supreme origin as a demon, and it was also his most ferocious and domineering power. Another black light curtain flowed out and condensed into a black and gold spear that tore through space and shot forward. A single spear could break through all methods. This was the will in his heart. All obstructions were powerless before him, and there was nothing that could obstruct his path. Wherever the spear pointed, everything would be empty. This was the sharpness that wanted to break through everything. In terms of compatibility, this kind of will and cultivation method were indeed very suitable for the Master of the Great Abyss. He was a crazy expert. He could not live without going crazy. In his eyes, nothing could come to him. Even this world had to submit to him. No one could stop his cultivation path, no matter what it was. No one, not even humans, ghosts, or gods, could stop him. Even if he was heavily injured now, even if his origin was injured, anyone who dared to stop him would be completely suppressed and killed by him. Another crack sounded. Looking at the long spear tearing through the air and shooting over, Ancestor Lin's eyes were red. He was already fighting with his life on the line. His long hair danced in the wind, and he was like a demon king that had descended to the world. He used all his strength to shatter the golden core in front of him and transform it into a nascent soul. Meanwhile, the scriptures in his mouth flowed out as unmatched power erupted. Another loud rumble sounded. Thousands of spiritual chi twisted the circulation as if they were alive. All the surrounding trees and mountains were overturned, and the sky burned with black flames. This was a battle of determination. The heavily injured master of the Great Abyss dragged his incomplete body to kill all the obstructions on his cultivation path, to destroy the Lin family, devour Lin Xuan, heal his injuries, and complete his Dao path. As for Ancestor Lin, he wanted to protect the Lin family. For this, he would rather die than retreat. Earth and rocks collapsed. Between the two figures, spiritual light raged and black flames burned. Countless sword chi hung in the sky like a heavenly river, growing endlessly. Even if a small fluctuation escaped, even a small sword chi that rushed over could shatter space and cause chaos. It could be seen how intense the battle was. Let me go. A terrifying scream suddenly sounded from near Great Yen City. It turned out that there was a spectator who saw that Ancestor Lin had comprehended Lin Xuan's 9 secret words. He wanted to go closer and listen, but in the end, when he approached and heard a sentence, he discovered that he became drowsy and was about to fall asleep. In the next moment, he woke up and discovered that he had been swept into the endless sword chi waves in the sky and was instantly torn into pieces. At the same time, the old antiques of the other families were also very shocked. They discovered in surprise that they did not have any enlightenment like the other disciples of the Lin family. They also strangely fell into a coma. That was not all. After they heard the scriptures, they were horrified to discover that the vital blood in their bodies was already out of control. It was like a river that had broken through a dam, and it surged fearlessly in their meridians and destroyed their bodies. Could it be that they could only comprehend this secret by possessing the Lin family's bloodline? Those old antiques no longer dared to have any thoughts about these secret words. They coughed up blood and fled crazily. While the observing ferocious beasts in the distance were afraid, they also wanted to laugh. These people from the large factions of Qi Mountain County probably did not have brains. When it came to a battle of this level, they actually wanted to peep at the profundity of the secret words. They really did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, the eyes of these ferocious beasts were also very red. They also knew that the secret words of the Lin family's saint child were definitely very terrifying. Otherwise, how could a half-step nascent soul realm figure like Ancestor Lin have comprehended something? With another buzz, explosions sounded continuously. A terrifying explosion assaulted the world as energy fluctuations swept through the 6 directions. Everyone present could clearly see that even with the supreme strength of the Great Abyss Master, Ancestor Lin's unyielding will was like 2 specks of dust as he flew in the opposite direction. When they fell, it was as if meteors had descended into the world. Mountain ranges were pierced by them one after another. A terrifying aura swept into the surroundings, igniting countless mountain forests and melting the soil and rocks into lava. There was a famous mountain in ancient times called Gather, and it was respected by emperors since then. At this moment, Ancestor Lin was also heavily injured and could not stop panting. One of his arms had already disappeared, and blood dripped from his sleeve. His remaining arm grabbed the Bachin family's divine weapon and crawled up from the ground in a sorry state, but he was still chanting scriptures. It's useless no matter how you chant. You'll definitely lose this time. The master of the Great Abyss was also very miserable. The black fog beside him had already become extremely faint, and large patches of corrupted flesh were exposed. Blood that carried a decaying aura fell bit by bit, and he was even coughing up blood. After enduring the 2 fingers of Lin Xuan's phenomenon and Ancestor Lin's sudden outburst, the body of the Great Abyss Master almost could not hold on anymore. The 2 of them were also about to reach their limits. Kill. Die. 2 voices emitted furious roars that shot into the sky and directly started to fight. In the world, explosions sounded, the galaxy trembled, and the world fell desolate. As for the other Qi Mountain County forces, and even all the ferocious beasts, they were already trembling in fear and did not dare to speak. They only quietly watched the battle. On the huge battlefield, other than the buzz of the battle between Ancestor Lin and the Great Abyss Master, only Ancestor Lin's and Lin Xuan's chanting could be heard. Heaven and earth collapsed, mountains and rivers reversed, the power of words, the 9 secret words. This battle caused many living beings to feel despair in their hearts. They knew that they would be unable to ascend to such a high realm in their lives. This realm was far from what they could imagine. Looking at the two people in the sky, their lips moved. They wanted to say something, but they could not say anything. They could only focus all their attention on their battle. Those who could watch the battle were also top experts. They were all like this and knew how dangerous the battle between the two was. Secret word, gather. Tenfold amplification. At this moment, the master of the great abyss finally understood a little of the secret words spoken by Ancestor Lin. After comprehending a little, he immediately raised his head and roared. This is impossible. How can this baby possess such a terrifying scripture? This is impossible. A tenfold amplification is simply a fantasy. The master of the great abyss let out a sharp cry as he released all his strength. Sonic booms appeared in the world one after another. Even space was torn apart. Void cracks appeared around the battlefield one after another, and intense astral winds came from within. Ancestor Lin's entire body was covered in blood, and his aura was like a candle in the wind. Even at this moment, he was still chanting scriptures, preparing to comprehend and break through. Come, soldiers, fight, group, gather, formation, forward, advance, charge. Secret word, gather. Fortunately, Ancestor Lin successfully broke through in the end. With the help of the 9 words and Lin Xuan's magnificent chanting, Ancestor Lin successfully stepped into that realm and used his supreme power to fight the master of the great abyss to the death. In this battle, mountains and rivers reversed. In this battle, the world overturned. However, even though Ancestor Lin had comprehended the profundity of the word gather and had even broken through to the nascent soul realm, it was still very difficult to face the heavily injured master of the great abyss. The battle between the two of them was extremely intense. The battlefield changed constantly. They experienced the alternation of 3 days and 3 nights. Blood splattered everywhere, and the cracking of bones could be heard from time to time. As for the arm that Ancestor Lin had recovered, it was cut off again. Countless pieces of flesh and blood were also cut off by the sword. The master of the great abyss attacked ferociously. His fist pierced through Ancestor Lin's chest and went close to his heart. Ancestor Lin's human-shaped divine weapon also slashed onto the head of the master of the great abyss. Countless hair strands broke, and his skull shattered, revealing a ghastly white. The bodies of the two of them shattered incessantly and reconstructed incessantly. They did this repeatedly, but when faced with such pain, neither of them admitted defeat nor fled. The two of them had already gone crazy from the battle. Ha. Good. The master of the great abyss laughed crazily. Some demonic intent appeared in his eyes, as if a true heavenly demon had descended. At the cost of sacrificing an arm, his other hand directly grabbed Ancestor Lin's heart and crushed it into blood before exploding. At this moment, Ancestor Lin was also ruthless. He actually bit the belly of the great abyss master and swallowed a huge chunk of the nascent soul. The expressions of everyone present changed with a swoosh. The battle had become so chaotic. Who would win or lose? Die. In the end, Ancestor Lin erupted with a terrifying roar. Then, the surrounding sound waves surged. That voice contained traces of the power of the great Tao. It was actually the sound of the Tao. This was the first cry that Lin Xuan made when he was born that day, the Tao sound that shook the world. Ancestor Lin treated this as his trump card and hit it at the end. The world collapsed and the Tao sound spread out, as if it could shatter everything and destroy everything. This terrifying aura instantly erupted. The master of the great abyss did not have the time to dodge and was struck. Go back to your great abyss. Ancestor Lin roared angrily. The body that had lost a heart still emitted endless light. He used the word gather at full force, and the tenfold amplification appeared. The body of the great abyss master instantly shattered, and rotten blood splattered everywhere. An extremely dazzling light blossomed between the heavens and the earth. After a long time, a black figure coughed up blood and flew away in the air, directly entering the void crack and disappearing. At this moment, on the ground, the evil fog had completely retreated and the demonic miasma had dispersed. There was only an old man who was heavily injured and on the brink of death. His hair was dry and white, but he still stood upright at the bottom of the deep pit. He held a beating heart in his hand. The heavens have blessed our Lin family. Fortunately, we have the Saint Child. From today on, the Lin family will dominate the northern Azure province. At this moment, the sky was blue and clear like gems. The evil fog and demonic miasma brought about by the surrounding ferocious beasts had already dissipated due to the successive days of battles. The black shadow had already coughed up blood and fled. It entered the black and white vortex and vanished without a trace. In this world, only Ancestor Lin stood proudly. Even though his clothes were tattered, his vital qi and blood were exhausted, and his spiritual qi had declined, it still caused all the living beings in the surroundings to be extremely shocked, and the beads in their eyes wished for nothing more than to fall to the ground. The person standing there was Ancestor Lin. The loser was the master of the great abyss. The wind quietly blew. The world was silent. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They even suspected that they were dreaming. Their minds were blank, and they were dumbfounded. Ancestor Lin, who was standing on the spot, knew that this battle was very difficult, but he was also very lucky. If not for the fact that the master of the great abyss had his origin injured, was injured by Lin Xuan's phenomenon by 2 fingers, and had the help of the 9 secret words, and he was lucky to break through, he would probably be the one who lost, and the Lin family would no longer exist. At this moment, Ancestor Lin took a deep breath and floated out of the deep pit. Golden light surrounded his entire body, and large clouds appeared. A nascent soul also appeared behind him. He raised his head to look at the ferocious beasts that covered the sky and said coldly, "Do you want to die?" The ferocious beasts looked very conflicted. The master of the great abyss had indeed lost. This was beyond their expectations. However, they were also aware that the remaining remnants of the Lin family, along with a nascent soul realm ancestor, were definitely no match for the great abyss master. The eyes of these ferocious beasts were very sinister as they stared intently at the small baby in Great Yin City, Lin Xuan. They were all very clear that this small baby had helped Ancestor Lin twice before the master of the great abyss lost. The first time, he used a phenomenon to directly injure the great abyss master. The second time, he used the method of chanting scriptures to help Ancestor Lin break through to the nascent soul realm. They could not let this baby live, or else it would definitely cause a huge calamity. Their great abyss might be destroyed just like that. At this moment, the 3-headed black leopard made a prompt decision. It raised its courage and roared. It took a step forward as demonic qi wreaked havoc. Lin Xuan, don't be arrogant. You want us to die? Why don't you take a look at your current appearance? Could it be that you want to kill all of us? The surging sound waves were actually quite powerful. Hearing the 3-headed black leopard's words, many ferocious beasts and the various large families of Qi Mountain County reacted. That's right. Even if the great abyss master lost, there were still countless terrifying ferocious beasts that filled the sky. Moreover, Ancestor Lin had clearly reached his limit now. If they could devour Ancestor Lin and the distant Lin Xuan. After all, there were many ferocious beasts in front of them. Even if they used a battle of attrition, they could still kill these people from the Lin family. At this moment, the ferocious beasts that filled the sky and covered the ground had ugly expressions. They were all struggling very much. They did not want to leave just like this, their eyes filled with greed. Therefore, the atmosphere became heavy. You're really brave. If you want to try, I don't mind letting you have a taste of death. Ancestor Lin shouted coldly and took a step forward. His body emitted golden lights, and his qi and blood boiled like the sea. He stretched out a palm that covered the sky and sun and smashed down like a mountain. Moreover, it directly pressed towards the most concentrated area of the ferocious beast group. No, run, let me go, I don't want to die. Various cries and roars sounded, and it was covered in blood. After all, Ancestor Lin was in the nascent soul realm. Even if he was heavily injured and on the brink of death, he was not something these golden core and purple prefecture realm demon beasts could resist. It was only a single palm strike from him, but it caused flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Cries filled the ground, and at least hundreds to thousands of ferocious beasts were crushed to death because they were unable to escape in time. Seeing this scene in front of them, the ferocious beasts finally suppressed the greed in their hearts. The 3-headed black leopard's 6 eyes blossomed with humanized fear. Without even thinking, it turned around and ran. In the end, Ancestor Lin also brazenly attacked. He directly transformed into a long sword and cut off the demonic qi in the abyss around Great Yin City. Then, the demonic qi in the abyss dispersed. After half a month, sunlight finally shone on this land again. When the many factions of the distant Qi Mountain County saw this scene, their expressions stiffened. Even now, they could not shake off the feeling of this being an illusion. What was going on? How could the Lin family win? Moreover, how could the Lin family's saint child be that baby? Wasn't the baby who had stayed in the mother's body for 100 years a stillborn? How could he be such a prodigy after being born? Moreover, what was with the two phenomena that occurred earlier? When the first phenomenon appeared, the shadow of the black-robed middle-aged man poked out two fingers and forced the great abyss master back. When the second phenomenon appeared, Lin Xuan chanted profound scriptures and even helped Ancestor Lin break through in the middle of the battle, causing his combat strength to increase exponentially. Everyone knew very well that the reason why the Lin family could obtain victory in this encounter with the Great Abyss was not only because of Ancestor Lin's powerful strength, but also because that small Lin family's saint child had at least half the credit. At this moment, Ancestor Lin had also successfully advanced to the first level of the nascent soul realm and had actually become the only nascent soul expert in Qi Mountain County. At this moment, Lin Xuan was also recognized as having an invincible disposition. Just a phenomenon could heavily injure the master of the Great Abyss. Coupled with the future head of the family, Lin Hao, who was at the Golden Core realm but had very terrifying strength, and the experts of the Lin family who knew the eye technique and devouring power. When these forces in Qi Mountain County thought of these situations, they could not help but shiver. The rise of the Lin family was probably impossible to stop. No one in Qi Mountain County could suppress them anymore. A loud rumble sounded. These forces of Qi Mountain County also reacted. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. They saw that Ancestor Lin was holding the great Yin city that was held in the air by the jade drop cage. With a loud rumble, he directly placed the great Yin city in its original place. Damn, was this the so-called nascent soul realm? Didn't they say that his spiritual qi and blood were exhausted? Were the few huge holes in his body a decoration? The expressions of these people were abnormally ugly. As they looked at the distant Great Yin city and the Lin family disciples, they did not expect the outcome to be like this. Not long after, these forces of Qi Mountain County did the same. Quickly prepare the best wine we have. Take out the best treasures our merchant association has in Great Yin City. No, take out all the treasures. Quick, call the family head over. We'll hurry and congratulate the Lin family. Many of the forces in Qi Mountain County outside Great Yin City were burning with anxiety. Their eyes were red as they turned to look at the Lin family. Then, they roared and instructed their subordinates to quickly smooth out the relationship between them and the Lin family. As for the Lin family disciples in Great Yin City, they were still a little stunned. They looked at their surroundings and still found it unbelievable. We won? Did we really win? The master of the Great Abyss really lost. Some of the Lin family disciples spoke with confused expressions. They looked at the endless blue sky and felt as if their minds had been blinded by immense joy. They could not believe that everything in front of them was real, afraid that they were still in a dream. We don't need to escape anymore. A Lin family disciple's eyes trembled, and his voice carried a trembling tone. He looked around and was a little at a loss. Looking at this scene in front of him, Lin Hao clenched his fists tightly and nearly cried tears of joy. Then he turned around and shouted, "We've won! Ancestor has advanced to the nascent soul realm and defeated the master of the Great Abyss." Lin Hao's roar was like a burning fire igniting a pile of firewood. The Lin family disciples also erupted in happy cries. Some of them collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion, but they were also laughing happily. "We've won! Ha! We've finally won! That's right, we won!" Sob. Some people laughed and cried. Previously, demonic clouds pressed down on the city as endless ferocious beasts surrounded the entire Great Yin City. The Great Abyss stood in the sky, making people feel despair. Although they were supposed to fight in 10 days, the battle had started beforehand. No one in the entire Qi Mountain County believed that the Lin family could win. Even on the Lin family's side, many people felt that they would definitely die this time. For this month-old banquet, only 2 families in the entire county came to attend. This situation made every Lin family disciple who stayed behind feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Now, with the Great Abyss retreating and the Ancestor breaking through, the Lin family had survived the greatest ordeal. The huge pressure that the Lin family endured also disappeared. Some people had tears all over their faces, while others laughed happily. Those old antiques did not care about their reputation or image. They sat on the ground and laughed and cried. Looking at this scene in front of them, Bei Qinzhan and Xian Chonglin looked at each other and laughed heartily. They sat on the ground and felt happy for the Lin family. Quickly bring back all the disciples of the Lin family who have left. Our Lin family has won this battle. Right, let them come back quickly. The old antique, Lin Bao, shouted loudly. Immediately, dozens of Lin family disciples crawled up from the ground, wiped the tears at the corners of their eyes, and rushed towards the teleportation array. Looking at this, the swaddled Lin Xuan also heaved a sigh of relief. He stretched his body and turned around, preparing to comprehend the great desolate heaven imprisonment finger and the 9 secret words here. However, just as he closed his eyes, he was suddenly woken up by a loud roar. Haha, my good son. Lin Hao directly rushed over and took Lin Xuan from Xian Yu's hands. He forcefully rubbed his face against Lin Xuan's chubby face. Move aside, you're already so old. Lin Xuan was a little angry. He opened his eyes and used his small hand to pull Lin Hao's head. Although his tone was filled with disdain, he was only a baby after all. With his cute voice and his jade-like appearance, he felt very cute. When Xian Yu saw Lin Xuan's cute appearance, she immediately smiled lovingly. Xianer, you can't speak to your father like this. When Lin Xuan heard his mother, Xian Yu, his small face immediately became bitter, and he put down his hand. Towards Lin Hao, Lin Xuan actually did not have much respect, and he also liked to ignore him. However, Lin Hao still respected his mother, Xian Yu. After all, he had stayed in his mother's womb for 100 years. His mother did not mind at all, and she had never thought that he would be a stillborn. Instead, she cared for him until he was born. Xian Yu had already spoken, so Lin Xuan could only let go as Lin Hao continued to play with him. So cute. Beautifully done. As expected of my son. These 2 phenomena that happened. It's exactly how I was back then. When Lin Xuan heard this, he widened his eyes and directly ridiculed ruthlessly. Tisich, you want to compare yourself to me? Lin Hao was stunned. The many people from the Lin family around them were also stunned for a moment. They did not expect Lin Xuan to say such a heartless sentence as soon as he spoke. However, he was very cute no matter what. Even if JR narrowed his eyes and mocked ruthlessly, he was still a cute child that was like carved jade. It was just that the people standing here were basically old men. If it were some women, their hearts would have probably melted by now. You're indeed my Lin family's saint child. That's right. Brother, stop boasting here. Ask yourself, if not for the fact that you comprehended that technique from Xianer, would you have been able to win against the few demon beasts from before? There's also that devouring power, that purple qi, Dao sound. A tall and burly man covered in muscles counted with his fingers and mocked. This was Lin Jian, third among Lin Hao's 4 cousins. Third brother, are you itching for a beating? Lin Hao's gaze was unkind. Just as the 2 of them were arguing, those old antiques also came up and poked Lin Xian's chubby face. This made Lin Xuan really helpless as he pushed their hands away forcefully. Tsk, he is not just cute. As expected of my Lin family's saint child, even the baby of an ancient ferocious beast is not as powerful as him. Lin Bao erupted as he hugged Lin Xuan and teased him. At this moment, Lin Xian's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he could not hold it in anymore. What are you talking about? What ancient ferocious baby? Let go of me. Oh my, as expected of my Lin family. You actually understood what I said so quickly. You're really extraordinary. Lin Bao did not care that Lin Xian's tone was a little disrespectful. Instead, he was very happy, and his eyes were about to light up. Lin Xuan held his head in disdain and slapped his hand away. He did not want to care about this group of old antiques. In the end, Xian Yu came to carry Lin Xuan away and saved him from the sea of bitterness. Ancestor Lin also came to visit Lin Xuan with a smile. At this moment, he had already changed into a clean robe. Although he did not know how his wound was, from the surface, it was no different from before. Then, Ancestor Lin smiled and touched Lin Xian's head. Facing Ancestor Lin, Lin Xuan still had some respect. Ancestor, thank you for helping earlier. This doesn't have much of an impact on you, right? Ancestor Lin smiled and said. Lin Xuan was stunned for a moment. He had originally thought that Ancestor Lin would ask where the phenomenon on his body came from, or rather, ask about his background. He did not expect that Ancestor Lin would actually say this. It doesn't matter. If that's the case, that's good. After saying that, Ancestor Lin looked at the old antiques surrounding him and said helplessly, "All of you, no matter how smart Xian'er is, he's only a baby. Don't disturb him." After saying this, Ancestor Lin did not ask anymore and did not say anything else before leaving. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment before asking, "Ancestor, what about the other ancestors? Especially Ancestor Lin Tianya, Ancestor Lin Wanyang, and the others." "Tianya and the others are fine. Don't worry." After Ancestor Lin finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "It's just that there might be some trouble with Wanyang. There's only a wisp of soul left. To save him, we'll need many treasures. However, if there's hope, it won't be too difficult." After saying this, Ancestor Lin waved his hand and said to everyone, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We still have to continue holding the month-old banquet." Everyone was a little puzzled. The month-old banquet? Is there anything else to do? At this moment, Ancestor Lin smiled and replied, "We'll continue to celebrate for my Lin family's saint child. Celebrate his birth, celebrate our victory. There are too many things to celebrate. Moreover, we want to settle our scores with those two-faced fellows from Qi Mountain County." At this moment, Ancestor Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance. It was as if he had crossed 1,000 feet and saw the embarrassment of those families. In these 10 days, many families in Qi Mountain County have become bold. Far away, the mountain range rose and fell, and immortal fog lingered. This was the territory of the Xun family in Qi Mountain County. As the family with the most wealth in Qi Mountain County, the Xun family's territory was naturally abnormally mysterious. One could see spiritual birds flying in the mountain range, auspicious beasts lurking, and even the sound of flowing streams and spring water. On one road after another, one could see sword cultivators flying in the sky with faint spiritual fog. Palace buildings could be vaguely seen in the mountain range one after another. They were brilliant and flowing with brilliant light. Every single one of them was created with superb natural treasures, and there were even some profundities vaguely present in the arrangement and layout. Profound formations could rise up at any time. Actually, the entire mountain range of the Xun family was an enormous formation. Even a golden core realm cultivator would have to spend a period of time coming here. At this moment, on the highest peak of the Xun family's mountain range, an old man was sitting on the mountain peak and chatting with another old man. "Great Elder, since you've already said so, let's settle the matter. Once the situation over there is resolved, our Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce will immediately send people to appease the others in Great Yin City and then station them there." The old man in a brilliant golden robe said with a smile, "That's true. When the Lin family was still in Great Yin City, we definitely did not dare to touch the cities and districts around them. Now, the Lin family is almost gone, and the Master of the Great Abyss has already attacked. I'm afraid the outcome will be out in a few days." The Xin family's great elder was also smug and in high spirits. "That's right. It's a pity that those cities are in the hands of the Lin family. After all, those places in the hands of the Lin family are top-notch bustling and are the hub of Qi Mountain County's transportation. They actually only opened a few trade spots, and the taxes are really too low. If our Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce takes over these cities from the Lin family, we can at least obtain several times the profits. At that time, our two families can share the profits." "Ha ha, very good, very good. In fact, many people from my Xin family have already infiltrated those cities near Great Yin City. Now, the Lin family is probably on the brink of death. It's a good opportunity. How can anyone compete with my Xin family?" The Xin family's great elder also laughed heartily. The two elders looked at each other, their eyes filled with smiles. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the small building. The knocking was very urgent. The Xin family's great elder stood up and smiled slightly. He said calmly, "Now, the news from the Lin family has already been delivered. That's right. It's been so long. There should be an outcome. They're really too ignorant. They dare to go against the Master of the Great Abyss? They're courting death. Moreover, they held a month-old banquet there. It's simply a joke." When the door of the small building was opened, the great elder saw the person standing outside and was slightly stunned. This was because this person was a slightly plump middle-aged man. He was the head of the Xin family. Moreover, his expression was very anxious. Family head. The Xin family's great elder frowned slightly and asked, "What exactly happened that requires you to personally come and deliver the news?" The Xin family's head did not answer the great elder's words at all. Instead, He strode in and carefully searched the cabinet in the Great Elder's room. Then he asked very worriedly, "Where's the communication jade token of the disciples we placed in the nearby towns of Great Yin City? Quickly call them back. Call them back." Hearing this, not only was the Shun family's Great Elder puzzled, but the old man from the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce was also very puzzled. "Family head, wouldn't it be a waste of effort to call those people back now? They have already infiltrated the Lin family. We exhausted a lot of effort and paid a lot of price in doing so. As long as they can operate well, these cities can definitely. Don't say anything here. Quickly call them back. They've probably been discovered by the Lin family now." Family head Shin said directly. He was very anxious and searched everywhere. The Shin family's Great Elder and the old man from the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce were a little carried away. After thinking for a moment, the old man from the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce said, "Family head Shun, to be honest, at this point, even if the people we planted have been discovered, so what? The Lin family is already at the end of the line. As long as you're willing to activate those." The end of the line. Family head Shin suddenly stopped and turned his head around. His expression was strange. "Don't tell me that you don't know what exactly happened over there. What's the matter?" The two elders were shocked. Shouldn't the people from the Lin family have already been killed by the master of the Great Abyss? I heard that the entire place is filled with ferocious beasts. Family head Shin's expression instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. He directly grabbed a token and threw it at the Great Elder's face. Bullsh*T. Ferocious beasts everywhere. Stop dreaming. That old fool, Lin Xuan, has already advanced to the nascent soul realm. Also, that Lin family saint child is the baby involved in the month-old banquet. He helped Lin Xuan defeat that great abyss master. The Lin family is still happily holding a month-old banquet now. Killed? You think they can be killed now? The expression of the Great Elder of the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce suddenly turned as pale as paper. What did you say?" "Everything I said is true. Don't just stand there. Quickly get our people to come back and take out the top treasures in our treasure vault. Come with me to apologize." In the Battle of Great Yin City, Ancestor Lin had stepped into the nascent soul realm and defeated the master of the Great Abyss. The Lin family saint child who had once triggered the purple chi and Dao sound was actually an infant. This news was like a bolt from the blue and spread throughout the entire Chi Mountain County. When the families and forces heard this news, they nearly widened their eyes. The Lin family had actually defeated the master of the Great Abyss. What the heck was going on? An expert like the master of the Great Abyss had actually lost to the Lin family? Moreover, when had the Lin family's saint child become a baby? Wasn't he a youth? Everyone felt dizzy and did not know why. However, after they obtained the video stone that recorded the situation on the battlefield and saw the entire terrifying battle, they could not believe their eyes. They even felt that they were dreaming. Wasn't this simply too fantastical? Ancestor Lin had actually stepped into the legendary realm, the nascent soul realm. Moreover, that Lin family saint child was actually only a small baby, but the phenomenon accompanying him was too terrifying. He had broken the Great Abyss with half a finger and forced the Abyss Master away with a single finger. Moreover, what kind of scripture was that saint child chanting? It was actually so terrifying. Secret word, gather? What was it? He was only in his swaddling clothes and already had such terrifying power. If he really grew up, who in Chi Mountain County could challenge him? Looking at the scenes in the video stone, the expressions of the leaders of the large forces in Chi Mountain County and even some of the leaders of famous families were abnormally ugly. Their expressions were extremely strange. After understanding the situation, if not for the fact that this video stone could not be faked and that this was sent back by their trusted experts, they would simply suspect that they had heard false news. Quickly prepare my congratulatory gifts. Quickly prepare them for me. Take out the best treasures in our clan. We can't afford to lose this opportunity while the Lin family is still holding a month-old banquet. Otherwise, it will be difficult to go again in the future. When the families in Chi Mountain County heard the news, they immediately straightened their minds. Then, they quickly prepared the congratulatory gifts and rushed towards the Lin family. Outside Chi Mountain County, many forces were also paying attention to the current situation of the Lin family. After knowing this information, they were stunned for a moment. Lin Xuan actually entered the legendary nascent soul realm and even defeated the insufferably arrogant master of the Great Abyss. Haha, this is simply brilliant. Too brilliant. Our northern azure continent finally has a new cultivator who has stepped into the nascent soul realm. Quickly send people to celebrate with the Lin family. Remember to bring the gifts. Wait, forget it. I'll go there myself. I've long been dissatisfied with the master of the great abyss. He's been arrogant and overbearing all day. Now he's finally been taught a lesson, right? Huh. This is simply unexpected. That Lin family's saint child is actually an infant. I wonder who's stronger when compared to my G family's genius. After the various families and forces of the other counties learned of this news, some were happy and excited, some were extremely surprised, some were indifferent, and some were arrogant. When the Wang family of Sioux County heard this news, their expressions were as ugly as the bottom of a pan, as if someone had dug up their ancestor's grave. Especially when the Wang family's old ancestor heard this news, he was so angry that he directly shattered several mountain ranges. His furious roar echoed in the Wang family. Trash. A group of trash. What master of the great abyss? What ancient great desolate? They're all useless. In fact, it was not only some human forces who were aware of this. In the depths of the great desolate, in forbidden grounds and danger spots that no one had stepped foot in for millions of years, there were also living beings other than the human race who sensed this battle. The grass was luxuriant, and flowers bloomed. In the small valley, time passed peacefully. Fish leaped in the pond, and an eagle soared into the sky. There was nothing strange about this place. There was no dense spiritual chi or resplendent light. But if the master of the great abyss or Lin Xuan were here, they would discover that this place was shocking to the point of speechlessness. This was because there were actually countless five-colored altars buried in this small valley. Ancient altars could be seen buried in the soil one after another. Some were broken and some were intact. They emitted an ancient aura, as if the primordial wilderness had descended. In the middle of the valley where the five-colored altar was piled, there was a huge willow tree. This willow tree emitted a dense vitality like an ocean of life. Its branches were soft and green like the most perfect and translucent jade. On every leaf, it was as if there was a small divine kingdom. Fragments of time danced around it, extremely brilliant, as if they could reflect the past and future. Under the tall willow tree, there was a white-robed figure who was cultivating. The figure was that willow tree, and that willow tree was the figure. This willow tree was like the core of the world. Every time it breathed, it could make this mountain valley emit a strange fluctuation. The surrounding five-colored altar continuously emitted light, and it also dimmed a little. It turned into a five-colored stream of light and entered the mouth and nose of the white-robed figure. Beside the white-robed figure who could not differentiate between man and woman, it was as if he could see the river of time surging. Inside, there were thousands of divine kingdoms floating slightly. Thousands of living beings knelt in front of the willow tree and prayed. There was also a faint, grand sacrificial sound. At this moment, the white-robed figure suddenly stopped cultivating. It looked up, and its dazzling golden hair that was like sunlight scattered with the wind, revealing a beautiful and indistinguishable face. At that moment, it opened its eyes. In just an instant, the river of time seemed to have been severed. Space and time froze for an instant, and the stars stopped circulating. Only the flowing light that flashed in its eyes was the only thing that had existed since ancient times. A great living being has appeared. Yes, it's at the edge of the vast, great desolate. It seemed to be listening as it muttered, "Come, soldiers, fight, group, gather, formation, forward, advance, charge." Not bad. The brilliant light that flowed in its eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the past and present. The willow branch fluttered in the wind as it deduced. It was as if its entire body had transcended this space and time and had arrived outside thousands of worlds. It looked down at the transformations of the worlds. However, at this moment, it suddenly stopped deducing. Then, it stood up and took a step forward. It fused into the willow tree and disappeared. Outside the valley, a 3 or 4-year-old child suddenly ran over. He looked very cute and had large eyes that flickered with spiritual light. As soon as he entered the valley, he looked around. Soon, he saw the huge willow tree in the valley. His eyes immediately lit up, and he happily pounced over. He hugged the willow tree and hung it like a koala. "Willow immortal, so you're here. I missed you so much." The willow branch fluttered in the wind, as if it did not care about this child's actions. Soon, a few strong men ran over from outside the valley. When they saw the child's actions, they shouted anxiously, "Little How, Come down quickly. We can't be rude to the guardian spirit. The few strong men directly rushed over and anxiously pulled the little guy off the willow tree. The little guy bared his teeth and said, "Let go of me quickly. I'm hugging the willow immortal because I'm cultivating. I don't want to eat." The little guy continuously twisted his body and struggled. All right. We'll let go now, all right? But don't you often secretly boil beast milk to drink? Why aren't you doing it now? A muscular man smiled and said. The child's face immediately turned red. Why could he not drink beast milk? Beast milk was quite fragrant. I don't want to drink it myself. I want to give it to the willow immortal. However, just as he finished speaking, his butt was hit by a willow branch. Sigh. The child was a little indignant. He raised his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was blocked by the burly man and thrown to the back. Guardian spirit, we've already made the preparations for our departure. Speaking of which, are we really going to leave this place and go to that so-called mystic realm? The muscular man's expression also became serious. A breeze blew, and the jade-like willow branch fluttered in the wind. A gentle spiritual will resounded in the valley. That's necessary. A brand new era is about to come, and that place is about to appear. Although it has been a long time, I still need to leave the vast, great, desolate. If you're unwilling to leave, I'll leave an array formation here so that you can live your lives safely. When the child heard this voice, he immediately became anxious and hurriedly said, Don't go, willow immortal. A helpless expression appeared on the muscular man's face, but he bowed extremely respectfully and said, Since Lord Guardian Spirit has already made a decision, how can we not follow you? Lord Guardian Spirit has helped us so many times. We also hope that we can help Lord Guardian Spirit, even if it's just doing some insignificant things. A breeze blew gently, and the willow branch danced in the air as if it was responding. The outside world definitely did not know what happened in the deepest depths of the vast Great Desolate. At this moment, in Qi Mountain County, the Lin family was holding a joyous celebration. Not only was it to celebrate ancestor Lin's breakthrough and victory in this war, but it was also to celebrate the 1-month anniversary of the birth of the Lin family's saint child, Lin Xuan. At this moment, the Lin family of Great Yin City was happy and bustling. Many people from the Lin family, the Xin family, and even the Beichen family were drinking happily. The men used the drunkenness of the alcohol to describe the dangerous situation of the previous war vividly. Some of the women came to Lin Xuan's side at the same time. They looked at the cute Lin Xuan in the swaddling clothes, their eyes filled with curiosity and surprise, making Xian Yinran very nervous at this moment. She carefully hugged Lin Xuan in her arms, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch him away. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside the Lin family's door. They were mostly sent by the large families to visit the Lin family. Each of the people sent by these families had extremely respected statuses. There was even no lack of family heads or even leaders of some large factions. Moreover, each of them had a treasure as a gift and wanted to congratulate the Lin family. However, no matter who it was, all the families and forces in Qi Mountain County, except for the Xian family, were rejected. As for the old antique, Lin Bao, he sat cross-legged in front of the door and guarded it. In his hand was a roasted chicken. As he chewed, he faced the ugly faces of the families and forces with a cold expression. No matter how they tried to apologize or explain, he refused to let them in. Senior Lin Bao, it was actually an urgent matter previously, but we indeed have something to deal with here, so we can't come. Please make an exception. Senior, please spare us. This is 100,000-year-old supreme ice dragon grass. Senior Lin Bao, in the future, everyone in your Lin family will be esteemed guests in our curtain rain chamber of commerce. No matter what you buy, it will be 50% off. I only hope that Senior Lin Bao can let me in. Hearing these endless pleas for mercy and flattery, Lin Bao, who was gnawing on the roasted chicken, felt very satisfied. Only now did they know to come and beg for mercy. Only now did they know what regret was. Then why were they all watching the show and unwilling to come? Only the Xian family was loyal enough to come. They all came after the battle ended. Go to hell, get lost. Fortunately, our ancestor was hardworking. Fortunately, our Xianer was awesome. Seeing the pitiful looks of the people outside the door, Lin Bao felt really good now. It was even better than breaking through. Our Xianer is still the most powerful. Our Lin family's saint child is still the best. Lin Bao was very happy now, feeling as if he was floating on air. A commotion suddenly sounded in the distance, followed by several shocked cries. Everyone look. Those people. Oh my god. These people are actually here too. Oh my god. Wait, I'm not dreaming, right? Lin Bao frowned slightly and ate the roasted chicken. Then, he wiped the oil on his hand and stood up. He looked over and heard a congratulatory voice that surprised him. The Ascension Immortal Dynasty has arrived. Congratulations to Ancestor Lin for breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Congratulations to the Lin family's saint child for reaching a month of age. Hearing the name Ascension Immortal Dynasty, even Lin Bao, who was considered an old antique in the Lin family, could not help but be a little surprised. This was because the Ascension Immortal Dynasty could be considered to be the top faction of the Northern Azure continent, and it was also the dynasty of the Northern Azure continent. The place where the Ascension Immortal Dynasty was located was Dao Pavilion County. It was the most prosperous and beautiful county in the entire Northern Azure continent, and was also in the center. Its area was several times larger than Qi Mountain County and Sioux County combined. Moreover, the Ascension Immortal Dynasty had stood for countless years in the Northern Azure continent. According to legend, the history of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty could be directly traced to the ancient era. In the Ascension Immortal Dynasty, there were countless experts. Just as the Lin family arrived in Qi Mountain County and established themselves, the Ascension Immortal Dynasty could be said to be deeply rooted and eternal. Previously, the strength of the Master of the Great Abyss was sufficiently strong, right? However, in front of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty, it was utterly insufficient. This was because there were many existences at the same realm as the Master of the Great Abyss in the Ascension Immortal Dynasty. Moreover, it was comparable to the cultivation realm of the Master of the Great Abyss when he was at his prime. Moreover, there were rumors that there were experts at the Tribulation Transcendence realm in the depths of the Imperial Palace of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty. Why would these people come to the Lin family? The old antique of the Lin family, Lin Bao, were a little surprised. At this moment, in the distant sky, a hazy immortal light appeared. A building that was like an immortal palace appeared here. Rules of heaven and earth appeared. Light flowed as auspicious clouds and multicolored light swept over. It was accompanied by flowing colorful heavenly flowers and golden feathers of light. That was the so-called Great Tao Palace. It was a spirit treasure that was used by the envoys of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty when they were out. When this Great Tao Palace appeared, countless abnormal phenomena appeared. Other than the auspicious clouds, rosy flowers, and divine light feathers from before, there were countless jade flowers, immortal herbs, auspicious beasts, and immortal birds. In the distance, when they arrived at a certain location, the Tao Palace stopped as well. After that, several figures flew over. This was also a rule established by the Ascension Immortal Dynasty. Although they were extremely powerful, they had never allowed their disciples to use others to bully others. Their reputation in the Northern Azure continent was extremely good. The people who came were a man and two women. They were dressed in luxurious golden robes and had pure white and flawless feathers as decorations. Be it men or women, their faces and figures were extremely outstanding. They arrived not far from the Lin family and slowly landed. Really? They're really from the Ascension Immortal Dynasty. That's the envoys of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty. Oh my god, they actually came to Qi Mountain County. Could it be that they also came to congratulate Ancestor Lin on breaking through to the nascent soul realm? The surrounding organizations of the Qi Mountain County were extremely surprised. Many of them stared at the three of them with eyes that were filled with disbelief. Although the Qi Mountain County could be considered to be a very large county, it was still insufficient in the eyes of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty. Almost none of these families and forces had seen the true appearance of the dynasty, and they had only heard rumors and stories. Yu Dufei of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty congratulates Daoist Lin on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Congratulations to the Lin family for birthing the saint child. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. He was clean and extraordinary. His entire body was suffused with immortal light, and one could see flowing lights in his eyes. He smiled and cupped his hands in front of the Lin residents. When they heard Yu Dufei's words, the pupils of many forces in Qi Mountain County shrunk to the size of needles. What did he say? Yu Dufei? He was actually from the Yu family? One had to know that the Yu family was a relative of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty's imperial family. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the sky. A white-robed Ancestor Lin appeared in the void, his sleeves fluttering. When Ancestor Lin saw Yu Dufei in front of him, he could not help but be a little surprised. He did not expect that his breakthrough would actually attract the attention of the people of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty, and it was even a great figure like Yu Dufei. Others did not know who Yu Dufei was, but Ancestor Lin knew that he was not only a relative of the imperial family of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty, but also an old antique who had lived for an unknown period of time. He could be considered to be in existence of the same era as him. Ancestor Lin also smiled and cupped his hands in return. Thank you for coming to congratulate me, Taoist Yu. It's also been 10,000 years since we last met, right? Every time I remember my past interactions with Taoist Yu under the moon, I would sigh with emotion. Although the Lin family is located in a remote area, I would still like to invite Taoist Yu to come over and have a drink. Ha ha ha, then I won't stand on ceremony. Yu Dufei did not put on any airs. He laughed very heartily and led the two people behind him into the Lin family. Please. After seeing Yu Fei enter the Lin family with Ancestor Lin, the many families and forces of Qi Mountain County outside the Lin family were stunned. They had not met for 10,000 years. This Yu Dufei was actually an old antique from the same era as Ancestor Lin. Such a terrifying existence was probably very rare in the Ascension Immortal Dynasty, and his cultivation was probably extremely extraordinary. Now, they were actually willing to personally come to congratulate the Lin family. It was obvious that the Ascension Immortal Dynasty valued the Lin family very much. Many people from Qi Mountain County looked at each other. Their expressions were like they were about to cry. This was really bad. Why were they so stupid back then and refused to come to the banquet? In a special living room deep within the Lin family, Ancestor Lin and a few top existences of the Lin family sat here and chatted with Yu Fei. After the battle with the Great Abyss Master, this place was immediately repaired. After being separated for over 10,000 years, fellow Taoist Lin's cultivation has become more and more profound. Yu Dufei looked at Ancestor Lin and sighed slightly. Then, he said some more secrets. Back then, fellow Taoist Lin, you were astonishingly talented. Even in the Dao Pavilion County, you could be considered an extremely outstanding genius. However, you actually gave up on joining my Ascension Immortal Dynasty and chose to come to Qi Mountain County to open your own path. Many people felt pity for you and thought that you'd buried your shocking talent. Even I actually felt the same. However, today, fellow Taoist Lin, your strength has already reached the nascent soul realm, and you even defeated the master of the Great Abyss. I'm still stuck at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. I haven't improved much in thousands of years. Damn, I'm really useless. When he spoke up to this point, Yu Dufei sighed a little and shook his head. Then, he drank a mouthful of tea. When he heard Yu Dufei's words, Ancestor Lin laughed bitterly and said, The Ascension Immortal Dynasty has a lot of resources and is bustling and extraordinary. It's much better than Qi Mountain County, right? I'm afraid that you didn't come here this time to congratulate me and Shinner. Who was Yu Dufei? He was in existence from the same era as Ancestor Lin. He could be considered a genius of his generation, and he was a direct descendant of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty. He could be considered to be the top geniuses of that era and generation. Back then, when Ancestor Lin left the Dao Pavilion County and came to Qi Mountain County to establish his own faction, Yu Dufei had also come to persuade him, hoping that he could join the Ascension Immortal Dynasty to serve him. However, in the end, Ancestor Lin still stayed in Qi Mountain County without hesitation. However, even so, when Ancestor Lin established the Lin family, Yu Dufei had never stopped him at all. He even secretly helped him a few times, so Ancestor Lin still had a good impression of him. However, even if they could be considered to have some relationship, Ancestor Lin would not believe that Yu Dufei would specially travel thousands of miles from the Ascension Immortal Dynasty to congratulate him. After all, their relationship was not at that level. Hearing Ancestor Lin's words, Yu Dufei could not help but shake his head and smile. Taoist Lin, you're still as cautious as before. Actually, although I'm congratulating you this time, there are also other reasons. I'd like to hear the details. Yu Dufei smiled and took a small sip of tea. He did not hide anything and said, I came to Qi Mountain County this time to find a pair of siblings. That pair of siblings live in a remote mountain village in Qi Mountain County. Some time ago, our people from the Ascension Immortal Dynasty came for training and met them. Because they can be considered rare cultivation geniuses, we plan to bring them back to the Ascension Immortal Dynasty. Especially that little boy. His talent can be said to be quite extraordinary. Although he's not as good as that saint child of your Lin family, he's still quite good. What are their names? You actually came here personally? Ancestor Lin was a little curious. They're just lost kids. They don't have a unique name. However, I know that the younger sister should be called Nan Nan. Unfortunately, her natural talent is inferior to her older brother. She's not fated to be with my Ascension Immortal Dynasty, Yu Dufei said with a smile. When he heard Yu Dufei's words, Ancestor Lin shook his head slightly and said, "You guys are really skilled to forcefully separate the siblings." However, to be honest, they were able to walk on the path of the Tao because of the wonders of longevity. They can be considered to be very lucky. Then, Yu Dufei took out many treasures and handed them to Ancestor Lin as a congratulatory gift. Ancestor Lin was not a petty person and would not reject them. Moreover, among these treasures, there were also some natural treasures that could help remnant souls condense their bodies. They were what the Lin family urgently needed at this moment. This was because among the old antiques of the Lin family, there was someone called Lin Xuan. He had been heavily injured in the previous battle, and only a wisp of his soul was left. It's good that these treasures are useful to you. Facing Ancestor Lin's gratitude, Yu Dufei smiled slightly. Then, the Lin family set up a banquet and placed special delicacies one after another. They also served jars of spiritual wine. Ancestor Lin and Yu Dufei drank and chatted happily, feeling very happy. One of them was in the nascent soul realm, and the other was in the 9th level of the golden core realm. It was naturally impossible for them to get drunk. After a long time, Yu Dufei smiled and said, "To be honest, I haven't seen what your saint child is like. Can you let me take a look? I also want to know the difference between the talented youth I found and your saint child. Moreover, I heard that your saint child is very powerful. I heard that on the day of his birth, purple qi came from the east, and the sound of the Tao filled the 9 heavens. Moreover, when he fought the great abyss master earlier, there were 2 phenomena that erupted to help you. No matter what, I came here this time because of the month-old banquet. If I don't see the young birthday boy, I'll really feel a little regretful." Hearing Yu Dufei's words, Ancestor Lin narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, No, it's actually still too exaggerated. Ha ha ha. However, Ancestor Lin was also embarrassed to reject Yu Dufei. In the end, he still asked someone to inform Xianyu. However, whether Lin Xuan was willing to come or not was still up to him. The person who was sent to Xianyu's residence explained the situation clearly. Xianyu was also very surprised. The Ascension Immortal Dynasty could be said to be a terrifying existence that had stood towering in the northern Azure continent for a long time. Xianyu had almost never come into contact with them. When Lin Xuan, who was in Xianyu's arms, heard the name of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty and knew what it was, he was stunned. Why did he feel that this name was a little familiar? However, he had heard that the people from the Ascension Immortal Dynasty had come to congratulate him and Ancestor Lin. Moreover, the person who came was a top expert. Lin Xuan did not reject him. After all, they had shown him enough respect. After a while, Lin Xuan was carried by Xianyu to the hall. Xianyu and Lin Xuan greet exalted immortal. Xianyu said very respectfully at this moment, "Haha, is this the Lin family's saint child? Come, let me take a look." Yu Dufei directly stood up and walked over with a smile. He sized Lin Xuan up carefully, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. Lin Xuan also did not show that he was an extraordinary existence. He only pretended to be a small baby and hummed over there. He stretched out his chubby little hand and looked at Yu Fei with widened eyes. After a long time, Yu Dufei smiled and said, "It's really the Lin family's saint child. He was only born for a month and already has the cultivation of the 9th level of body refinement. Looks like there's really hope in the path to the Tao." After saying that, Yu Dufei took out a red pearl from his sleeve and gently placed it on Lin Xuan's chest. This is, although Xianyu could not see what that pearl was, what Yu Dufei could take out was definitely a treasure. It's only the inner core of a 7th level golden core flood dragon. It's not a treasure. Just treat it as a gift for Xian'er. The inner core of a flood dragon at the 7th level of the golden core realm. After the people of the Lin family learned the value of this pearl, they trembled and their eyes nearly popped out. This is really too precious. We really can't accept it. Xianyu hurriedly shook her head. It's only a meeting gift. You shouldn't reject it. Yu Dufei smiled, then deliberately pretended to be a little angry. Could it be that you think our Ascension Immortal Dynasty can't even give you a flood dragon's inner core? But this is also, Xianyu was a little at a loss. The distant ancestor Lin also walked over. He smiled and stroked his beard. You should accept it. No matter what, it's Taoist use good intentions. Xianyu accepted the inner core and sat at the end of the table. Taoist, you don't have to be too conflicted. Just say it directly, said Ancestor Lin with a smile. Yu Dufei was stunned at this moment. Then, he rubbed the space between his brows and said with a bitter smile, I still can't hide from fellow Taoist Lin's eyes. You still discovered it. Actually, it's not something important, but when I saw your saint child, I suddenly remembered. Taoist you, just say it. Ancestor Lin smiled. Yu Dufei shook his head and sighed. Then, he said very seriously, fellow Taoist Lin, do you remember the primordial mystic realm that the Ascension Immortal Dynasty discovered more than 20,000 years ago? It's that mystic realm that shocked the Northern Azure. Hearing Yu Dufei's words, Ancestor Lin's expression also became serious. Could it be the mystic realm above the endless sea in the extreme north of the Northern Azure continent? Didn't I say that it can't be opened anymore? Moreover, when this mystic realm appeared, it did not only alarm the Northern Azure continent, right? Yu Dufei nodded and said, it's indeed very difficult to open. Moreover, according to the observations of the experts on our side, it has been sealed for 1,000,000 years. However, a senior expert has discovered that this mystic realm will probably be opened in a few years. In at most 2 years, at least half a year, that mystic realm can reappear. 1,000,000-year-old mystic realm could be opened. After this news spread, not to mention the old freaks of the Lin family, even the expression of Ancestor Lin changed slightly. One had to know that 1,000,000-year-old mystic realm could be said to have endless treasures. Even an ordinary spiritual herb would definitely become an existence at the level of a natural treasure after being nurtured by 1,000,000-year-old spiritual qi. Taoist you, how can we open this mystic realm? Ancestor Lin directly asked the key to the problem. This kind of mystic realm was definitely extraordinary. The method to open it was definitely special. Hearing this, Yu Dufei could not help but sigh and say, this is the key to what I want to say. Actually, our Ascension Immortal Dynasty already knows the method to open this mystic realm. However, there is an important aspect in the activation method. It requires many young elites to successfully activate this mystic realm. Therefore, I came this time to ask the Lin family for help. Yu Dufei raised his head and said with an extremely sincere gaze, Taoist Lin, can you let your clan Saint Child and the Ascension Immortal Dynasty open the mystic realm together? 1,000,000-year-old terrifying mystic realm would be opened in at most 2 years. The Ascension Immortal Dynasty already had a way to open it, but it required the combined efforts of many young elites. Let Xian'er go. Ancestor Lin frowned. To be honest, Ancestor Lin was not too willing to let Lin Xuan go. This was because Lin Xuan was very important to the Lin family, and could even be considered to be related to the fortune of the Lin family. After all, Lin Xuan had changed the situation twice in the war and indirectly saved the lives of everyone in the Lin family. After hearing this, Xianyu was actually a little unwilling. She also did not want her child to bear such a heavy responsibility and take a huge risk at such a young age. Yu Dufei, who was opposite them, also understood their thoughts. He could not help but smile bitterly. It was not that he had never gone to the other families, and he had also encountered similar situations. It was difficult for them to agree. Yu Dufei gritted his teeth and said directly, to be honest, you don't have to be too worried. If fellow Taoist Lin can agree to my request, I'll personally escort Xian'er to explore the mystic realm. Moreover, in order to ensure Xian'er's safety, I, Yu Dufei, am willing to leave 30% of my soul to fellow Taoist Lin as collateral. Not only that, in that 1,000,000-year-old mystic realm, the Lin family can also send 5 disciples of the clan to explore. Moreover, the Lin family can obtain 5% of all the benefits of our Ascension Immortal Dynasty in this mystic realm. When they heard Yu Dufei say 30% of his soul, the members of the Lin family in the special waiting room were stunned. 30% of the soul meant half the life of a cultivator. It was very important to top cultivators. Who was this Yu Dufei? He was once a genius of the Ascension Immortal Dynasty. Moreover, after 10,000 years, he had already advanced to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, and he was probably only a step away from the nascent soul realm. Moreover, he held great authority and was absolutely a famous figure in the Northern Azure continent. However, The current Yu Dufei was actually willing to give 30% of his soul to others to manage. Is that mystic realm really that terrifying? Taoist, you're actually going all out. Ancestor Lin could not help but sigh. I'll definitely fight with my life on the line. Yu Dufei's voice was solemn at this moment. Although it's at the million-year level, the time that mystic realm existed was something that even the strongest existence in our Ascension Immortal dynasty could not investigate in detail. The million-year level is only a conservative estimate. There must be countless supreme treasures inside. If I can find a few, perhaps I can save thousands of years of bitter cultivation and break through to the nascent soul realm. At this moment, Yu Dufei's eyes also lit up. Fellow Taoist Lin, you can be considered my friend. I won't lie to you. This mystic realm has already been listed as one of the top important matters of the Ascension Immortal dynasty in recent years. Not only will the Lin family be invited to participate, but even the few large families in the other counties will be invited by my Ascension Immortal dynasty. Speaking to this point, Yu Dufei paused for a moment, and his tone was very helpless. However, according to what we know now, the prodigies of their families are not as amazing and outstanding as your saint child. So, Taoist Lin, what do you think? I'll give you 5 spots. At the same time, we will also give you 5% of the benefits. Moreover, I have to tell you that only 50 people can enter this mystic realm, and there can be no experts who are too strong. These spots can be considered to be very precious. Our Ascension Immortal dynasty is even willing to give 5% of the profits. Fellow Taoist Lin, you have to think carefully. Ancestor Lin nodded and lowered his head, falling into deep thought. Lin Xuan, who was in Xian Yu's arms, calmly glanced at Ancestor Lin and nodded. Ancestor Lin naturally knew what Lin Xuan meant, but he did not immediately answer. After a long time, he said to Yu Dufei, I can agree to this, but the Ascension Immortal dynasty has to ensure that nothing happens to Xianer. As for 30% of your soul, if Xianer returns safely, I'll definitely return it to you myself. After the mystic realm opens, Xianer will not occupy the spots. He will immediately return once it's open. Hearing Ancestor Lin's words, Yu Dufei immediately laughed loudly, feeling very happy. That's for sure. How can we let such a young child take such a risk? Moreover, even if Taoist Lin doesn't feel the pinch, we will definitely feel the pinch if the spots are taken. As for the matter of the soul, I hope that Taoist you will not take it to heart, said Ancestor Lin. I understand. If he's a prodigy of my Ascension Immortal dynasty, I would also be like this. Yu Dufei was very happy at this moment. He laughed loudly and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, In that case, I'll come to visit Taoist Lin half a year later. At that time, we'll open the mystic realm together and wait for the golden era to come. A golden figure flew into the great Tao Palace and disappeared in the rosy light and auspicious clouds. The great Tao Palace slowly left into the distance. Seeing the guy disappear in the distance, Ancestor Lin sighed softly. Xianer, actually, you don't have to agree. It doesn't matter if we go or not. Ancestor, how can it not matter? When he heard this, Lin Xuan, who was in his mother's arms, tightened his small face. Although his tone was soft and cuddly, he said very seriously, Cultivators of my generation enjoy longevity and comprehend the great Tao because we fight against the heavens and the earth. If there are no dangers or accidents on the path of cultivation, and one can easily achieve immortality and invincibility, wouldn't that be looking down on the great Tao too much? Lin Xuan clenched his small hands tightly, his expression serious. I'll split mountains when I encounter mountains, fill the seas when I encounter seas, and I won't fear the path ahead. Cultivators of my generation don't just earn a portion of our lifespan. We also want to fight for what's ours. If I'm afraid of everything I see, how can I live forever and be invincible? True invincibility in eternal life requires one to endure loneliness and develop determination. With just a punch or a sword, I can let all living beings know what fear is there under the heavenly Tao. Lin Xuan's eyes could not help but light up. His small fists were also clenched tightly as he swayed in the air. His tone was also filled with ambition, and he gave off a feeling of heroism. However, after a long time, Lin Xuan discovered that the old antiques and Xian Yu around him were only looking at him with a smile. Fear under the heavenly Tao? Longevity? Invincibility? Little Xianer, you're so cute. Lin Bao laughed loudly. Then, he stretched out his hand and pinched Lin Xian's nose. Lin Xuan's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He slapped Lin Bao's hand away. I'm talking about serious things. Why is your expression like this? What's the meaning of this? Can you show me some respect? However, the old antiques around him were also full of smiles. Although Lin Xuan looked to be quite formal and his tone was a little heroic and a little artistic, Lin Xuan was only a small infant now. Even if he was a cute human baby, he did not give off much power. Most importantly, he still had a serious expression on his face, causing others to feel that he was very cute. It was a form of cuteness that made them want to tease him. Haha, you are indeed my Lin family saint child. You have such ambitions when you are young. That's good, that's good. Ha ha ha. The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth twitched for a moment. After a long time, Ancestor Lin smiled and shook his head. Then, he looked into the distance and softly said, Xuaner, there are countless legends in this world. Do you know that there was a scholar in the south of the northern Azure who used a sword to split open the galaxy? His magnificence dominated for tens of thousands of years. Beside the Grand River, at the end of the world, there is an immortal island for those who are unwilling to ascend. Countless Taoists stay on it. In the Western Paradise, there's another old monk who likes to preach. He raised 100 heavenly dragons. In the southern continents, there was a youth born in poverty. He held a sword and cultivated alone for 1,000 years. With that, he could challenge the heavenly immortal and cut down 3,000 cities with a single sword. His sword descended like rain or flying locusts. In the past, our Lin family could never consider this. Ancestor Lin whispered with a gentle smile. But now, we can think about it. The master of the Great Abyss had lost to the Lin family. The Ascension Immortal Dynasty had come to congratulate him on the birth of the Lin family's saint child. The Lin family's ancestor, Lin Xuan, had broken through to the nascent Soul Realm. This series of events directly allowed the Lin family to secure their position as the #1 family in Qi Mountain County. After this battle, the Lin family also quickly stabilized their footing and used the fastest speed to crazily devour the surrounding forces who were adding insult to injury to the Lin family. This made many families and forces in Qi Mountain County speechless. Originally, when the Master of the Great Abyss announced that he wanted to slaughter the Lin family, all the families in Qi Mountain County felt that the Lin family would definitely decline. They also revealed their ambitions and were prepared to devour the Lin family. However, no one had expected this shocking battle to end like this. They did not even have the chance to react. The claws that they stretched towards the Lin family were all chopped off instantly. Moreover, the Lin family directly came to find them. Some timid families did not dare to compete with these large families at all. Therefore, they did not suffer much loss, but were just afraid for a while. However, those who had already extended their claws to the Lin family and were prepared to attack them were pitiful. Each of them was personally visited by the Lin family. The people from the Lin family could be said to have entered with a smile and came out with killing intent. Every family that had been visited also suffered a huge loss. The person in charge would definitely die and at the same time, pay a high amount of compensation. Some families' development had declined for thousands of years, and many people in the family had died. Especially the Shun family and the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce. They were paid special attention to by the Lin family, and Lin Bao personally went to visit. The Shin family was relatively smart and did not even resist. They let the Lin family kill anyone and compensated anything. They did not even dare to say a word. Therefore, the Shin family had only suffered a huge blow. They did not dare to call themselves the richest family in Qi Mountain County anymore. However, the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce was extremely daring. They wanted to resist and started the defensive array formation before being completely wiped out. In that battle, Lin Bao directly used the devouring power and punched through the array. After entering, Lin Bao used his eye technique again. The 10,000 destruction eyes erupted without holding anything back. Regardless of whether it was those cultivators or the array formation, everything turned to dust wherever their gazes landed. No one could last a round against Lin Bao. At the end of the battle, Lin Bao directly came to the front of the person in charge of the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce's Qi Mountain County. He did not care about the person's crazy pleas or the fact that he was using a huge sum to save his life. He only descended and turned him to dust. In just an hour, the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce's Qi Mountain County branch was destroyed. Not even a dog was left. After the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce headquarters learned of this, they did not say anything and only sent people to clean the ruins before leaving. This action of the Lin family could be said to be extremely domineering and forceful. If someone showed them respect, they would respond with respect. If anyone wanted to hurt them, don't blame them for being heartless. As for those who watched from afar without doing anything, they could barely survive. However, those who wanted to devour the Lin family's benefits had their teeth broken. They have already extended their claws and teeth to the Lin family, and they still want to beg for mercy? They're probably dreaming. This slaughter continued for a few months. The Lin family finally made a name for themselves and sat firmly in their seats. Time passed quickly. There was not much time left before the half-a-year agreement was completed. However, for these cultivators who were in seclusion for 100 years or 1,000 years, half a year was only an instant. In a short half a year, the speed at which Lin Xuan's realm increased made the entire Lin family reconstruct their worldview. This was because Lin Xuan had directly broken through to the 9th level of qi refinement in less than half a year. He was a child who was less than a year old. He had only been born for less than half a year and had already reached the 9th level of qi refinement. He broke through one level in a day and broke through in a few days. One had to know that the most outstanding genius in the Lin family before the age of 20 was only at the 6th level of qi refinement. Lin Hao could be considered very powerful. He was the next head of the Lin family, but when he reached the 6th level of qi refinement, he had also spent a total of 20 years. Even with ancestor Lin's talent, it took 15 years to reach the peak of qi refinement from the body refinement realm. The old antiques of the Lin family and many disciples of the Lin family felt as if they had been ruthlessly pressed onto the ground by Lin Xuan. I know you're a genius and I know you're a prodigy, but you can't be this terrifying, right? How can ordinary people like us live? However, Lin Xuan's battle results were powerful, and it also triggered the cultivation frenzy of the Lin family. Every time Lin Xuan broke through, he would bring about some minor phenomena. Many of the cultivators in the Lin family actually broke through a small realm together in this half a year. There were even some Lin family disciples who were very lucky and comprehended the devouring power. Their cultivation levels had really increased greatly. Other than these things, nothing else happened to the Lin family. Everything was rather calm and peaceful. However, there were always geniuses from the Xian family and the Beichen family who followed their old antiques. They would shamelessly come over to take advantage of the phenomenon caused by Lin Xuan's breakthrough. As for Xian Yinran, she could be considered to be very terrifying. She could even be considered to have lived in the Lin family and often came to play with Lin Xuan. In the depths of the Great Desolate, there was no news about the Great Abyss Master. However, in the extreme depths of the Great Desolate, there were often abnormal phenomena. It was said that some adventurers in the vast Great Desolate saw resplendent jade colors appear in the depths of the Great Desolate, and it seemed that golden green chains soared into the sky. However, no one knew what exactly happened. However, on the night before the arrival of half a year, a white smoke suddenly spread from the location of the Lin family in Great Yin City. An ancient and mysterious aura appeared from the core of the Lin family's manor. Feeling this feeling, the people from the Lin family stopped what they were doing and rushed straight to the courtyard where Lin Xuan was. What? That feeling is finally gone. The phenomenon is here again. What happened this time? Why do you care what happened? Hurry up and go. If you don't go, there won't be any seats left. Go, take a seat. F*CK? Shameless brat. How dare you steal my spot? The disciples of the Lin family rushed over from everywhere. In his courtyard, under Xian Yu's concerned gaze, Lin Xuan was also carefully supported by her. He took a step forward and stepped on the ground, not used to it. Ding. Achievement completed. First walk. There are auspicious beasts known as qilin, having a sheep's head and wolf's feet. There are carnivorous beasts known as tigers, having white bodies and black tails. When the two mate, an auspicious sign descends. The beast has 6 legs and is covered in flames, and it can trample the heavens and shatter the earth. Obtained ancient mystical power, 7 reversal divine steps. 7 reversal divine steps. Hearing this notification, a strange light appeared in Lin Xuan's eyes. If it was his first time walking, he could indeed awaken something. Outside the small courtyard, the old antiques stood in a pile and looked at the distant Lin Xuan with shock. Originally, these old antiques came here to teach Lin Xuan how to walk. Because Lin Xuan was about to go to the Ascension Immortal Dynasty, he definitely had to learn how to walk. However, What they did not expect was that as soon as Lin Xuan was put down and before they could teach him how to leave, he would take his first step by himself. He even triggered the phenomenon. It did not exceed the expectations of the old antiques. At that time, an extremely mysterious feeling spread from Lin Xuan. Many colorful clouds gathered above Great Yin City, and thousands of lights surged. These old antiques did not think much of it. They took out the meditation cushions that had been prepared long ago and casually found a place to sit cross-legged in an extremely skillful manner. Their movements were extremely smooth. Another rumble sounded. In the sky, small flowers fell and golden lotuses bloomed. Another thunderous sound sounded, like a profound bell. In an instant, large numbers of runes appeared in the Lin family. In the world, laws appeared. Rays of spiritual light of heaven and earth descended from the void, turning the entire Great Yin City into a mortal city. When the disciples of the Lin family sensed this mystic qi fluctuation, their eyes immediately lit up. They were clear that Lin Xuan had produced another phenomenon. Some of the Lin family disciples on the way increased their speed crazily and rushed to the surroundings of the courtyard, able to see the location of Lin Xuan's phenomenon. It's here. We've finally made it. Ha! I'm finally here. Damn. After waiting for so many days in the Lin family, I've finally made it. Ha! Hey, wait, don't squeeze me away. When they raised their heads and saw where Lin Xuan was, they were stunned. A small figure stood in the air like a cute porcelain doll. A terrifying luster erupted from his entire body. The dual pupils carried a supreme, profound dignity, and there was also multicolored light swirling about. Spiritual qi surged, and the loose clothes on his body emitted intense sounds. Profound patterns appeared under his feet, and his body was burning with golden and red lights. Another crisp crack sounded. Raging flames burned everywhere, and auspicious patterns appeared in all directions. If one observed with rapt attention, they could see that those flames were completely constructed from runes. They were profound and gave people a huge sense of oppression. As the owner of these phenomena, Lin Xuan only stood there and squeezed out ripples in the surrounding space. It's indeed the Lin family's saint child. What did you do this time? Didn't you say that you were going to teach him how to walk today? The old antiques who were not nearby also rushed over now. Some of them had just broken out of seclusion. Their gazes were burning as they stared intently at the profound patterns under Lin Xuan's feet. In a flash, these old antiques saw countless laws of order. It was a law that belonged to the great Tao of fire, but it also seemed to contain the profundity of time and space. What kind of technique is this? It feels like it's an offensive technique. This is definitely a supreme divine power. Further away, countless Lin family disciples with lower cultivation levels said happily. The moment they saw the phenomenon, they fell into a mysterious realm. Why? Why are there so many great Tao laws? Too amazing. As expected of my Lin family's saint child, I didn't completely comprehend the devouring power last time. I have to comprehend more this time. Countless profundities and comprehensions surged into their minds, and those Lin family disciples benefited endlessly. Lin Xuan was also there, diligently comprehending the 7 reversal divine steps. He took a deep breath and took a small step forward. 7 reversal divine steps. First step, stomp. There was a loud thump. Something extremely heavy stepped in the air, and the world shook violently. The Lin family disciples who were comprehending the phenomenon in front of them were shocked. They felt as if their hearts had been dealt a heavy blow. However, they did not show any pain because the step just now made them feel endless profundity. Mysterious divine arts even appeared in their minds. 7 reversal divine steps. Second step, pressure. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and took a second step. This step was like a galaxy hanging in the sky, like a heavenly pillar descending. The Lin family disciples felt their breathing stagnate again for an instant, and their bodies suddenly became hundreds of times heavier. It was as if glue had been injected into the air, and their movements were stagnant. Raising their fingers took hundreds of times the effort. Lin Xuan's gaze flickered, as if he had comprehended something else. The third step was taken. 7 reversal divine steps. Third step, crack. With another crisp crack, space seemed to have cracked from the pressure. Countless cracks appeared, and golden red fire lotuses appeared beside Lin Xuan. 7 reversal divine steps. Fourth step, shatter. Another crisp sound could be heard, and like the cry of a jade-shattering phoenix, space was completely torn apart like a mirror, revealing a crack that was like a turtle shell. Golden and red flames formed a sea of fire. It was as if a fire spirit was born from it. 7 reversal divine steps. 5th step, explode. At this moment, along with Lin Xuan's step, the countless golden and red flames around him exploded. It was as if heavenly fire had fallen into the world, as if a volcano had erupted, and a violent energy wreaked havoc. Countless golden and red lights scattered, as if a red sun had just risen. Multicolored light filled the sky, and countless symbols surged, destroying everything. 7 reversal divine steps. 6th step, annihilate. With this 6th step, terrifying fluctuations surged out from the heavens and the earth, and the space collapsed. The extremely gorgeous golden and red lights suddenly dissipated, and everything in the surroundings transformed into a vacuum. 7 reversal divine steps. 7th step, suppress. Another breeze blew past, and the world became clear. The 7 reversal divine steps: stomp, pressure, crack, shatter, explode, annihilate, suppress. The divine light in Lin Xuan's eyes was profound. He was floating in the air, and his feet were stepping continuously. He also continuously used the 7 reversal divine steps that moved counterclockwise. He was like a shooting star as he flew between heaven and earth. Brilliant light flowed, and his body emitted a vast and mighty aura. With the 7 steps, Lin Xuan's speed was also increasing rapidly. In just a moment, it actually exceeded the limits of the vision of some of the Lin family disciples, causing them to only see a stream of light dancing in the air. In an instant, everyone was stunned and simply did not dare to believe their eyes. This speed was too terrifying. A small child whose fetal hair had not fallen, yet had such a terrifying speed as soon as he could walk. It was many times faster than their full strength. In their eyes, this footwork seemed to be an offensive divine power. This was too unreasonable. They could not help but cry in their minds. Another swoosh sounded from the void as Ancestor Lin appeared. His gaze landed on Lin Xuan, who was like a stream of light in the air. He nodded in satisfaction and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with praise and joy. My Lin family's saint child is really magical. The corners of Ancestor Lin's mouth curled up. There were actually a few old antiques of the Xian family beside him. They had come many times and finally encountered the phenomenon. Now, they still wanted to be a little thick-skinned. They endured the urge to sit cross-legged and comprehend their cultivation. Just like Ancestor Lin, they stood with their hands behind their backs. They stroked their beards and nodded. He's indeed very powerful. He just walked on the ground and already has such a powerful aura. Moreover, he's only in the Qi refinement realm and can already have such speed. He's really a saint child. Damn, if only our Xian family had such a genius. However, no matter what, Xianer has half the bloodline of the Xian family. I feel that in the future, when Xianer marries and has children, we can choose a son whose surname will be Xian. Some of the old antiques of the Xian family kept making calculations in their minds. At the same time, they looked intently at the runes on Lin Xuan's legs, wanting to comprehend something there. When Ancestor Lin heard this, he only chuckled and said, "In your dreams." Then, he heard sounds one after another in the world. They were the sounds of the void shaking. Lin Xuan used the 7 reversal divine steps to go against the laws and came and went freely in the world, fully comprehending the profundity of this divine art. Because Lin Xuan's speed was extremely fast, the scenery changed very quickly in front of him. However, because Lin Xuan was born with the dual pupils, even if he did not activate the power of the dual pupils, he could still easily see his surroundings. Is this the feeling of a cultivator walking? Lin Xuan muttered to himself. To be honest, this seemed to be Lin Xuan's first time experiencing a phenomenon. The other phenomena on his body were usually the most powerful eruptions when he used them for the first time. Be it the great desolate heaven imprisonment finger, the dual pupils, or the devouring of the starry sky, they were all when he used them for the first time. If he wanted to unleash its power in the following period, he could only continuously cultivate and slowly comprehend it. Only when his cultivation level was high could he obtain such a feeling. This 7 reversal divine steps today was also in the most terrifying state due to the achievement phenomenon. This actually also allowed Lin Xuan to obtain many benefits. Lin Xuan stepped on the 7 reversal divine steps inversely. Other than comprehending it, he also recalled this secret word, charge, that was similarly related to speed. He compared the two of them and began to comprehend. As he experienced the 7 reversal divine steps inversely, he thought about this secret word, charge, and tried to start fusing and linking the two together. In this way, Lin Xuan stepped on the 7 reversal divine steps and entered a state of enlightenment. In the beginning, Lin Xuan only flew around the area above the Lin family. However, as he learned, the speed of the 7 reversal divine steps became faster and faster. Lin Xuan was not limited to the Lin family and the like, and he appeared in the sky above Great Yin City. This also attracted the attention of many cultivators in Great Yin City. They raised their heads and looked at the burning golden-red figure in the sky. What's that? Who is this? He actually dares to fly around above Great Yin City. Isn't he afraid that the law enforcement team will catch him? However, I feel that it seems to have flown over from the Lin family. It should be someone from the Lin family. Wait, looks like it's the Lin family's Saint Child, right? A cultivator raised a question. He felt that this person should be from the Lin family, or was the Lin family's Saint Child? Someone beside him immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Don't spout nonsense here. How can this terrifying speed be the Lin family's Saint Child? Although the Lin family's Saint Child is a peerless genius, he's not even a year old now. It's very difficult for him to walk. Perhaps some big shot of the Lin family has returned to his origins and come out to take a walk. However, this speed is indeed very terrifying. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Xuan had used the 7 reversal divine steps. He could only reach such a terrifying speed with the advantage of the phenomenon. In the future, he would definitely not be able to reach this level unless his cultivation corresponded to it. Lin Xuan fell into a state of enlightenment. He also did not know very well what extent his 7 reversal divine steps had been used. He only continuously danced above Great Yin City and gradually felt as if he had gone outside the city. In the beginning, the people from the Lin family did not feel anything amiss. They only looked at Lin Xuan and the flame-profound patterns on his legs, concentrating on comprehending. Even if Lin Xuan flew out of the Lin family, the people did not feel anything. After all, Great Yin City was now the Lin family's territory. Their ancestor was guarding and cultivating there. So how could anything happen to their family's Saint Child? However, after Lin Xuan's speed increased to the point where some of the Lin family disciples could not recognize him, and when they could not even see the runes clearly, these Lin family disciples realized that something was amiss. This isn't little Xian's speed too fast? However, even at this point, the disciples of the Lin family only felt that something was wrong and did not notice anything else. After all, every time Lin Xuan's phenomenon was activated, it was a shocking feeling. This speed was not worthy of mention. However, after Lin Xuan gradually rushed out of Great Yin City, he began to fly in all directions. Moreover, his speed increased to a certain extent. Even some of the golden core old antiques of the Lin family looked a little afraid. The people of the Lin family also completely sensed that something was wrong. An old antique of the Lin family looked up and frowned as he asked in confusion, "Shinner's speed is really a little too terrifying. Why do I feel that even if I used my full strength, I would be inferior to him? This is quite normal. This is my Lin family's Saint Child. How can you use common sense to guess? Perhaps Shinner has entered a cultivation state. He might have comprehended something. It might be because of the enhancement of this phenomenon. After all, it's his first time using it." The old antique, Lin Bao, narrowed his eyes and saw Lin Xuan, who was almost like a golden red phantom in the sky. He said, "His speed is indeed a little faster than ours. Moreover, look at the range he flew in. It also vaguely feels like it's expanding." However, at this moment, Lin Bao suddenly became a little stunned. The surrounding old antiques were also stunned for a moment. Perhaps he had comprehended something? The range he flew in vaguely felt like it was expanding? Didn't that mean that Shinner was unable to control himself at this moment? Many old antiques raised their heads, feeling a little anxious and even wanting to help Lin Xuan stop. However, what made them a little afraid was that Lin Xuan was currently using the 7 reversal divine steps. His speed had already reached a very terrifying state. With their Lin family's old freaks cultivation levels, they actually could not catch up. This phenomenon was too domineering. However, this did not mean that they did not have any methods to make Lin Xuan stop. If they could attack, these old antiques could blow Lin Xuan down with a single punch. Who would dare to attack Lin Xuan? This was the treasure of the Lin family, the only Saint Child of the Lin family. Not to mention that they were unwilling to stop him. The entire Lin family would not let him off. Ancestor. Xian'er seems to be unable to control his speed. At this moment, Lin Bao turned around and shouted in the direction of his ancestor, Lin Xingtian. When Ancestor Lin heard Lin Bao, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he saw Lin Xian flying around in the sky and understood what was going on. Little Xian has entered a state of enlightenment. Ancestor Lin thought, it's really a little rash. Haha, but it's rare for little Xian'er to make a mistake. When he wakes up, I'll have to teach him a good lesson, said Ancestor Lin with a faint smile. Shaking his head gently, Ancestor Lin took a step forward and instantly crossed a long distance. He stretched out his hand very confidently. A gentle spiritual light spread out and formed a palm that shot out, wanting to stop Lin Xian. However, when that spiritual chi palm was about to touch Lin Xian, the latter took a step and actually directly avoided it. Ancestor Lin was stunned for a moment. Xian'er dodged it. Then, Ancestor Lin smiled and said, my family's saint child is indeed extraordinary. He's so powerful. He can actually increase his speed to such an extent with his phenomenon. As he spoke, Ancestor Lin increased his speed. He took 2 more steps and confidently used his spiritual chi palm. Then, history repeated itself. Lin Xian stepped on the 7 reversal divine steps and casually turned around, avoiding Ancestor Lin's seemingly unavoidable grab. As such, Ancestor Lin's expression became a little serious. Then, he attacked consecutively, and they heard swishing sounds in the air. As for the Lin family disciples below, they were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in the sky. They looked at the 2 figures in front and behind and felt that they were about to be stunned. Ancestor Lin actually could not catch up to Xian'er. What was going on? Although everyone knew that Ancestor Lin did not want to attack because he was afraid of hurting Lin Xian, this was enough to reflect how fast Lin Xian was currently. Lin Xian could actually rely on this phenomenon to erupt with speed equivalent to Ancestor Lin. One had to know that Ancestor Lin had already stepped into the legendary nascent soul realm. Oh my god, did I see wrongly? A Lin family disciple even slapped himself hard, his eyes nearly popping out. At this moment, Ancestor Lin, who was chasing Lin Xian everywhere, finally felt that something was wrong. Why was Xian'er still increasing his speed? If this continued, it would be bad. Ancestor Lin took a deep breath, and then his eyes emitted a dazzling light. His sleeves fluttered, and dense immortal fog appeared between his mouth and nose. He was already prepared to use his full strength, and he wanted to condense a gentle cage to trap Lin Xian. However, before Ancestor Lin could condense his spiritual chi, Lin Xian, who was originally flying around in the direction of Great Yin City, suddenly stopped running around. He directly rushed towards the vast Great Desolate with his head lowered. The cage created by Ancestor Lin trapped nothing. He was immediately a little embarrassed. He turned around stiffly, and his dignified face was almost tense. What? What the heck? Xian'er. Ancestor Lin could not help but curse in his heart. He did not know who he was scolding, but he jolted and immediately erupted with his full speed, flying in the direction that Lin Xian had rushed over. However, no matter how fast Ancestor Lin was, he could not catch up to Lin Xian, who had used the 7 reversal divine steps and even accelerated for a long time. However, Lin Xian, who was currently carefully comprehending the profundity of the divine power, did not know what had happened at all. He brought along sparks and lightning as he rushed straight into the vast Great Desolate, leaving Ancestor Lin behind. As for Ancestor Lin, who was following Lin Xian, before he even reached the range of the vast Great Desolate, he did not know where Lin Xian had gone. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Ancestor Lin was instantly stunned. This phenomenon of Xian'er was really too terrifying. After a long time, Ancestor Lin directly shuddered. Then, he rushed back to the Lin family as quickly as possible and ordered, all the old antiques of the Lin family, move out. Go to the vast Great Desolate as quickly as possible and find Xian'er. At this moment, Lin Xian had already rushed into the vast Great Desolate, adding sparks and lightning along the way. This was because Lin Xian had already entered a mysterious state of comprehension. He stepped on the 7 reversal divine steps inversely and did not have any feeling of stopping as he rushed forward. Moreover, this was the extreme version of the 7 reversal divine steps. Lin Xian's speed was simply extremely terrifying. When he entered the edge of the vast Great Desolate, he was already like a shooting star. Terrifying fluctuations spread out without regard for anything. Countless ancient, great, desolate forests were overturned, and the speed of the 7 reversal divine steps overlapped layer by layer. Wherever it went, the world hummed, and the universe trembled. Many ferocious beasts or demon beasts heard this buzz and wanted to look up to see what was going on. In the end, before they could see clearly, they were directly sent flying by the terrifying fluctuation. In the ancient, great, desolate forest, the ground cracked, and soil and rocks flew. Wherever Lin Xuan passed, it ended up in a sorry state. The slightly weaker ferocious beasts were overturned on the ground and did not have any strength at all. They were seeing stars and foaming at the mouth. After those ferocious beasts that were slightly further away or those that were very strong were sent flying, they could only roar crazily. However, they did not know who caused all of this, nor did they know who to curse. In the end, Lin Xuan even flew in the direction of the Great Abyss Master. However, because Lin Xuan's speed was really too fast, the Master of the Great Abyss did not even notice. Lin Xuan directly rushed away and plunged into the depths of the vast, great, desolate. This made the Master of the Great Abyss completely unaware of what had happened. His head was filled with confusion, and he thought that it was some treasure that had flown over. At this moment, in the deepest part of the vast, great, desolate. As night fell, it was dark. In the forest, ferocious beasts moved stealthily. The ferocious beasts here were really too terrifying. Many of them were ancient remnant beasts. At any time, they could hear all kinds of terrifying beast roars spreading in the darkness, as if they could tear this world apart. This was a place that the living beings of the outside world could not reach in their entire lives. This was the ultimate place of the vast, great, desolate. Looking into the depths of the mountain range, one could see a ball of gentle light flickering. If one gradually approached, they could see that it was actually a small village. It was sitting in front of a valley, and the valley was filled with 5-colored altars. In the middle of the magical valley was a completely jade-green willow tree. Thousands of branches hung down, and their vitality was gentle and spiritual. They transformed into spiritual lights that enveloped the small mountain village. In this village, dozens of lights slowly lit up. There were dozens of torches. In the light of the fire, the owners of the torches could barely be recognized. They were all robust men who seemed to be able to tear apart tigers and leopards. They were all wearing clothes sewn from animal skin. Their skin was a healthy bronze color, and they were either holding snow-white bone clubs or heavy swords. Their black hair was scattered, and their eyes were filled with burning anger. "Village chief, how can we not go? We finally captured these ferocious beasts with great difficulty, but in the end, they were all intercepted by those dogs of the wolf village. They just want to take over our hunting territory step by step. After such a long time, how many territories and forests have they stolen from us?" The leader was a very tall and burly man holding the leg bone of a ferocious beast. He hammered the ground with his bone club, his face filled with anger. The old man at the front only shook his head lightly and said, "It's already meaningless. We'll be leaving in at most half a month." "But Sure Bao is injured, village chief," a burly man said anxiously. He had bulging muscles and was as strong as a bear. "That's right, village chief. I said that we still need half a month to leave. If not for these places, our children would still be growing. What would we do?" At the end of the group, a white-haired elder spoke. The old man at the front, who seemed to be the village head, started to hesitate. However, in the end, the village chief could only nod in agreement. He decided to let the strongest warrior in the village bring people out and snatch back those woods and territories. Since you want to attack, don't hold back. Since you want to fight, you have to teach them a lesson and bring the village treasure along. The village chief instructed. The burly men nodded and carefully packed their things. Although they were very anxious to drive the people of the wolf village away as soon as possible, the long struggle made these men understand how difficult it was to deal with them. Soon, about 30 people prepared their weapons and equipment. They raised their torches and walked out of the village. The 30 or so people ran through the forest. Although these men in the forest were all tall and strong, they were very vigorous. In the dangerous, ancient, great, desolate forest, it was as if they were walking on flat ground. It did not take long for them to walk for dozens of kilometers and cross several mountains. However, at this moment, the burly man in the lead suddenly stopped. The people around him were a little puzzled. Someone behind him asked, "What happened?" The burly man did not answer. Instead, he took down his basket. There were some medicinal herbs and beast skins inside that were used to bandage the wound. However, this basket was very big. It was half the height of a person. He frowned and rummaged in the basket for a while. Soon, a cute voice sounded from the basket. Stop scratching. It's so itchy, uncle. Hearing this cute voice, the expressions of the surrounding men immediately changed. A small child crawled out of the basket on Sure-Hu's back. Hello, uncles. The little guy was held in Sure-Hu's hand. His head was facing down, and his face was red like a red apple. He looked at the burly men in front of him and smiled very brightly. Huang Hao. Why was it him again? When Huang Hao was pulled out, these men were instantly furious. Little guy, why are you following us? Don't you know that it's very dangerous this time? We're not hunting. We're going to fight. I know. The little guy's head was down, but he still stretched out an arm. His small face that was like a jade ball was very serious. So I'm going too. The little guy was carried by Sure-Hu. His body was not even as thick as Sure-Hu's arm, and he looked very soft and cute. He stretched out his small hand and gestured over there with a very serious expression. Moreover, I already know how to cultivate and learned it from Grandpa Village Chief. Moreover, I'm not weak. I'm already very strong. I've even learned Aunt Qing Lin's precious technique. I want to go with you to avenge Uncle Sure Bao. However, Sure-Hu did not listen to Huang Hao at all. He directly handed him to a man and said with a cold face, Take him back. Don't let him come back. The man nodded and prepared to take the little one from Sure-Hu. The little guy's expression changed, and he immediately became nervous. He actually struggled free from that man's hand and jumped onto the ground as he shouted, No, I can go. I'm already very strong. Although the little guy was shouting himself hoarse here, how could these adults let this 3-year-old child take this risk? They immediately wanted to send him away. However, this little guy was jumping around everywhere. Several men attacked, but actually did not catch him. They were a little angry. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out and said to Sure-Hu, Sure-Hu, forget it. Let the little one follow us. Although he's young, he's indeed a genius of our village. His strength is not bad either. Moreover, his speed in the forest is much faster than ours. The middle-aged man walked to the little guy and said very seriously, Little guy, act as our eyes later. Help us guard the surrounding situation. Once anything abnormal happens, immediately come back and tell us. You can help us investigate, but you can't attack or hurt the enemy, understand? When it comes to fighting, we uncles can do it themselves. When the little guy heard the middle-aged man's words, his eyes almost lit up. He nodded like a broken doll. Then, he jumped 30 feet high and directly jumped into the forest to investigate the surrounding situation. Little guy, be careful. The man was still very worried. All right. Huang Hao's round face was covered in smiles as he nodded and agreed, and then he turned around and ran into the distance. This kid, pay attention. Don't run too far. I understand. The little guy shouted loudly and continued to run into the distance. The men behind him were also very helpless. They could only increase their speed and chase after him. The little guy erupted with his full speed. When he was a little far from the group, his expression became serious. Those people from the countryside are really detestable. Not only did he steal Uncle Sure Bao's prey, he even injured them. His child almost cried. We must take revenge this time and let them know that our village is not to be trifled with. Huang Hao's face tightened, and he moved stealthily in the forest. In the sky, the moon was high in the sky, and silver light scattered down. This round moon seemed to be condensing behind his head, making his speed even faster. Moreover, his movements were even more agile, almost not making a sound. At this moment, Huang Hao suddenly narrowed his eyes and crouched beside a tree. His ears moved slightly as he spat out a few words. So it's there. He suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He stood up and walked over. The commotion on the other side grew louder and louder. Huang Hao gradually slowed down and made himself almost silent. Soon, he arrived at the source of the sound and gently pushed aside the bushes in front of him. As he had expected, there was a camp in the distance. A bright bonfire flickered, and some tall and strong men in wolf skin were roasting meat in front of the bonfire. Orange flames licked the fatty beast meat. Oil dripped onto the bonfire and crackled. There was even a faint fragrance that made Huang Hao gulp. Huang Hao looked to the side and noticed prey that were almost piled into a small mountain. He was instantly slightly exasperated. These are all Uncle's prey. Although Huang Hao was furious, he was not too rash. He counted the people present and prepared to return to report. However, just as he turned his head and took a step, he felt his feet soften. The ground immediately collapsed, and a deep pit appeared in front of him. Moreover, the bottom of the pit was filled with iron spears that flickered with a demonic purple light. A trap. The little guy trembled. His feet exerted force, and he stepped on the edge. His body shot out like a rock. Although he had escaped death, the little guy's expression was very ugly at this moment. The sound made by this side also alarmed the wolf-skinned man in the camp. The little guy was just about to slip away when he saw several people from the wolf village rush out not long after. Every single one of them was tall and strong, and they held huge spiked clubs. "It's you." The burly man of the wolf village recognized Huang Hao at first glance. They were very familiar with this child. Previously, the desolate village and the wolf village had fought many times. This child had once displayed his might and defeated the young geniuses of their wolf village one by one. The little guy took a few steps back and did not say a word. His expression was also very heavy. However, at this moment, he turned his head and shouted excitedly, "Uncle Shihu." As soon as he said these words, there was a rustling sound in the ancient forest behind him. Then, Shihu and the others crawled out of the forest, staring fiercely at the people from the wolf village in front of them and protecting the little guy behind them. When the people of the wolf village saw Shihu and the others walk over, they also blew their whistles. Then, many people walked out of the camp behind them. "Friends from the desolate village, please don't take this to heart. Our village needs food very much now, so please let the wolf village have the prey this time. We will compensate you in the future." A middle-aged man walked out of the wolf village and said loudly, "Compensation? Food? Which village doesn't need food? You took our prey away from us and killed our compatriots along the way. You were ruthless and merciless. You even set up all kinds of sinister traps along the way, causing Shi Bao to be seriously injured and on the brink of death. You even told us not to take it to heart. What's the meaning of this? I want to know." Shihu's voice was filled with anger. The middle-aged man from the wolf village smiled and said, "This is quite normal. The prey was actually found by our wolf village first, but you guys beat us to it. What's there to say to this group of cowards? If they're unwilling to accept this, then just wait for death." A tall man walked out from the wolf village and beat the ground angrily with the spiked club in his hand. Hearing that they had been called cowards, the people of the desolate village were about to explode in anger. They were clearly hunting in the hunting territory of the desolate village. How could they become prey that the people of their wolf village took a fancy to? Their prey that they had fought with great difficulty had been seized, their clansmen had been heavily injured, and the other party was still so arrogant and unreasonable. There was no need to negotiate with them now. Let's fight. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly came from afar and pounced at Shihu. It carried a purple light, as if it came from the netherworld, making one's hair stand on end. This was an arrow with poison on the arrowhead. It was as fast as lightning and shot over without any warning. This was too sudden. No one had expected that the people from the wolf village would actually launch a sinister sneak attack. While they were conversing, they directly shot cold arrows. They were truly caught off guard. In this critical moment, Shihu let out a furious roar, recovered from the shock, and made his move. The huge arrow had a very strong penetrative power and force. It actually sent Shihu flying, and he crashed into an ancient tree with a loud boom. "Shihu, uncle." Everyone rushed over and only recovered after seeing the scene in front of them. It was too dangerous. In the broken trees, Shihu's arm muscles bulged as he held the arrow tightly. The arrow that was flickering with a demonic purple light almost touched his chest, just a little bit away from piercing through his body. "Friends of the desolate village, please don't be angry. This is only a greeting we gave you." The middle-aged man from the wolf village smiled and spread his hands. A total of 50 or 60 people walked out of the camp. Moreover, they were all strong and powerful experts. In the distance, when Huang Hao saw this scene, his pupils constricted like needles. He did not expect there to be so many people. It looked like the wolf village was already prepared. However, Shihu was not afraid at all. He twisted the arrow into two and raised his head, shouting, "Come on, let's fight. I was waiting for you to say this." The leader of the wolf village replied. His bones crackled, and his body actually swelled a little. His gaze was extremely cold, and there was a powerful sense of oppression. Then, they recalled the sound of consecutive weapons being unsheathed. The people of the two villages raised the huge weapons in their hands. The spiked club was as thick as a tree trunk, and the huge swords were like doors. Cold lights flickered continuously as killing intent surged. The two sides faced each other as a terrifying airflow shook the leaves. Kill! A furious roar sounded. Both sides instantly attacked and fought. The people of the desolate village took down the longbow on their backs and held a broadsword the size of a door. They raised their pale white bone clubs and rushed out like ferocious beasts in a flood. The ground shook and the airflow was stirred. The people of Wolf Village also had terrifying might. They were like wild wolves as they charged over ferociously. A chaotic battle was about to begin. The little guy, Huang Hao, also let out a low roar. His entire body emitted golden lights. He clenched his fist and rushed to everyone like a desolate beast cub. However, just as the two sides were about to fight, a golden red light suddenly lit up in the distance. It streaked across the sky and rushed over with flames and explosions. In the desolate village, a jade-green light suddenly lit up, and it was like a long whip that struck the spot with the brightest golden red light. Then, the golden red light turned around and flew towards the battlefield between the desolate village and the wolf village. A loud rumble sounded. The golden red light was too fast for anyone to react. The ground shook the entire forest. In an instant, soil and rocks flew, and countless ancient trees were uprooted. There was another violent wind and intense heat waves. The people of the desolate village did not know what had happened at all. They were sent flying by this violent wind and continuously spun in the air for 1,000 meters before they hit a tree and stopped. As for the people of the wolf village, they were a little pitiful. They were the closest to the golden red light. Some of them were directly blasted apart, and not a single piece of dust was left. The little guy was the one who reacted the fastest. When he retreated, his arms and legs lit up with green runes. It was as if the soles of his feet had taken root, and he managed to endure this hurricane. What's this? The little guy's face was stunned. After the terrifying tremor and violent wind disappeared, the little guy hurriedly ran over and looked around. His cute face was filled with confusion. Why have the people from Wolf Village disappeared? Soon, many burly men from the desolate village rushed over. When they saw the huge hole on the ground that was 1,000 feet deep, all of them had extremely shocked expressions. What was this? Could the people of the Wolf Village have been killed by this thing? Could it be that they had committed a sin and the heavens were watching, causing them to suffer the wrath of the heavens? The burly men of the desolate village were looking around, wanting to find where the people of the current Wolf Village were. However, they could not see any living beings around this pit. Could it be that they were really killed by the falling star? They were very puzzled. At this moment, their expressions were very strange. After a long time, a sound suddenly sounded from the 1,000 feet deep pit. Shihu pulled Huang Hao behind him and said, "Be careful." Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he looked down into the deep pit. Everyone present stared intently at the bottom of the pit and discovered that a small soil mound was currently trembling. What was that? Could it be the offspring of some demonic beast? The people of the desolate village could not help but feel nervous and break out in cold sweat. After a long time, the small mound finally stopped moving. The people of the desolate village were a little frightened and nervous. They stared intently, afraid that something would appear. At this moment, the little guy, Huang Hao, suddenly narrowed his eyes and quickly ran over. Seeing the little guy like this, Shihu anxiously stretched out his hand, wanting to stop him, but he was a step too late. Huang Hao, wait! Crack! Then, there was a crisp sound as a chubby little hand came out of the small soil bag. Then there was another small hand. Then, with two small hands, a small figure crawled out of the ground. The small thing stood there and looked around in a daze. His gaze instantly focused on the other little guy in front of him. The two children looked at each other. One was about 3 years old, like a pile of jade. He wore clothes made from animal skin. His black hair was dense and luxuriant, and his eyes were like gems. He was cute and a little fierce, like a ferocious beast cub. Although he was cute, he carried a trace of wildness. The other was even younger, only half a year old. He was like a jade doll with some soil on his body. There was a golden divine pattern between his brows. His eyes had 2 pupils each, and he looked extremely magical, like a divine sun who had descended to the world. The 2 children stared at each other. After a long time, Lin Xuan said awkwardly, "May I ask where we are?" I just came down and seemed to have smashed a few watermelons. You don't want me to compensate, right? The golden red figure from before fell from the sky and exploded at the place where the wolf village was stationed. It flattened the ground and even blew up a 1,000 feet deep pit. The people from the desolate village were very stunned. They had originally planned to fight, but their opponents were gone. The dozens of experts from the wolf village were instantly turned into meat paste and scattered by the wind. All of this was actually caused by this little guy in front of him. The people of the desolate village first looked at the 1,000 feet deep pit and then at the small child standing up at the center of the pit. The corners of their mouths could not help but twitch for a moment. What the heck? What happened? They had originally thought that the Huang Hao in their village was already monstrous enough, but this child in front of them was actually so powerful. Moreover, he looked to be much younger than their Huang Hao. He actually fell from the sky and flattened the camp of the wolf village along with dozens of experts. In fact, it was not only the people from the desolate village who were stunned. Lin Xuan was also stunned. Why am I here? Wasn't I comprehending the 7 reversal divine steps? What happened? Feeling the completely different aura from Great Yin City around him, Lin Xuan's face was covered in confusion, as if he did not even know where he was. However, Lin Xuan was not just a small baby after all. The soul in his body was that of a mature adult. He immediately recovered his calm. The 3-year-old child opposite him actually squatted down and looked at Lin Xuan, who was slightly shorter than him. He was not afraid at all, and even wanted to touch his face. In the end, he was glared at by Lin Xuan and slapped his hand away. What's wrong? Right, little baby, what's this place? Although his hand was slapped away by Lin Xuan, the little guy was not angry at all. Instead, his eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Xuan and asked curiously, "This is the territory of our village. Don't you know where this is?" "Your village's territory?" Lin Xuan was stunned. "That's right." The little guy nodded. He looked very cute. To be honest, in the desolate village, the children who were younger than him were not as smart and intelligent as him. Moreover, he did not have any friends of the same age. He simply sat on the ground and conversed with this unfamiliar child in front of him. Moreover, he even gestured with his small hands and said, "Don't you know? Originally, my uncles planned to fight some bad people and help Uncle Sure Bao take revenge. In the end, before they could face each other, a golden red thing smashed over. Boom! The little guy's eyes lit up. Then, his small hand gestured with all his might in the air, as if he wanted to describe the terror back then. Just like this, you smashed a huge hole here. Those bad people were all smashed into pieces by you. Then, you crawled out. To be honest, I have to thank you. If not for you, our uncles would definitely have been injured. There are dozens of bad guys over there." The little guy was smiling. His black and bright eyes looked very cute, but Lin Xuan's expression was very interesting. "I crushed dozens of people to death? I thought I stepped on a watermelon." Lin Xuan was really embarrassed. "I didn't expect someone to die the first time I walked." When the people of the desolate village heard this, they were a little speechless. This was his first time walking? Who could walk so strongly for the first time? It was like a shooting star. It even stomped dozens of experts from the wolf village to death. One had to know that these people of the wolf village were all experts in their hunting team. Every single one of them was extremely powerful and could tear apart ferocious beasts with their bare hands. As the leader of the group, Sure who had to ask about the situation. Therefore, he walked over and bent over to ask, Kid, do you really not know where you came from?" In fact, Sure who and the others had lived in the Great Desolate for a long time and were rather simple-minded. Apart from being surprised, they were also concerned about such a young child. How worried would his family be after leaving the house? Sure who bent down, and his shadow pressed down like a dark cloud. Lin Xuan was a little surprised. This person was a little too tall. He was even more muscular than his uncles. Although Lin Xuan did not sense the malice in them, he still said more carefully, "I'm from Qi Mountain County and come from a small family. I was originally going out to train with the experts in my family, but for some reason, I came here." Qi Mountain County? What's that? There shouldn't be such a village in the vast Great Desolate, right? These men were puzzled. Hearing this, Lin Xuan's expression changed slightly, and his heart sank. At this moment, Sure who frowned. After a moment of pondering, he said, "County? It seems to be a village outside the Great Desolate, that's why they call themselves that. Could it be that you're from outside the Great Desolate?" Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. "Uncle, do you know how to go back?" Sure who shook his head and said, "The place outside the Great Desolate is but a legend. In our village, Only the village chief traveled to the outside world when he was young. Perhaps he knows about it. Then don't wait. Let's hurry back to the village and find Grandpa Village Chief. The little guy's face was filled with joy. Then he said to Lin Xuan, That's right, that's right. Just call me little guy. Then the little guy was still worried that his uncles would not accept Lin Xuan and asked, Uncles, what do you think? These men laughed and nodded. Of course. We can't just leave such a baby in the forest. Moreover, if not for him, we might have been injured. Something might have happened to someone. All right, let's go back to the village. No matter what, you helped us this time. We will definitely help you go home. The people of the desolate village laughed heartily. This made Lin Xuan a little surprised. In his senses, these men had good intentions, so Lin Xuan also felt a little better. Thank you, seniors. My name is Xian Lin. Just call me by my name, Lin Xuan said very politely. A cute little child like him was still so polite. This made these people in the desolate village laugh heartily, agreeing greatly. Haha, if only my son could be as polite as this baby. This child looks only about a year old. He's even younger than our little guy. We can't let him stay in the wilderness like this. Let's go back as soon as possible. These burly men cleared the battlefield and brought away a few half-dead ferocious beasts. Then, they raised their torches and walked towards the desolate village. Along the way, Shihu wanted to carry Lin Xuan on his back, but Lin Xuan refused. Instead, he used the 7 reversal divine steps to move forward rapidly, shocking everyone in the desolate village. Little baby, you're so young, but you actually know such a precious technique. Looks like he's really a genius. On the other side, the little one, Huang Hao, was like a small leopard. He leaped in the forest and looked at Lin Xuan with surprise. Xianlin, what kind of ferocious beast precious technique are you using? It's actually so powerful. Actually, I also know a precious technique. Aunt Qing Lin taught it to me.